All colours. Sam is the name given to a figure encountered by two children near Sandown on the Isle of Wight one Tuesday afternoon in May 1973. The case is considered one of the most unusual close encounter reports in British paranormal history, distinguished not by violence or abduction, but by an hour of quiet, bewildering conversation in a small metal hut beside a brook. It is a story that has never been fully explained, and it begins, as many strange things begin, with a landscape. The Isle of Wight sits in the eastern English Channel, separated from the Hampshire coast by a narrow stretch of tidal water called the Solent. The crossing is short, a matter of minutes by ferry or hovercraft, yet the island has always occupied a place in the imagination that the distance alone does not account for. It is a place with a strong sense of its own edges. The mainland is visible from many points along the northern shore, close enough to seem familiar, yet the island remains apart, governed by its own pace and its own particular quality of light. Visitors arrive, spend their summers, and leave. The island continues, indifferent and self-contained. The southern end of the island, where Sandown sits, is a different country from the chalk cliffs and downland that characterize the west. Here, the land is lower, softer, more given to flooding and to the slow accumulation of standing water. The bay at Sandown is wide and open to the channel, fringed with sandy beach and backed by the kind of Victorian promenade architecture that was built in expectation of crowds and has never entirely ceased to draw them. A pier. In the summer the town fills. In the winter it empties back to its permanent population and its quieter rhythms. But the story of all colours. Sam does not take place on the promenade or the beach. It takes place inland, in a stretch of low-lying ground that was, in 1973, accessible on foot from the town, but separated from it by the width of a golf course and a hedge. The ground is known as Lake Common, and the area immediately adjacent to it as Blackpan Common. Both were, in earlier centuries, used as grazing land. In the decades following 1973, they were absorbed into the fairways and rough of the Shanklin and Sandown Golf Club, which now occupies the whole of that territory. But in May of 1973, the commons were still accessible, still recognizably common land, with the particular character such places carry, neither wild nor managed, neither town nor countryside, open to whoever chose to walk there, and largely ignored by those who did not. The Shanklin and Sandown Golf Club borders the site to one side. To reach the area described in the account, a child, walking from the direction of Sandown, would cross the golf links and pass through a hedge into the swampy meadow beyond. The hedge marks a threshold of sorts, a boundary between the managed, purposeful ground of the golf course and the looser, wetter, less inhabited terrain that lies on the other side. Children cross such boundaries instinctively. Adults, for the most part, do not. The meadow on the other side of the hedge is low-lying and holds water. The BUFORA journal article, which is the foundational document of this story and to which we will return many times, describes it simply as a swampy meadow. There is a narrow brook running through it, crossed by a wooden footbridge. The brook is small, the footbridge modest, the kind of structure that appears on footpath maps without exciting remark. Reeds and rough grass grow at the margins. The ground gives slightly underfoot. Close to this meadow, and audible from it on days when the wind is right, was Sandown Airport. The airport had opened in 1935, originally as Lear Farm Airport, and had continued under various names and operators for decades. By the early 1970s it was described as little used, and by the time of the encounter in May 1973 it was either on the verge of closing or had already done so due to declining activity, though an exact closure date is not consistently given in the sources. The airfield was sold in 1976 to new owners who reopened it and continued to operate it for some time. A small propeller aircraft coming in low over the marshland would have been a familiar and unremarkable sight from the meadow below. The airport is now known as Isle of Wight Sandown Airport, and it currently houses the Isle of Wight Aviation Museum. This patch of ground, then, in May of 1973, was bordered on one side by the organised leisure of the golf course, on another by a small and failing airfield, and on another by the soft, brackish terrain of the swampy meadow itself, where the brook moved slowly toward whatever larger water it eventually joined. It was not a remote place. It was not far from the town, nor far from the sounds of the ordinary world. It was simply the kind of place that adults pass through on their way somewhere else, and that children, with more time and more curiosity and less fixed sense of destination, sometimes stop in. The area has Roman origins, with early use of the land for salt production, and the bay at Sandown was for centuries considered a point of military vulnerability, offering easy access to the English coast from the direction of France. A fort was maintained there for much of the period before the arrival of the railway changed the town's character and purpose. With the railway came tourism, and with tourism came the Victorian infrastructure of seafront leisure that still defines the town's appearance. The dinosaur-bearing cliffs of the bay's eastern flank attracted collectors and enthusiasts from early in the 19th century. Sandown became a place people came to for mild pleasure and uncomplicated rest. None of this history has any direct bearing on what happened in the meadow beside the footbridge in May of 1973. It is offered only as context, as the layer of ordinary time beneath which the story sits. Places do not need strange histories to produce strange accounts. They need only the right combination of witness, circumstance, and a particular kind of afternoon. The particular kind of afternoon in question was a Tuesday in May. The BUFORA journal article does not give a specific date, noting only the day of the week and the approximate hour. A secondary source has calculated that if the encounter occurred on a Tuesday and Faye, the primary child witness, reported it to her father on the 2nd of June 1973, which is recorded as approximately 3 weeks later, then the most likely date would be the 15th of May, with the 8th of May remaining a secondary possibility. The BUFORA article does not confirm either date. The precise day of the month is and will remain unresolved. What is recorded in the sole contemporaneous published account is that a girl known by the pseudonym Faye was playing near Lake Common, Sandown, on that Tuesday afternoon in the company of a boy of approximately her own age. The BUFORA article states clearly that Faye was 7 years old at the time. Sources disagree on her age. The primary record gives 7, while one secondary source puts her at 10. The discrepancy is not resolved in the sources, and both positions are noted here for accuracy. The BUFORA article is the primary document, and it is unambiguous on this point. The boy who was with her is not named in any source. He is simply a child, present, of approximately the same age as Faye according to the BUFORA article, though one secondary source describes him as slightly younger. He confirmed what Faye reported reluctantly when her father later sought him out. He has never spoken about the encounter publicly. The two children were playing in the area between the golf course and the meadow. They heard a sound. The sound is described in the BUFORA article as a weird wailing noise not unlike an ambulance siren. It is described consistently in every source that draws on the original account. The children followed it. This is, when considered quietly, a very human response. A sound like an ambulance siren suggests emergency, direction, something requiring attention. Children who have not yet learned the adult habit of letting unexplained sounds pass unremarked followed it across the golf course, through the hedge, and into the swampy meadow beyond. The sounds ceased when they arrived. They continued. They reached the footbridge. What happened next is the subject of this documentary. We will take it slowly and carefully, because the account is detailed, and because the details matter. The BUFORA journal article that preserves the account was published in January or February of 1978, nearly 5 years after the events it describes. It was written and presented by Norman Oliver, who was at that time the editor of the journal. Oliver died in July of 2022. The article is the only contemporaneous published record of the case. Oliver did not come to the story directly. He came to it through an Isle of Wight-based UFO researcher named Leonard G. Yee. Cramp, who had heard the account from the father of the primary witness. The father, who is identified in the BUFORA article only as Mr. I, had been carrying the account for several years before he was advised by Cramp to write to Oliver and the association. He did so, providing what Oliver described in his prefatory note as a very complete dossier of events. Mr. Y requested anonymity because of his daughter's involvement, and that anonymity was granted and has been maintained. I am indebted to Leonard Cramp for advising Mr. Y to write to me concerning his own and his daughter's experiences, and to Mr. Y himself for providing me with a very complete dossier of events. Once, in the brief prefatory note that opens the article, they establish, with care, the chain of transmission through which the account arrived at the printed page. There is a question that several researchers and commentators have raised about this chain of transmission, and it is worth naming early because it will surface again as the account unfolds. The question is whether Norman Oliver ever spoke directly with the children, or whether he relied entirely on Mr. I's dossier. One source has argued that claims that Oliver interviewed the children directly appear to represent authorial confusion in later retellings, noting that Fay is never quoted directly in the article, whereas Mr. I is quoted repeatedly, and that Oliver appears to have worked from the written dossier rather than from interviews with the children themselves. The BUFORA article itself offers no clear resolution to this question. Both positions are noted, and neither can be confirmed with the available record. This is, in some respects, simply the condition of the case. The account was filtered through a child's memory, shaped by the passage of 3 weeks before it was first reported to an adult, condensed by a father into a written document, and then encapsulated further by an editor for publication in a journal. Of necessity, these have had to be encapsulated. QUOT. That is Oliver's word for the process, encapsulation. What remains is a document that is, for all its strangeness, measured in its tone and specific in its details. It does not read like invention. It does not read like anything else either. The case gained little attention in the years immediately following its publication. It sat in the archive, unusual and unresolved, indexed in a specialist journal with a small circulation. Then, in the years after 2020, it began to draw a wider and more sustained interest. Several writers and researchers published detailed analyses of the account. A researcher named Paul A.T. Wilson, described by one source as the country's leading authority on the sighting, made contact with the woman believed to be Fay, now an adult, and conducted extensive conversations with her about her experiences, including 4 further encounters with the figure beyond the initial 1973 meeting that she disclosed to him. An exhibition was mounted in Sandown itself as part of an Arts Council-supported project. A jewellery company produced a pendant inspired by the figure. 3-dimensional printed models became available through an online marketplace. The figure, known variously as All Colours, Sam the Sandown Clown, and the Sandown Clown, began to occupy a settled place in the island's recent folklore. All of this happened because 2 children followed an unusual sound across a golf course in May of 1973 and crossed a hedge into a swampy meadow near a wooden footbridge where something was waiting for them that they could not name and would not forget. The golf course has absorbed the commons that once surrounded it, but the land itself is unchanged in its essentials, low-lying, soft underfoot, bordered by a brook that moves slowly through the reeds toward the sea. The footbridge is recorded in the account but cannot be independently verified as still present. The hut that was described by the children was never found by Mr. Y when he returned to look for it. There was no trace of it. There was no trace of the figure. There was only the meadow, the brook, and the ordinary unremarkable afternoon light of an English May lying undisturbed over a piece of ground that had held, for half an hour or more, something that neither the children nor their father nor anyone since has been able to explain. We will spend some time in that meadow. We will look carefully at what the account records and at what the years of commentary and research have added to and subtracted from it. We will sit with the strangeness of the description and with the strangeness of the fact that a 7-year-old girl, or a 10-year-old girl according to one secondary source, kept the account to herself for 3 weeks before telling her father, and then, having told him, maintained its truth in the face of disbelief and laughter. There is a particular quality to accounts that come from children who have seen something they cannot explain. They tend to be specific where invention would be general, and uncertain where invention would be confident. This account has both qualities in equal measure. It is specific about the colour of the gloves, the shape of the facial markings, the number of fingers and toes, the pattern on the wallpaper inside the hut. It is uncertain about the nature of the figure itself, returning that uncertainty to the listener in the form of the figure's own reported words. Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way. Quot. It is one of the stranger sentences in British paranormal literature. and we will come to it in time. For now, it is enough to note that this is a story which begins in an ordinary place, on an ordinary afternoon, with two children walking toward a sound that interested them, and that it ends, as far as the documentary record is concerned, with a father standing in an empty meadow, looking for a hut that was no longer there. The island continues at either end of that afternoon, as it always has. The Solent moves. The ferry crosses. The golf course rolls on over the ground where the commons used to be, and somewhere in the accumulated record of a small British UFO Research Association, in a journal that first appeared in January or February of 1978, the account waits, patient and unresolved, for whoever comes to read it next. The case rests. Quote, "Those are Norman Oliver's final words in the article. He wrote them, presumably, with a trailing thought rather than a firm conclusion, and the ellipsis he placed after them has never, in the decades since, been filled in. The sound reached them before anything else did. That is where the account begins, on its own terms, not with a sighting, not with an encounter, but with a noise travelling across open ground toward two children who were playing near Lake Common, Sandown, on a Tuesday afternoon in May of 1973, at approximately 4 o'clock. The BUFORA Journal article, which is the only contemporaneous published account of what followed, describes the noise as a weird wailing noise, not unlike an ambulance siren. That description, siren-like, wailing, weird, is the one all subsequent sources draw on because it is the one that came from the children themselves, passed through the father's written account and Oliver's encapsulation of it, and settled into the record. It is worth pausing here on the word weird, because it is doing more work than it might appear to do. In ordinary usage, weird means strange or difficult to account for, but its older meaning, which lingered in English long enough to be felt even in informal usage by the 1970s, was something closer to having to do with fate or with the uncanny. Neither meaning is better here than the other. What the children heard was strange, and it was, in the full sense of the word, a noise that would prove to have consequences they could not have anticipated. Both meanings arrived together on that afternoon, though of course the children knew only the simpler one. An ambulance siren, as a point of reference, is a sound with a strong directional character. It rises and falls in a regular pattern, and it carries well across open ground, particularly ground as flat and sound permeable as the low-lying terrain between the Shanklin and Sandown Golf Club and the swampy meadow adjacent to Sandown Airport. A child who hears such a sound at a distance on a quiet afternoon, in the open air, will almost instinctively orient toward it, because it is a sound the culture has already taught carries meaning, carries urgency, carries direction. Not unlike is a carefully calibrated phrase. The sound was not an ambulance siren. It resembled one. It had, perhaps, the same quality of regularity, the same insistence, the same sense of transmission from some point across the field. But it was weird. It was not the thing itself. We do not know what they said to each other before they moved, or whether they said anything at all. The account does not record their conversation, because the account was assembled at several removes from the moment itself, from a child's memory, across 3 weeks of silence, into a father's report, into a written dossier, into an article in a specialist journal. What remains is the skeleton of what happened, not the living tissue of how it was experienced from inside, but the skeleton is articulate. They heard the sound. The route they took is described in the BUFORA article with enough specificity to place it on a map, at least approximately. These are 3 distinct stages of movement, each carrying its own character. The golf course is managed ground, kept and purposeful, the kind of landscape that tells you immediately whether or not you are supposed to be there. The hedge is a boundary, marking the edge of the managed and the beginning of the unmanaged. The swampy meadow on the other side of the hedge is something else again. Low, damp, given over to the slow accumulation of water and reeds and the particular quiet that such places generate, even when they are not far from a town. Children cross such boundaries more easily than adults. This is partly a matter of size, partly a matter of attention, and partly a matter of the different relationship children have to the edges of known territory. An adult approaching a hedge between a golf course and a waterlogged meadow will, in most circumstances, register the hedge as a signal. This is where the maintained path ends. A child registers it differently, as an invitation or a challenge, or simply as the next thing in the landscape, the thing on the other side of which the interesting sound is coming from. The children went through the hedge. The sound, which had been guiding them, ceased. This cessation is one of the small, quiet details in the account that does not resolve neatly into any of the explanatory frames later applied to the case. If the sound were mechanical in origin, a device of some kind carried or operated by whoever or whatever was on the other side of the hedge, its stopping as the children arrived might suggest that it had served its purpose, or that its operator had become aware of their approach. If the sound was something else entirely, its stopping might have another meaning, or no meaning at all beyond coincidence. The account does not interpret it, it records it. The sound ceased, and the children were in the meadow. There is a particular quality to English lowland meadows of this type, in May, in the middle of the afternoon. The light in May on the Isle of Wight in the late afternoon has a quality of suffused warmth, the kind of light that makes the ordinary world look sufficiently ordinary that no obvious signals present themselves to say, this is a threshold, this is where one kind of experience ends and another begins. The grass in such meadows is uneven, with tussocks and soft patches, and the ground beneath it gives slightly, holding water that never quite drains away. Reed beds mark the wetter margins. The brook, which ran beneath the wooden footbridge and which the children were moving toward, would have been audible before it was visible, a small, persistent sound, different in character from the wailing they had followed. The BUFORA article describes it as a wooden footbridge over a narrow brook. Wooden footbridges of this kind, built across small watercourses in low-lying ground, are common enough in this part of England that the description itself is unremarkable. A plank or two, or several planks, perhaps with a rail, spanning a gap of a few feet over water that is shallow enough that crossing it without the bridge would merely mean wet shoes rather than any real difficulty. The brook is described as narrow. It was the kind of water a child could step across, except that it ran through soft, unstable margins that made stepping across it directly a messier proposition than using the bridge. The children were crossing the footbridge when the account tips from ordinary into something else. The specific moment is recorded in the BUFORA article with an economy that is, in retrospect, striking. As they were crossing a wooden footbridge over a narrow brook, a blue-gloved hand appeared from under the bridge and a strange figure emerged. Quote. That is the sentence as Norman Oliver wrote it, drawing on Mr. I's dossier. A hand. Then a figure. The hand came first, appearing from beneath the bridge, which means that whatever was attached to it had been below the level of the footbridge, in or near the water, before it appeared. The figure emerged. It fumbled with a book, dropped it in the water, and splashed about to retrieve it. This is not the entrance of a figure that has planned its appearance. A figure that had intended to be found, that had staged itself for the maximum effect, would not fumble with a book and drop it in the brook. It would not splash about in the water in a hapless attempt at recovery. The impression the account creates, without straining to create it, is of a figure that was surprised, or at least unprepared, that something it was carrying slipped from its grasp at the moment of mutual discovery, and that the recovery of the dropped object occupied the next few seconds in a way that was anything but dignified. This detail, the fumbled book, the splash, the retrieval, has drawn comment from several of the researchers and writers who have examined the case in the years since the BUFORA article's publication. One source characterizes the whole opening sequence as suggesting something that had dropped its book and fumbled to retrieve it, startled by the children's arrival. Another notes the strange rabbit-like gait with which the figure moved after retrieving the book, hopping back toward the hut with its knees raised high. Secondary sources have reached for comparisons to characterize this motion, describing it as rabbit-like or as resembling an astronaut moving on the surface of the moon. The original article provides only the description, hopping, knees raised, strange. There is a question that does not appear in the BUFORA article because it was not the sort of question its author needed to ask, but which sits quietly beneath this moment of the account. The question is, What was the figure doing under the footbridge before the children arrived? It was not standing in the meadow, visible, waiting. It was beneath the bridge, in the narrow space between the planks of the footbridge and the surface of the brook. Whether it had been there for some time, or had arrived there moments before, the account does not say. Whether it was aware of the children's approach before the moment it appeared, the account does not say. What the account says is that a hand appeared, and then a figure, and the figure had a book, and the book went into the water, and then the figure retrieved the book and hopped away. The figure entered the metallic hut. The hut had been there, presumably, before the children arrived, though its presence is noted in the account only at this moment, when the figure moves toward it and disappears inside. It was a small, windowless structure, described in the BUFORA article as resembling those used on building sites, except that it had no windows. Such huts, sometimes described as site cabins or construction cabins, are recognizable objects in the British landscape of the early 1970s, low, rectangular, or semi-cylindrical, made of metal, utilitarian. They are objects associated with temporary occupation, with work that is happening and will eventually end and leave no trace. The hut in the swampy meadow beside the brook was, in its appearance, of this type, except that it had no windows. That detail, the absence of windows, is unremarkable in a building site hut, which often has no windows on its shorter sides, but in a domestic or semi-domestic context, the absence of windows is a different thing. It means no light in, no view out, no connection between the interior and the landscape surrounding it. The figure had told the children, at a later point in the encounter, that it had just made the hut itself. This claim, when the children reached the hut and entered it, would be one of the stranger things, the figure said. For now, the hut is simply there, unremarked upon except as the destination toward which the figure hopped with its knees raised high, vanishing through whatever opening it used for entry. The children did not immediately approach. This is recorded in the account in the form of what happened next. The children wandered off and were over 50 yards from the figure's location when it reappeared. 50 yards is a distance that preserves the possibility of retreat, and in the context of what they had just seen, the impulse to put that distance between themselves and the hut is understandable. A tall figure emerging from beneath a footbridge, fumbling with a book in the water, and then hopping away into a windowless metal hut in a swampy meadow adjacent to a little used airfield is not, by any usual measure, a reassuring sequence of events. They wandered. They put 50 yards between themselves and the hut, and then, presumably, stood with that distance between them and waited to see what would happen next. What happened next was the sound. The BUFORA article records that the noise immediately returned when the figure reappeared, carrying a black knobbed microphone with a white flex attached, and that this time it was so loud that the boy was scared and began to run away. The boy's response, running, is the first individual response of either child that the account distinguishes. Up to this point they had moved together, following the sound, crossing the golf course, passing through the hedge, crossing the footbridge. The boy ran. Faye did not. There is something in this divergence that deserves quiet attention. Two children, approximately the same age, having the same experience, respond differently to the same sudden loud noise. One runs. The difference is not explained in the account. It is simply noted. The account is not interested in the psychology of the moment, only in its sequence. The noise returned, the boy ran, the noise ceased, the figure spoke. From a distance of over 50 yards, the children could hear its voice as clearly as though it were standing directly beside them. This is, within the logic of the account, the function of the microphone. It collapsed the distance between the figure and the children, so that its voice arrived at their ears not attenuated and directional, as a voice carrying over 50 yards of open ground would be, but intimate and proximate, as though the speaker were next to them. Several secondary sources have suggested that the microphone device, which the BUFORA article describes as a black knobbed microphone with a white flex attached, may also have been the source of the wailing sound that had drawn the children to the site in the first place. The original article does not make this connection explicitly, though the structural pattern of the account, sound, returns as figure reappears with device and ceases when figure speaks into device, supports the inference. the voice asked, across that collapsed distance. "Hello, are you still there?" Quote, the phrasing is, in the context of everything that preceded it, unexpectedly mild. Not a command, not an instruction, not an explanation. A question, and an oddly tentative one. The figure, which had just produced a noise loud enough to make a child run away, was now asking, with what the account describes as a friendly tone, whether the children were still present. The question implies that it had registered their presence before it spoke, and that it was uncertain whether they had remained or fled. It implies, if its plain meaning is taken at face value, a figure that was hoping to be answered. Faye heard the voice, as though it were beside her, and she decided to respond to the friendly tone rather than to the preceding noise. She and the boy, who had not run far or perhaps had returned, ventured closer. They moved toward the figure, which was standing in the open meadow with the microphone in its hand, outside the hut that it had just emerged from, at a distance that was now closing as they walked toward it. It is here, as the children began their approach across the 50 yards of uneven meadow ground, that the account passes from the auditory into the visual, from the sound that had summoned them to the figure that was standing before them, waiting, in the afternoon light of a May day in 1973. What they saw as they drew close enough to see it clearly has been recorded in the BUFORA article in a sequence of detail that is notable for its specificity and its calm. The account does not reach for dramatic language. It simply describes height, head, hat, collar, features, hair, clothes, limbs. It proceeds through the figure's appearance as though working through a list, the way a child recounting something to a parent works through a list, adding details as they surface in memory rather than in any order of importance. Nearly 7 feet tall, no discernible neck, the head wedged directly onto the shoulders, a yellow, pointed hat with a round black knob at the top and wooden antennae attached at the sides. Wooden slat-like protrusions from the sleeves and from below the trousers, bare white feet, the face. The face, triangular markings for eyes, a brown square of a nose, motionless yellow lips, additional round markings on paper white cheeks, a fringe of red hair falling onto the forehead. The clothes were ripped and tattered. The figure stood in the meadow and did not move toward them. It was the children who were moving. They were crossing the 50 yards of swampy ground, reading the figure as they went, taking in its height and its strangeness and its apparent stillness. Its held position in the landscape that was neither threatening nor inviting in any way the children would have had experience of. The figure was nearly 7 feet tall. A child of 7, standing in that meadow looking across the diminishing distance at a figure of nearly 7 feet, would be looking at something that occupied the upper sky of its visual field in a way that adults simply do not, because adults, even tall ones, belong to a familiar scale. This figure did not. Its head sat directly on its shoulders with no neck to mediate the transition, which gives a figure a different profile from a human being seen at a distance, a different silhouette, a slight wrongness in the proportions that the mind registers before it has time to name. There is something worth noting about the colour in this account. The name that the figure would eventually communicate for itself, or that it would eventually point to in a notebook, was a name that included the phrase, all colours. The appearance described in the account is, indeed, a highly coloured one. Yellow hat, red fringe, green tunic, red collar, blue gloves, white trousers, brown nose, yellow lips, paper white cheeks and bare white feet. Against the muted greens and browns of a swampy English meadow, such a figure would have been visible at a considerable distance. It would not have been mistakable for anything in the ordinary landscape of a May afternoon on the Isle of Wight. Whether this visibility was deliberate, part of a design whose purpose the account cannot determine, or simply the result of whatever the figure was wearing, and whatever it was, the account does not speculate. Oliver notes it. The colour is one of the case's most consistently reported features, present in every source that draws on the original, and it was what the children saw approaching them through the meadow as they drew close enough to see. The time was approximately 4 o'clock, and May afternoons on the Isle of Wight have long hours of light remaining at that hour, but the light is already past its highest and moving toward the softer angle of the evening. The children were in a swampy meadow that they had reached by crossing a golf course and passing through a hedge. They were 50 yards or less from a figure that was nearly 7 feet tall, that had no neck, that wore a yellow pointed hat and carried a black knob microphone with a white flex, that had just been retrieving a book from the water under a footbridge, that had produced a siren-like wailing noise and then ceased it, and that had asked them, in a tone they found friendly, whether they were still there. They were still there. They were still approaching. In the background, at some point during this sequence, 2 workmen were engaged in repairing a post somewhere in the vicinity of the meadow. This detail arrives in the account not here but later, reported by Faye to her father, and recorded in the BUFORA article as part of a broader reflection on what the encounter may or may not have been. The workmen, according to the account, paid no attention to the figure or to the children's interaction with it. They did not look up. They did not appear to register what was taking place a short distance away. This detail will be examined more closely in later chapters, because it is one of the account's most structurally significant elements. For now, it is enough to note that the meadow was not empty of other people. There were adults present. There were witnesses who were not witnessing. The account does not record what the children felt in the way that a fictional narrative would record feelings, because the account is not a fictional narrative. It is the encapsulated content of a father's written dossier, compiled from a child's report, delivered 3 weeks after the event, presented in a research journal by an editor who was also the author of the text. Feelings are not its primary content. What it records is sequence and description, but the sequence itself carries something. The children heard a sound and followed it toward its source. The sound ceased. They continued into the swampy meadow and reached the footbridge. A hand appeared beneath the bridge, blue-gloved, and a figure emerged. The figure fumbled with a book, retrieved it from the water, and moved away with a strange, hopping gait toward a windowless metal hut, entering through what the account later identifies as a crawl-through flap. The children moved away to a distance of over 50 yards. The wailing resumed, louder, and the boy began to run. The noise ceased. The figure asked if they were still there. The children began to walk toward it. That is the approach. That is the afternoon, up to the moment of first proper sight. Everything that follows, the conversation, the notebook, the hut, the hat removed, the berry, the hour or more of quiet exchange between 2 children, and something they could not name, belongs to the next stage of the account. The name the figure offered, or pointed to, or allowed to be read from a page of a notebook where the words were not laid out in conventional sequence, was, "Hello, and I am all colors, Sam." Faye read each word as it was pointed to, one at a time, in whatever order the figure indicated, until the sentence assembled itself in the air of the afternoon. That sentence is where we are headed. We are not there yet. We are still in the meadow, moving toward the figure. At the moment just before the conversation began, in the ordinary light of a May afternoon that had stopped being ordinary somewhere between the golf course and the hedge, or perhaps at the footbridge, or perhaps earlier still, when the sound first reached them on the other side of it, and they turned toward it rather than away. The account does not say which moment was the threshold. It is possible there was no single threshold, only a gradual movement through one kind of afternoon into another, step by step across the wet grass of Lake Common, toward a figure in a yellow hat who was waiting, with a microphone, beside a hut it said it had just made. Children heard the noise first. It came across the golf links on a Tuesday afternoon in May of 1973, somewhere around 4 o'clock, and it was not a sound that belonged to any familiar category. The BUFORA journal, in the article that would become the sole contemporaneous published account of this case, describes it as a weird wailing noise, not unlike an ambulance siren. They crossed the golf course, passed through a hedge, and entered a swampy meadow that lay adjacent to the little-used Sandown airport. The noise ceased as they approached a wooden footbridge over a narrow brook. Then, as they crossed the bridge, a blue-gloved hand appeared from beneath it. What followed the hand is the subject of this chapter. We will stay with the description, with the particulars of what the children saw. we will not move far from the detail. The detail is, in this case, everything. It is what has kept the account alive across 5 decades, passed from a father's letter to a BUFORA editor, to a journal article, to the internet and back again. The detail is what resists summary. The figure that emerged from beneath the footbridge was, in the account preserved in Norman Oliver's 1978 article, nearly 7 feet tall. That is the first fact, and it is the fact that reorients everything that follows. 7 feet is not a costume height. It is not a comfortable height for a human being, even on a flat surface in ordinary shoes. In a swampy meadow in May, in boots or bare feet, negotiating a narrow brook and the uncertain ground around it, nearly 7 feet of anything is an extraordinary presence. The secondary sources that have written about this case in the decades since its publication have each, in their own way, paused at this number. They pause at it because it is the kind of detail that cannot be quietly absorbed. It demands some form of response. The children appear to have responded not by fleeing immediately, but by looking. What they looked at, as Faye later described it to her father, and as her father recorded it in the dossier he sent to Oliver, and as Oliver then arranged it for the pages of the BUFORA journal, was a figure whose head sat directly upon its shoulders. The head, large and apparently spherical, appeared to be wedged straight onto the shoulders, to use the phrasing that Norman Oliver preserved from Mr. I's account. It suggests not merely the absence of a neck, but an active compression, as though something that should have had space had been denied it. The secondary literature has consistently preserved this detail, and it is easy to understand why. The absence of a neck on a 7-foot figure is not a detail that simplifies the encounter. It complicates any mundane explanation. A person in a costume would require a neck at some point. A very tall person in elaborate dress would have one. The absence noted by Faye is, by that logic, either a profound misperception or something that genuinely was not there. We cannot know which. What we can do is describe what she said she saw. That is the word that Norman Oliver used, and it is worth staying with it rather than replacing it with something more neutral. Paper white is not simply pale. It is a whiteness that suggests the complete withdrawal of colour, of blood, of the ordinary processes that give a human face its variable, living tones. Against that whiteness, every feature that the figure carried was drawn with unusual sharpness, or so the account implies. There were triangular markings for eyes, not eyes in the way that we understand eyes, with their irises and lids and the small involuntary movements that make a face readable. Triangular markings. It does not claim that these were eyes in any biological sense. It claims only that they occupied the position where eyes might be expected and that their shape was triangular. Whether they were features of a face, elements of a mask, or something else entirely is a question the account leaves open, as Norman Oliver was careful to note in his own prefatory framing of the case. The Ghost in My Machine, in its encyclopedia entry on the case, renders this as a brown square of a nose. Curious Archive, working from the same primary source, quotes the phrasing directly as a brown square of a nose. Weiss's account of the figure describes a brown nose. The squareness is consistent across these accounts. Again, the geometry is what persists. Triangular eyes. A square nose. These are not the shapes that a human face makes. They are the shapes that might be painted onto something, or applied to something, or that might belong to a face constructed rather than grown. Faye was 7 years old. The vocabulary available to a 7-year-old for describing the face of something she had never seen before is necessarily limited. Triangles and squares are among the first shapes a child can name with confidence. This may explain the precision of the description, or the precision may reflect the actual geometry of the figure's face. We cannot say. The lips were yellow and motionless. We will return later in this series of chapters to the question of the figure's voice, and to the fact that it could apparently speak without moving its lips, and to the microphone it carried, and to the strange acoustic quality that allowed the children to hear it clearly from a distance of more than 50 yards. For now, it is enough to note that the motionlessness of the lips was present from the first clear observation of the face. The children saw yellow lips that did not move, not merely lips that were still at a particular moment, but lips that appeared structurally incapable of the ordinary range of motion that lips perform. Whether this is because the figure wore a mask, as Norman Oliver speculatively suggested at one point in his account, or for some other reason, cannot be determined from the available evidence. Beyond the eyes and nose and lips, the primary source records additional round markings on the paper white cheeks. This detail appears in relatively few of the secondary accounts. The Ghost in My Machine preserves it, noting that the cheeks and ears were described as paper white. Curious Archive quotes the original directly, including the round markings on the cheeks. Vice's account describes round markings over the cheeks and across the pallid white forehead. The Boojum and Snark Evidence Board for the Sandown Rocks project does not specify these round markings in its summary. The detail is present in the primary source and in several secondary treatments, but it is less consistently transmitted than the triangular eyes or the square nose. This may be because it is easier to forget something that does not resolve into a recognizable category. Triangular eyes and a square nose suggest a pattern, a kind of deliberate geometry. Additional round markings on the cheeks suggest something more, but more of what remains unclear. The hair presents its own complexity. Norman Oliver's article, as the primary source, records two distinct hair observations. The first was made outside the hut, in the open air, before the children had followed the figure inside. This fringe was apparently visible beneath or at the edge of the hat. The second observation was made later, inside the hut, when the figure removed its hat. At that point, the children saw round white ears and sparse brown hair. These are not the same hair. The red fringe at the forehead and the sparse brown hair revealed under the hat are recorded as two distinct observations in the primary source. And the distinction matters, because several secondary accounts have conflated the two or reported only one of them. Tom Quackenbush, writing in the essay on this case, published on his website, describes the hair as sparse reddish strands, without distinguishing the external fringe from what was revealed under the hat. The Vice account describes a few wisps of brown hair in its external description of the figure, not red. The Ghost in My Machine notes that the hair was identified as both a fringe of red falling onto the forehead and sparse brown atop the head. Proper, which is consistent with the primary source's distinction. When these accounts are placed alongside the original, the most precise version of events is the one Norman Oliver recorded, red at the brow, and the difference between them is the difference between what could be seen before the hat came off and what could only be seen after. This distinction is one of the places where the transmission of the case has been most variable. It is worth noting it carefully, precisely because it is easy to miss. Now, to the hat. This detail is consistent across the primary source and the great majority of the secondary literature. The Boojum and Snark Evidence Board calls it a yellow pointed hat. The On the White overview describes a pointy yellow hat. The BUFORA journal's original phrasing is a yellow pointed hat, and that phrasing is also reproduced by Curious Archive as a direct quotation from the primary source. Tom Quackenbush's essay describes the hat as tall and pointed with a black knob, without specifying yellow. The Tatty Divine Jewelry blog, in describing the figure that inspired the Sandown Clown pendant in their Spring-Summer 2025 collection, refers to a pointed hat without specifying a colour. No source directly contradicts the yellow of the primary account, but the colour is not universally transmitted. At the crown of the hat was a round black knob. This detail is consistently preserved across accounts. It appears in the primary source as a round black knob affixed to the top of the hat, and the secondary literature has reliably kept it. On the sides of the hat, wooden antennae were attached. Again, this is a detail that the accounts have generally preserved. The word wooden is present in the primary source and in most secondary treatments, though its significance is not explained. Whether the antennae were functional in any sense, decorative, or simply a structural element of whatever the hat was made from, is not addressed in any source. The hat, Oliver records, interlocked with the red collar of a green tunic. The word interlocked is Oliver's, and it appears in the primary source and in the more careful secondary treatments. This is a reasonable inference from the construction of the description. A hat that interlocks with a collar does not sit loosely on a head the way an ordinary hat does. It joins with the garment below it. Whether this means that the head covering and the tunic were in fact a single piece, or two pieces that connected at the collar, is not clear from the account. What is clear is that the construction was not casual. The figure's covering from the top of its head to the collar of its tunic was, by this description, a unified structure of some kind. Below the collar was the green tunic itself. It was ripped and tattered. The children asked about the state of the clothing, and the figure told them these were the only clothes it had. This exchange, and what it implies about the figure's material circumstances, belongs to a later chapter in this series. For now it is the visual fact that matters. Whatever the garment was made of, and however it had come to be in that condition, it was visibly worn. The tearing was apparent. The children noticed it. It was part of what they saw. The trousers were white. These are perhaps the most straightforwardly factual elements of the entire description, and yet in the context of everything else, they add to the strangeness rather than reducing it. A figure nearly 7 feet tall, necklace with a geometrically marked paper white face, wearing a pointed yellow hat interlocked with a red collar, above a tattered green tunic, white trousers and blue gloves, standing in a swampy meadow next to a footbridge on the Isle of Wight on a Tuesday afternoon in May. The colour of the trousers and gloves does not simplify anything. It specifies. It adds another layer of particularity to an account that is, at every level, highly particular. Now to the protrusions. From the figure's sleeves, and from below its white trousers, extended what the BUFORA journal describes as wooden slats. This detail, which appears straightforwardly in the primary source, is among the least consistently transmitted in the secondary literature. The ghost in my machine preserves it, describing arms and legs that resemble wooden slats more than anything else. Curious Archive quotes the primary source directly. Wooden slats protruded from his sleeves and from below his white trousers. Vice notes wooden slats protruding from the figure's sleeves and trouser legs. The Boojum and Snark evidence board describes limbs that look like wooden slats. Quackenbush's essay describes slat-like protrusions from the wrists and ankles. The slats in the primary source are described as extending from the sleeves and from below the trousers, not as being the limbs themselves. The distinction may be fine, but it is present in the primary source. The arms and legs presumably continued inside the garments, and these slat-like protrusions extended beyond the edges of the fabric. Whether they were structural elements of the costume, or something attached to the figure's body beneath, or something that grew from the figure, as Tom Quackenbush observed that the account does not resolve, is not explained. The wooden antennae at the sides of the hat were a separate feature from the slats below the sleeves and trousers. This point is sometimes collapsed in secondary accounts, which may list all the wooden elements together as though they were of the same kind. The primary source positions them differently. The antennae were at the sides of the hat, the slats extended from the sleeves and trousers. They were wooden in character, in both cases, but they were in different places and presumably served different purposes if they served purposes at all. The hands deserve particular attention. The figure had 3 fingers on each hand. The gloves were blue and the fingers were 3. Norman Oliver, in the 1978 article, specifically cited this detail as making a deliberate hoax somewhat difficult. It is a reasonable observation. A person wearing gloves to simulate 3-fingered hands would need, at minimum, to have arranged the gloves so that only 3 fingers were visible or present, which would require either special construction or the deliberate folding away of the remaining 2 fingers per hand over an extended period of interaction with the children. Mr. Y, in his own assessment of the case, found this detail persuasive as evidence against a simple hoax hypothesis. Tom Quackenbush, in his essay, notes that 3 fingers and 3 toes would be odd and challenging to fake, particularly for someone who had no reason to believe they would have an audience. The feet were bare. Whatever the figure wore on the rest of its body, its feet were uncovered, and they were white, and they carried 3 toes each. The bare white feet in a swampy meadow in May are, in their own way, as strange as any other element of the description. The ground around a narrow brook in a marsh would not have been dry. It would have been soft and cold and yielding. Whatever the figure was, it moved across that ground barefoot, and the toes it moved on were 3. The secondary literature has not always preserved the 3 toes as consistently as the 3 fingers. The ghost in my machine notes 3 fingers and 3 toes. Curious Archive preserves both. Tom Quackenbush mentions 3 fingers and toes. The Boojum & Snark Evidence Board notes 3-fingered blue-gloved hands and 3-toed white feet with specificity. Weiss mentions 3 fingers and blue gloves in its account, but does not in its summary passage specify the toes separately. The BUFORA Journal primary source records both the fingers and the toes in the same passage, connecting both to the hoax difficulty argument. We have now moved through most of the figure's appearance, as it was visible to the children in the open air before they followed it inside the hut. It belongs in some ways to the category of movement rather than appearance, and yet it is so consistently noted and described in terms so specific that it earns its place in any account of how the figure presented itself. The figure moved with a strange hopping motion, knees raised high. Norman Oliver's phrasing in the primary source is direct. It moved along with a strange hopping motion with knees raised high. This description occurs in the account of the figure's initial retreat to the hut after it had emerged from beneath the bridge, fumbled with its book, and retrieved it from the water. Tom Quackenbush describes it as though they were an astronaut on the moon. The Weiss account refers to a strange, rabbit-like gait. The ghost in my machine, citing the case, describes the movement in ways consistent with the primary source. The Boojum & Snark Evidence Board describes the figure as high-stepping. The Curious Archive treatment notes the strange hopping motion with knees raised high as a direct quotation from the primary source. The astronaut analogy and the rabbit analogy are different from each other. An astronaut on the moon hops because gravity is reduced and the body has learned to compensate for the peculiar conditions of movement in a suit that was not designed for the landscape in question. A rabbit hops because it is a rabbit, and because that is the structure of its locomotion. Neither analogy is, of course, meant literally. They are offered in the secondary literature as attempts to convey the quality of the motion, which Oliver's primary description renders as strange, hopping, with knees raised high, without specifying whether the strangeness arose from necessity or from the figure's habitual manner of moving. What the 2 analogies share is a suggestion of a body that moves through space differently from a human body moving in the ordinary way. A person walking across a field, even a swampy one, does not raise their knees high with each step. They may pick their way carefully, they may adjust their gait for uneven ground, but the high-kneed hop is not a natural feature of human locomotion on flat or moderately uneven terrain. In a figure nearly 7 feet tall, the raising of the knees as a habitual or necessary element of movement would be particularly visible. It would add to the impression of scale. It would make the already large figure larger with each stride, the knees coming up toward a height that most human hips occupy. The children watched this motion as the figure retreated to the hut. They had just seen the blue-gloved hand emerge from beneath the bridge, followed by the figure clutching a book. They had watched it drop the book into the water, splash about to retrieve it, and then set off across the ground toward the windowless metallic hut. The strangeness was already present. The height, the absence of a neck, the hat, the antennae, the construction of the face, the bare white feet on the wet ground. And then the walk. It is one thing to look at something strange that is standing still. It is another to watch something strange move away from you. The movement confirms that what you are seeing is not a static object, not a scarecrow or a marker or a thing left in the field by someone who has gone. The movement means it is alive, or at least animate, and the character of the movement tells you whether it belongs to the world you know. This movement did not belong to the world Faye knew. She was 7 years old, though a note of caution is appropriate here. One secondary account, the Vice piece by Tom Oldham, describes Faye as 10 years of age rather than 7, and that discrepancy has never been resolved in the sources available to us. The BUFORA journal primary source and several secondary accounts state 7. The Vice account states 10. We cannot determine which is accurate, and we do not attempt to. What we can say is that whichever age Faye was, she was a child, and that a child who has just watched something nearly 7 feet tall, barefooted, high-kneed and tattered hop away across a swampy meadow has seen something that will require considerable time to assemble into language. The figure disappeared into the hut. It had no windows. The hut was described as similar to those used on building sites, except without windows. The figure had told the children, later, that it had just made the hut itself. When Mr. I subsequently visited the site of the encounter, he found no metal hut and no indication that one had ever been there. The hut, like the figure, had gone. But for a while, in May of 1973, on a Tuesday afternoon around 4 o'clock, it was there. And in front of it, or inside it, or moving between it and the children who had followed a wailing noise across a golf course and through a hedge, there was a figure nearly 7 feet tall, with triangular markings where eyes might be, a brown square in place of a nose, unmoving yellow lips, additional round markings on the cheeks, a fringe of red hair at the brow, wearing a yellow pointed hat, with a black knob at the crown and wooden antennae at the sides, the hat interlocked with a red collar above a tattered green tunic, white trousers, blue gloves. Wooden slat-like protrusions from the sleeves and from below the trousers, 3 fingers on each gloved hand, 3 toes on bare white feet, moving, when it moved, with knees raised high. The children looked at it. It was not like anything they had a name for. When they ran to tell the first adult they met, the best word they could find was ghost. He merely laughed. They were not wrong to need a word. They were perhaps not wrong in which word they reached for. The figure itself, when asked later whether it was a ghost, gave an answer that has been quoted and re-quoted across every subsequent treatment of this case. The answer was, "Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way." A quat. It is a careful answer. It does not refuse the category. It does not claim it fully. It positions whatever the figure was in a region adjacent to the ghost, recognizing something of the ghost in itself, while declining to be reduced to it. The children had offered the word because it was the nearest thing in their available vocabulary to what they had seen. The figure accepted the proximity of the word while declining the identity. When pressed further, when asked directly what it was, the figure offered only, "You know." The children had just looked at it. They had taken in the height, the missing neck, the geometric markings on the white face, the pointed hat, the tattered green tunic, the wooden protrusions, the bare 3-toed feet. They had watched it hop away across the marsh. They had heard a noise unlike anything they had encountered before. They had, in the way that children sometimes do in the presence of something genuinely unclassifiable, kept looking. Whether they knew, in the sense the figure appeared to intend, is a question that belongs to those later chapters in which the conversation inside the hut is examined. But what they had seen, there at the brook and in the swampy meadow, is the record that the primary source has preserved. It is what comes to mind when anyone mentions a Tuesday afternoon in May of 1973 near Lake Common on the Isle of Wight. A figure at the brook, nearly 7 feet tall, knees raised high in the act of moving away. There is a moment, in any account of the uncanny, when the strangeness shifts register. The open air, the marsh, the hopping figure against the grey light of a May afternoon, these belong to one kind of encounter. The invitation indoors is something different. It is more intimate, more pressingly particular. The children accepted it, and so we must follow them inside. Before they crossed the threshold, however, they had to find their way back to the hut at all. The figure had disappeared into it once already, retreating through a flap in the metal wall after that first appearance beneath the footbridge. they had moved away, putting something like 50 yards between themselves and the structure, and it was from that distance that the next phase of the encounter began. The figure reappeared. It carried with it a device described in the BUFORA journal as a black knobbed microphone with a white flex attached. The wailing noise, which had drawn the children across the golf links in the first place, returned at that moment, loud enough to frighten the boy, who began to run. Then the noise stopped. What happened next is one of the most consistently reported and consistently remarked upon details in this case. Across a distance of more than 50 yards, the children heard the figure's voice as clearly as though it were standing directly beside them. Norman Oliver's account, published in the BUFORA journal in January or February of 1978, records the figure's words with the following precision. "Hello. Are you still there?" Quote, the children, responding to that quality rather than to the surrounding strangeness, came closer. The microphone itself is worth pausing over. It is described precisely and consistently across the primary source and the secondary literature that draws on it. A black knob on the microphone's head, a white flex connecting it to something, though what that something was is not specified in the record. The BUFORA journal does not attempt to explain how such a device could carry a voice across 50 yards of open ground with the intimacy of a person standing at one's shoulder. It reports the effect and leaves it without resolution, which is a reasonable thing to do with phenomena that do not resolve. The detail that the wailing noise, the same sound that had begun the entire encounter, ceased when the figure spoke into the microphone is present in multiple sources and appears to describe a causal relationship between the two. Whether the microphone was the source of the wailing or merely its switch is not stated anywhere in the available record. One researcher, writing independently of the BUFORA primary source, suggests the microphone and speaker device may have been the origin of the ambulance, siren sound that drew the children to the site in the first instance. This is presented as conjecture, not as established fact. There is then a sequence. The sound draws the children approach, the figure retreats to its hut, the children move away. The sound returns, the boy runs. And then, by stages, they draw close enough to the hut to enter it. The hut itself is described in terms that are mundane and strange in equal measure. It was small. It was metallic. It had no windows. The BUFORA journal compares it to the huts used on building sites, though distinguishes it from those by its absence of windows. It was, by the account of the children, a structure one would not have found unremarkable in an industrial setting, transported entirely without explanation to a swampy meadow near Sandown Airport on the Isle of Wight. There is no record of when the hut arrived there, or by what means, because there is no record of anyone noticing it arrive. It was simply there when the children encountered it. And then, when the children's father visited the site some weeks later, it was not there at all. The figure had told the children that it had just made the hut itself. Norman Oliver, in the BUFORA journal, records this statement without commentary. It appears in the account as one of several things the figure told the children inside the hut, delivered in the same register as the information about its diet and its camp on the mainland and its fear of people. The father of the primary child witness, writing in his letter to BUFORA, placed the statement about the hut's self-construction at the center of his interpretation of what the encounter meant. I get the impression that Faye was somehow taken into a bubble of alien reality created by this strange personage. He told them he had just made the hut. Quote, a metallic hut, just made, now absent. These are the coordinates we have. We do not have an explanation for them, and the record does not offer one. Entrance to the hut was through a flap. The word crawl carries specific weight when applied to children entering an unfamiliar enclosed space at the invitation of an unfamiliar entity whose first communication had arrived as a wailing noise. The children crawled through the flap. The BUFORA journal does not record any hesitation on their part at this moment, though it does note that Faye's father considered the sequence of events carefully when his daughter described it to him some 3 weeks later, on the 2nd of June 1973. Inside, the hut had 2 levels. The lower level is described with the greatest specificity. It had, according to the BUFORA journal, sufficient headroom. It was wallpapered in blue-green and covered with a pattern of dials. Quotite. The quotation marks that Norman Oliver placed around the word wallpapered are his own, and they are worth noting. He is borrowing the children's word for what they saw, while gently signalling that the word is not his own professional assessment of the material. The surface resembled wallpaper, or felt like wallpaper, in the way that children describe surfaces, without committing to what the material actually was. Not dials that did anything the children described, not dials that moved, simply a pattern of them, covering the walls of a small metallic hut in a marsh. These are objects that belong entirely to a recognizable human domestic world, placed inside a structure that does not. Wooden furniture implies sitting, eating, the same range of postures that furniture implies for any occupant of any room. The figure that needed these things was, by every account, nearly 7 feet tall, with a head wedged directly onto its shoulders without a neck, with blue-gloved hands carrying 3 fingers each, with bare white feet carrying 3 toes each. The furniture was plain and simple and wooden and entirely ordinary. The presence of the ordinary inside the extraordinary is one of the textures of this account that researchers have returned to repeatedly in the decades since the BUFORA article was published. The upper level of the hut was less spacious than the lower. Its floor was metallic. The BUFORA journal does not describe this level in further detail. The children were there, and they observed it, and what they observed was a cramped space with a metallic floor, less room to stand than the level below. Whether the figure occupied this upper level regularly, or whether it served some other purpose, is not recorded. The hut's geography is given to us only in outline, as children give the geography of places they have briefly been in, noting what struck them and letting the rest fall away. Inside the hut, the figure removed its hat. This is the moment when the description of the figure's physical appearance becomes more complicated, and where the primary source and several secondary accounts diverge on a point of detail that is small but genuinely contested. Outdoors, visible to the children before they entered the hut, the figure's head was as follows. Its face displayed triangular markings for eyes, a brown square in place of a nose, motionless yellow lips, and additional round markings on paper white cheeks. From the forehead, a fringe of red hair fell downward. This is the description as it appears in the BUFORA journal, which is the primary source and the only contemporaneous published account of the case. When the figure removed its hat inside the hut, the children saw something they had not been able to see while the hat was in place. Round, white ears. And on the top of the head, distinct from the red fringe that fell onto the forehead, sparse brown hair. The BUFORA journal distinguishes these 2 observations clearly. The red fringe falls onto the forehead as part of the external hatted appearance. The sparse brown hair on top of the head is revealed only when the hat is removed. Several secondary sources do not preserve this distinction. One describes the hair as sparse reddish strands without separating the 2 observations. Another describes what was visible in the external description as a few wisps of brown hair, without mentioning red at all in that context. The Ghost in My Machine, an encyclopedia format secondary source published in 2022, notes both the red fringe and the sparse brown hair, but identifies them as 2 separate observations associated with 2 separate moments in the encounter. This preserves the structure of the primary source more faithfully than some other treatments. The distinction matters in a quiet way. 2 different colors of hair, 2 different parts of the head, visible at 2 different stages of the encounter. Whether this complexity reflects something about the figure's actual physical composition, about a covering or mask or helmet that the red fringe was attached to rather than growing from, is not resolved anywhere in the available record. Norman Oliver's speculation in the BUFORA journal that the figure may have been wearing some kind of protective mask, offered in the context of the berry-eating episode, is the closest the primary source comes to addressing this question, and it remains exactly what Oliver called it, A possible explanation, no more. The hat that was removed was yellow, with a round black knob at its top and wooden antennae attached to its sides. It had interlocked with the red collar of the green tunic, an interlocking that the BUFORA journal describes as though the hat and the collar formed a single joined unit, suggesting something closer to a hood than a separate piece of headwear. When the hat came off, the construction that had held the upper part of the figure's appearance together came apart, and what was beneath was the round white ears and the sparse brown hair, balding in its thinness. The hat's colour is described as yellow in the BUFORA journal and in the majority of sources that draw on it. One secondary source describes a tall pointed hat with a black knob without specifying its colour. No source directly contradicts the yellow designation, and the BUFORA primary source, being the only contemporaneous account, carries the greatest weight on this point. There is a detail about the figure's clothing that the children noticed and asked about, both before and after they entered the hut. The clothes were ripped, tattered by several accounts. The green tunic with its red collar, the white trousers, the wooden slat-like protrusions from the sleeves and from below the trousers, all of it was worn and damaged. The children asked about this. The figure's response was that these were the only clothes it had. It gave this information without apparent distress or particular emphasis. It simply stated the fact, as it stated other facts about its situation, in the same tone in which it described its diet and its camp on the mainland and its relationship to others of its kind. There was only one set of clothing, so that was what it wore. One of the things the figure told the children, inside the hut and after the hat had been removed, was that it ate berries collected in the late afternoon. It did not disclose where it collected them. The water from the nearby river was also drinkable, it said, once it had cleaned the water. These two pieces of information, the berries and the cleaned river water, constitute the entire record of what the figure disclosed about its diet. They are details that a person describing their survival in a marsh would give. They are also details that, in the context of everything else the children described, carry a particular weight. The figure was feeding itself, purifying water, living in a hut it said it had made. It had a camp on the mainland. It was, in some fashion that the record does not clarify, maintaining an existence. The bearing of these details on the question of what the figure was, ghost, extraterrestrial, person in a costume, shared hallucination, or something else entirely, was considered by the children's father in his letter to BUFORA, and by Norman Oliver in his framing of the article, and by every researcher who has engaged with the case since 1978. None of them have resolved it. Oliver's own final line in the article is, as he wrote it, "The case rests." Quote, "The berry eating incident is described in the BUFORA journal and reproduced, with varying degrees of fidelity to the primary source, in every secondary treatment of the case. It occurred inside the hut, after the figure had removed its hat and after the conversation about berries and water had taken place. The figure performed what the BUFORA journal calls an odd conjuring trick. It placed a berry in its ear, then it thrust its head forward sharply, and the berry disappeared from the ear and reappeared at one of the figure's eyes. The figure thrust its head forward again, and the berry travelled from the eye to the mouth, disappearing into it. Norman Oliver, in the BUFORA journal, offers a single speculative explanation for this sequence, clearly marked as his own speculation rather than as an established fact. A possible explanation could be that he was wearing some kind of protective mask and analysing the berry to check it wasn't poisonous. This is all the BUFORA journal offers. The conjuring trick is described, the speculation is appended, and the matter is left there, in the same condition as everything else in the account, present, documented, unresolved. The sequence of ear to eye to mouth is consistent in the primary source and in those secondary sources that preserve the full description. Several summaries compress it to a single motion, losing the three-stage structure. But the BUFORA journal is clear. There were 2 thrusts of the head, 2 disappearances, 2 reappearances, and the berry ended in the mouth. The figure did this before eating. Whether it did this every time it ate a berry, or only on this occasion because the children were watching, is not recorded. One researcher, reflecting on the ear to eye to mouth sequence, notes the structural possibility that the figure's face was a surface rather than a face in the biological sense, a surface through which the berry was being passed and assessed rather than simply eaten. This is offered in that source as a way of approaching Oliver's own speculation, not as an independent factual claim. The primary source does not extend beyond the description and the single tentative explanation. We do not know what the figure was doing with the berry before it ate it. We know what the children saw it do. The hut, then, in its entirety as the record gives it to us, a windowless metallic structure entered by crawling through a flap containing 2 levels, the lower with blue-green dial, patterned wallpaper, an electric heater, the upper cramped with a metallic floor. Inside it, a figure that had removed its hat to show round white ears and sparse brown hair. A figure that described its own diet, its own method of water purification, and its camp on the mainland. A figure that performed a trick with a berry by means that a possible explanation might connect to a protective mask and a capacity to analyze toxicity. The children stayed inside the hut for approximately half an hour or more in total conversation with the figure. The BUFORA journal does not record in detail what else was said during those 30 minutes beyond the specifics that made their way into Oliver's article. The conversation happened. Most of it is not preserved. There is another detail that belongs partly to the exterior and partly to the broader account of the encounter, but that is best understood in relation to the hut and the reality that surrounded it. Nearby, while the children were speaking with the figure, 2 workmen were repairing a post. They did not react to the children. They paid no attention to what was taking place within a short distance of them, apparently unable to see either the figure or the hut or the conversation happening in the swampy ground beside the golf links. The BUFORA journal records the children's father's words on this directly, as part of his letter to the association, quoting him as saying of the workmen that they paid no attention to the weird charade, as though they could not see it. Quote, the father's phrase about a bubble of alien reality, offered in the same passage of his letter, is the frame through which he interpreted this. The workmen were present. The workmen could not see. The children could see. Whatever the explanation for this, the record gives us the observation without resolving it. When the encounter inside the hut came to its end, the children said goodbye. The BUFORA journal records this transition with the word goodbye in quotation marks, as though Oliver is borrowing it precisely from the account he received. The children then ran. They crossed the golf links and told the first adult they encountered that they had seen a ghost. That adult laughed. He did not believe them. The children were, by the BUFORA journal's account, convinced of what they had experienced. They believed it was either a ghost or someone dressed up, but they believed they had experienced it. Faye did not tell her father for approximately 3 weeks. She disclosed the encounter to him on the 2nd of June 1973, a date the primary source records precisely. When she did tell him, she was upset when he suggested she might have made it up. Her father went to the site. He looked for the hut. The BUFORA journal records what he found there. Mr. Y visited the spot, but could find no metal hut anywhere in sight, nor any indication of one. No mark in the ground, no sign of disturbance, nothing to indicate that a 2-level metallic structure had recently occupied the space. The hut that the figure had said it made was gone, in the same way that the figure itself was gone, without leaving behind the evidence that objects in the ordinary world are required to leave when they have been somewhere and departed. Oliver, in his closing observations, offers a comparison. The absence of physical traces at a reported encounter site is, he notes, consistent with what is found at many reported UFO landing sites, where traces are also typically absent. He does not use this comparison to argue that the Sandown encounter was of the same nature as those. He offers it as a pattern. Disappearance without residue is not, within the literature Oliver was writing for and within, an unusual outcome. It is simply what tends to be found when people go looking afterwards. What is unusual, and what makes the Sandown Clown case durable in a way that many brief, unexplained encounters are not, is the particular density of detail that surrounds the disappearance. The blue-green wallpaper, the round black knob, the white flecks, the sparse brown hair and the round white ears, the wooden slats from the sleeves, the 3 fingers, the 3 toes, the berry in the ear, the voice at 50 yards. The hut, just made, then gone. These details were given by a 7-year-old child who waited 3 weeks before telling her father, then refused to take back the account when he doubted it. They were assembled by her father into a dossier, sent to a local UFO researcher named Leonard G. Kramp, who passed them to Norman Oliver, who published them in the BUFORA Journal in January or February of 1978 under the title Ghost or Spaceman 73. That article, now available through an archive in Sweden that has made it digitally accessible, is the sole contemporaneous published account of everything described in this chapter. The question of whether Norman Oliver interviewed the children directly or relied on the dossier provided by the father is one that the primary source itself does not answer clearly and that subsequent researchers have disputed. Oliver's prefatory note to the article records that he received a very complete dossier of events from the father. The father is quoted directly in the article. One secondary source characterizes claims that Oliver interviewed the children as authorial confusion, observing that the structure of the article is consistent with Oliver having relied on the dossier rather than on direct witness interviews. This question, like the questions about the figure's nature and the hut's disappearance, is not resolved by the available record. It stands where the record leaves it. What the record does give us, firmly and consistently, is the shape of what the children entered and what they found inside it. A metal hut in a marsh, built by an entity that said it had made the hut itself, visited for half an hour by 2 children, described in extraordinary detail by at least one of them, and then gone. The second child witness was also seen by the father. He was not easy to communicate with, the father told BUFORA. But the father did obtain a statement from him, and the statement confirmed that he had seen it too. The BUFORA journal records this briefly and does not quote the boy's statement or describe what form it took. The boy confirmed the encounter. He was not easy to communicate with. He has not spoken publicly about the experience since. The figure's statement about its own name, or the absence of its name, belongs partly to the hut and partly to the encounter as a whole. When the children asked whether the figure had a name, it said that it had no name. This came after the notebook had been produced and the message had been pointed to word by non-sequential word for Faye to read. The message, written in large letters, was, "Hello, and I am all colours, Sam. Quat." The word Sam was there in the message, pointed to in the notebook, and yet when the question of a name was put to the figure, its answer was that it had no name. Whether Sam functioned as a name, a species designation, something else entirely, or whether the message was addressed to someone rather than signed by someone is not resolved in the primary source or in any secondary treatment of the case. The figure told the children there were others like it. It drew a rough sketch of one of them. It mentioned a camp on the mainland without specifying where the camp was. It said it was frightened of people and that if attacked it would not fight back. These are the outlines of a situation. A creature alone in a marsh, afraid, non-aggressive, feeding on berries and cleaned river water, living in a structure it had made with others of its kind at some unspecified location on the British mainland. Or these are the outlines of a story. The two possibilities have existed alongside each other since the account was first published, and the passage of time has not altered their relationship to each other. Oliver himself, closing the BUFORA Journal article, listed the options with the directness of someone who has been in the business of unexplained accounts long enough to know that directness is the most honest posture available. Ghost. Spaceman. Imagination. Take your pick. The case rests. The hut stood, if it stood, in swampy ground near Sandown Airport, not far from the wooden footbridge over the narrow brook, within earshot of the Shanklin and Sandown Golf Club on the Isle of Wight. Lake Common and nearby Blackpan Common, which were the broader landscape in which the encounter occurred, have since been absorbed into the golf club's courses, their former character as open grazing land given over to a different and more managed use. The land where the hut was has changed around the edges, shaped by decades of ordinary development. Whatever was there in May of 1973, on a Tuesday afternoon around 4 o'clock, when two children heard something like an ambulance siren and followed it across a golf course through a hedge into a swamp. The ground now holds no record of it. The record that exists is the BUFORA journal article preserved in a Swedish archive and the accounts that have drawn on it in the decades since. There is a moment in the account, preserved in the only published record we have of this case, when a 7-year-old girl stands in a swampy meadow on the Isle of Wight and reads a sentence that was not written in a sentence. The words were there, set down in a notebook, in what the original source describes as a large hand, but they were not arranged in the order in which meaning travels. She read each word as the figure pointed to it, one at a time, assembling the message, the way you might assemble a phrase, from separate pieces of paper set down at random on a table. The message, when it resolved, was this: "Hello, and I'm all colours, Sam." Quote, that is what Norman Oliver recorded in the BUFORA journal in January or February of 1978. In the article, he presented under the title Ghost or Spaceman 73. It is the sole contemporaneous published account of this case, and it is the closest we can come, across the distance of decades, to what was written and pointed to on that Tuesday afternoon in May 1973. The words themselves have attracted a great deal of quiet attention from the people who have spent time with this case. They are syntactically unusual, in a way that goes beyond the strangeness of the non-sequential pointing. The phrase is not simply an introduction. It is not quite a name. It is not obviously a statement of origin or species. It sits between categories, as the figure itself seemed to sit between categories, and the listeners who have encountered the phrase over the years have not resolved what it means, which may be the appropriate response to it. We do not know what order the words were written in the notebook before the pointing began. We do not know whether the non-sequential arrangement was intentional, or whether it reflected some different relationship to the ordering of language, or whether the notebook had been written in earlier for a different purpose, and the figure was now simply directing the child through it. The primary source does not tell us. What the primary source tells us is that the words were not in conventional sequence, and that Faye read each one as it was pointed to. That is the entirety of what we know about the mechanics of that moment. There is something worth sitting with in the image of the pointing itself. The figure was nearly 7 feet tall, with no discernible neck, its head set directly upon its shoulders. It wore blue gloves, and the sources tell us it had only 3 fingers on each gloved hand. The pointing, then, was done with one of those 3-fingered hands, directing a child's eyes to individual words in a large lettered notebook, waiting for her to speak each word aloud before moving on to the next. It is a slow, deliberate, collaborative act of communication. It required patience. It required attention to the child's pace. Whatever else it was careful. This quality of care runs through all of the communication that took place on that afternoon, and it is worth attending to, because the figure's methods of communication were multiple and layered, and each layer introduced a different kind of strangeness. The first layer was sound, though not speech, the wailing noise that had drawn the children to the meadow in the first place, a sound described in the primary source as not unlike an ambulance siren. That sound had ceased when the children arrived near the footbridge. It returned when the figure reappeared, carrying the microphone device. The resumption of the noise frightened the boy sufficiently that he began to run. The microphone is described in the primary source as black-knobbed with a white flex attached. What it was connected to and how the wailing sound was produced is not explained in the record. What the record does tell us is the effect. The children, more than 50 yards away from the figure at that point, heard its voice through the microphone as clearly as though it was standing directly beside them. It was a question, simple and mild in its phrasing. "Hello, are you still there?" Halt. There is no way now to recover the tone of that question, and the written record does not attempt to recover it. What the record notes is that it sounded, to the children, like a friendly tone, and that they responded to that quality by venturing closer. The communication had worked. The ceasing of the noise had been the signal of restraint. The voice through the microphone had been the opening of a conversation. The sequence was purposeful, or at least it reads as purposeful from the outside. Once the children drew near enough, they discovered that the figure could speak without the microphone. This is the second layer of communication, and it introduced its own strangeness immediately. The voice was unclear, described in the primary source as resembling the speech of a person who does not open their mouth properly, and the lips did not move. This detail, the stationary yellow lips, sits alongside the written communication in the notebook rather than replacing it. The figure used both. It asked the children questions about themselves in spoken words that arrived through an apparently immobile face, and it also wrote, and it pointed to what it had written. These were not separate occasions. They appear to have been concurrent and interweaving methods, brought to bear across the encounter as needed, each one strange in its own register. We will return to what was said between them, but it is worth first giving some attention to the written introduction and to what is contained in those 9 words, because the 9 words have accumulated significance over the decades since the article was published. The phrase divides, in the most straightforward reading, into 3 parts. There is the greeting, which is ordinary, there is the statement of quality or state, which is not ordinary at all, and there is the word at the end, which exists in a category that remains contested even now. The greeting is hello. A child would understand it. It is the most ordinary word in the phrase, and its presence at the opening, or at least at the beginning of the assembled sequence, when the pointing was complete, sets a register of address that is recognizable and mild. The middle portion, I am all colours, resists paraphrase. It does not mean what it would mean if said by a painter describing their palette, or by a child describing a drawing. It is not a claim about physical appearance in any obvious sense, since the figure as described wore green, yellow, white and red, but the colours were those of the clothing and the painted face markings rather than the body itself. The phrase may be an attempt at a kind of self-description that has no adequate English equivalent, something closer to a categorical or ontological statement than a visual one. It may be something else entirely. The researchers and writers who have spent time with the case have noted the phrase without resolving it. It is the kind of phrase that accumulates weight the more it is held. The final word, Sam, stands apart. The figure, later, in the same conversation, stated that it had no name. It is this pairing, the written word and the verbal denial, that has produced one of the genuinely unresolvable puzzles of the case. Whether Sam was a name in any conventional sense, whether it was a species designation, a category label, a description of a class of beings rather than an individual, or something else entirely, is not resolved in any source. Norman Oliver's article does not attempt to resolve it. The case has been referred to as the case of Sam the Sandown Clown, and as the case of all colours Sam in various sources, and the figure has been called Sam for convenience across the decades of retelling, while the fact of its having stated it had no name remains part of the record alongside that convenience. There is a possibility worth noting, which some who have engaged with the case have raised, that Sam in the written phrase was not the figure's name or species label, but was instead a word directed at one of the children, or at both. If the phrase were being addressed to Faye, rather than offered as self-introduction, the meaning would shift considerably. But this is not supported or contradicted by anything else in the record. It remains in the space of speculation that surrounds this case, and it is offered here not as an answer, but as one of the open doors the case contains. The conversation that followed the notebook exchange moved through questions and answers. The children asked, the figure responded. The tone of the exchanges, as they come down to us through the transmission chain, from Faye to her father, to the dossier, to Norman Oliver, to the BUFORA journal, was described as friendly, and the children appear to have been at ease, or sufficiently at ease to remain and to continue asking. The first question of note was about the figure's humanity, the strangeness of its white features, its non-moving lips, its neckless head, prompted the children to ask whether it was, in fact, a man. The answer in the primary source is a chuckled no. No. Quote, the chuckle is a small detail and an interesting one. It suggests that the figure found the question either amusing or understandable, perhaps both. It did not appear to find the question offensive. It answered directly, without elaboration, with a sound that registered as laughter or something adjacent to laughter, and then said no. Whether the laughter came from genuine amusement at being asked, or from some other response to the question that the children read as amusement, cannot be known. The chuckle, like the voice, arrived through a face that was not visibly producing it. The second question followed naturally from the first. If not a man, perhaps a ghost. The figure had appeared from under a bridge in a swampy meadow, had entered and emerged from a hut that would later leave no trace, and communicated in ways that did not match any ordinary person. Ghost was a reasonable frame for a child in 1973 to reach for, the children asked, and the figure gave what is perhaps the most resonant answer in the entire case. Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way. Preserved verbatim in Norman Oliver's article, has been quoted and requoted across the decades of discussion about this case, and it deserves the attention it has received. It is an answer that acknowledges the frame being offered. It does not dismiss the category of ghost as entirely inapplicable, but modifies it with a hedging that is itself precise. Not really is a mild negation, the kind a careful speaker uses when they do not wish to flatly refuse a formulation that has some partial truth in it. But I am in an odd sort of way reinstates the ghost-adjacent quality while marking it as something that requires a different understanding than the word usually carries. The answer is neither yes nor no, it is a considered partial yes that declines to be more specific. For an entity communicating through unclear speech and stationary lips, the answer is grammatically elaborate. It is hedged and qualified in ways that suggest the figure had attended to the question and was offering something as close to a truthful response as the available language allowed. Whether or not one credits the encounter as real, the answer is not the answer of something that does not care about accuracy. The third question pressed further. The children, unsatisfied with the partial answer, asked directly what the figure was. You know, quoo, woo. Norman Oliver records this with a capital Y and a capital K, treating the two words as a phrase with its own weight rather than a casual deflection. The phrase has two possible readings, and both have been considered by those who have written about the case. The first is that it is evasive. The figure is declining to answer, wrapping the refusal in a form of words that sounds like an invitation while actually offering nothing. The second is that it is literal. The figure is asserting that the children, or children in general, or people in general, or some part of the human mind, already carry the recognition of what the figure is, without needing it to be named. On the second reading, the answer is not a deflection, but a pointing, in the same gesture as pointing to words in a notebook, directing the listener towards something already present in them, waiting to be assembled. Neither reading can be verified. The primary source does not supply a gloss. Oliver's article records the exchange and moves on without editorial comment on the phrase itself, reserving his editorial voice for more conventional speculations about the berry eating and the hut. The phrase stands as Oliver set it down, and 50 years on it continues to stand. The question of the name came separately from the question of identity. At some point in the conversation, the figure stated that it had no name. The primary source does not specify exactly when this was said or in what conversational context the statement arose. It sits in the account alongside the notebook phrase, the two facts occupying the same record. Here is a phrase that ends in a word that looks like a name, and here is a statement that denies the possession of a name. The tension between them is part of the case, and is not resolved by any source we have. The clothes were also a subject of conversation. The children had observed that the figure's clothing was ripped and tattered. They asked about this the way children ask about things that seem simply wrong, with the directness that adults often lack. The figure told them that these were the only clothes it had. That is the full exchange on the subject in the record. There is no elaboration, no explanation of why no other clothes existed, no suggestion of where or how the clothes had been obtained in the first place. Just the statement, these were all it had. The ripped green tunic with the red collar interlocking with the yellow pointed hat. The white trousers with the wooden slat-like protrusions below them. The blue gloves, all of it tattered, all of it apparently without replacement. It is, like the figure's diet of berries and its use of river water, that it described as needing to be cleaned before drinking. A detail that speaks to something like scarcity, or at least to conditions of existence that were reduced and self-contained. The figure was not presenting itself as comfortable or well-provisioned. It had one set of clothes. It ate berries. It cleaned its water before drinking it. Whether these conditions were imposed or chosen, and what they implied about the figure's situation in the world, is not something the record allows us to determine, but they are present in the account, and they give the figure a texture of circumstance rather than pure abstraction. The statement that there were others like it came at some point in the conversation, along with a rough sketch that the figure drew, apparently to show the children what one of these others looked like. The sketch is mentioned in the primary source, but is not reproduced in the journal article. We do not have it. We know only that the figure drew something. It presented as a likeness of another of its kind, and that this drawing was part of the exchange, offered alongside the verbal statement that it was not alone. The figure also stated that it had a camp somewhere on the mainland. It did not disclose the location. The withholding of location appears to have been deliberate rather than careless, given the figure's willingness to share other details about itself, but the record does not give us the figure's reasoning. The camp on the mainland exists in the account as a claim without coordinates, one of several gestures in the encounter toward a wider existence that was acknowledged but not mapped. These two disclosures together, the existence of others like it, and the existence of a camp in a place it would not name, sit interestingly alongside the figure's statement that it was frightened of people and that it would not defend itself if attacked. The fear of people and the refusal to fight back are statements about vulnerability. The existence of others and the mainland camp are statements about community and continuity. The combination is of something solitary and cautious in the present moment, but not ultimately alone. The figure's fear was stated directly, not demonstrated. The children had noted its strange hopping movement when it retreated into the hut on first being observed, the knees raised high. The gait, described in various secondary accounts as resembling an astronaut moving across a low-gravity surface, or as rabbit-like, that retreat may have been an expression of the fear it later put into words. But when the figure returned with the microphone and called out to the children, and when it subsequently invited them into the hut and spent half an hour or more in their company, it was not behaving as something in active flight. The fear it described was more a statement of policy than a report of present state. If people came at it, it would not resist. The children, apparently, were not experienced as people in that threatening sense, or at least not as threatening. They had approached rather than fled. They had accepted the invitation to come in through the flap. The quality of that half hour inside the hut, and what the figure communicated through its behaviour there as much as through its words, will be described elsewhere in this account. What matters here is the character of the communication that preceded the invitation, and the texture of the exchanges that constituted the encounter's spoken and written portion. What those exchanges suggest, taken as a whole, is something that was attempting to be understood. Not necessarily transparent, not without its withholdings, the unnamed mainland camp, the you-know, that answered the deepest question, the name it both offered and denied. But attempting. The notebook written in large letters, the pointing, word by word, until the child had assembled the phrase. The friendly tone noted by the children and reported through the chain of transmission that brought this case to Norman Oliver's desk. The direct, mild answer to the question about its humanity. The considered, hedged answer to the question about its ghost nature. The chuckle that accompanied the negation. There is a way of reading all of this as the communication of something that understood language but was not entirely at home in it, that had prepared a written introduction because speech through stationary lips was unreliable at distance, and that used the microphone as a mediating technology for the same reason. The voice arrived more clearly through the device than it did through whatever mechanism produced it in the figure's face. The words in the notebook could be pointed to and read aloud by the child, bypassing the problem of unclear speech altogether. The figure's communicative strategy, if we can call it that, was adapted to its own apparent limitations and to the child's capacities. This is one way to read it. The record supports a description of what happened without settling its meaning, and that is the appropriate way to hold it. We should note, because it belongs to the texture of the communication, and not only to the text of it, that the conversation was two-directional. The figure asked the children about themselves. The primary source does not tell us in detail what the figure asked, only that it asked, and that the children in response felt confident enough to ask their own questions in return. The figure was not only a subject of interrogation, it was curious. It was present in the exchange as something that wanted information as well as giving it. We hold this in uncertainty because the record is thin and the transmission chain is long. Faye told her father 3 weeks after the encounter. Her father compiled a dossier and sent it to Norman Oliver, acting on the advice of Leonard G. Cramp, a UFO researcher based on the Isle of Wight. Oliver published the account, encapsulated, as he himself acknowledged in the prefatory note, in the BUFORA journal in January or February of 1978, between 4 and 5 years after the events it described. Mr. Y has not been publicly identified. Faye has not publicly identified herself. The boy confirmed the encounter when Mr. Y sought him out, but Mr. Y found him difficult to communicate with, and the boy has not spoken about the matter publicly since. The question of whether Norman Oliver interviewed the children himself or worked solely from Mr. I's dossier is, itself, contested. The BUFORA article's prefatory note states that Oliver received a very complete dossier from Mr. Y, and Faye is never directly quoted in the article, only Mr. Y. Some subsequent accounts have stated that Oliver interviewed the children, but this characterization has been questioned by at least one researcher who has observed that the evidence for direct interviews is not present in the article itself, and that Faye and the boy appear to have reached Oliver only through Mr. I's documentation. This is not resolved by the sources available to us, and it matters for how we weight what we know. If the children's account passed entirely through Mr. Y before reaching Oliver, then what we have is not their words, but their father's rendering of their words, shaped by his own prior anomalous experiences and his own interpretive frameworks. Mr. Y was explicit on his own account that he had never told his daughter about his own experiences before she reported the encounter to him. That statement is part of the record. Its function in the record is to establish that Faye's account was not contaminated by prior suggestion from her father about UFOs or anomalous beings. Whether that assurance can be fully credited is part of the interpretive field that surrounds this case, but the statement was made and is documented. 9 words, pointed to one at a time, assembled by a 7-year-old girl into a greeting and a claim, and something that may or may not have been a name. The words have been quoted, reproduced, debated, and put on jewelry. They have been turned into exhibition material as part of an Arts Council supported project on the island where the encounter took place. They have been discussed in podcasts and written about by researchers who have spent years with the case. They are, in a sense, the most durable thing the figure left behind, because the hut left no trace when Mr. Y went back to find it. The notebook, if it existed, has not come forward. The sketch of the other being has not been reproduced. The microphone device has not been described beyond what the article records, but the words, relayed through the chain of memory and document and publication, are still legible. "Hello, and I am all colours, Sam," I quote. Each word pointed to, one at a time, out of sequence, until the child had assembled the whole. That is what we have. The encounter lasted, by the account that came to be published, approximately half an hour or more. That is a long time to spend in company you cannot explain. Long enough for questions that received answers, and for answers that generated further questions. Long enough, too, for something that the children apparently described without any particular theatricality, as though they were reporting simply what had happened, a meal. The figure ate berries. It said so itself, in the stilted, non-sequential way that all of its communications arrived. It told the children that berries were what it fed upon, collected in the late afternoon, though it did not say from where. It mentioned, too, that the water from the nearby river could be drunk once it had cleaned it. These were the practical coordinates of its existence in that place. Berries, river water, cleaned by some method it did not describe. These are the bare outlines of a life conducted with very little in a swampy meadow on the eastern side of the Isle of Wight, adjacent to an airfield that was, by that period, barely in use. Before the figure ate a berry, It performed what Norman Oliver, writing in the BUFORA journal in January or February of 1978, would describe as an odd conjuring trick. A quat, that is Oliver's phrase, and it is worth holding for a moment before proceeding to the physical description of what was done. The word conjuring implies showmanship, deliberate display. A trick implies an outcome designed to be witnessed. Whether the figure intended the children as an audience, or whether what they saw was simply what happened when this figure ate, is not something any source resolves. Oliver uses the word, and it is the word we have. The sequence, as recorded in the BUFORA article, was as follows. The figure placed a berry in its ear. It then thrust its head forward sharply, in such a way that the berry disappeared from the ear and reappeared at one of its eyes. It then repeated the motion, and the berry travelled from the eye to its mouth. That is the sequence as the primary source gives it. Ear, then eye, then mouth. 3 stages. 3 points on the face, visited in succession by a single berry, through movements of the head rather than of the hands. It is useful to sit with what the face looked like before describing what the face did. The figure's face, as Faye described it and as Oliver set it down, had triangular markings for eyes, a brown square for a nose, and motionless yellow lips. The cheeks were paper white, and on them were further round markings. The lips did not move when the figure spoke. The features, as described, do not map straightforwardly onto a human face. The triangular markings for eyes, the static quality of the mouth, the paper white skin with its additional round markings. These are a face that functions, to the human eye, more as a surface than as a set of expressions. There is nothing in the description that suggests a face that moves in the way a human face moves when it eats, or speaks, or reacts. Whether this matters to the berry trick depends on what one believes the trick was. Oliver himself, in the original article, offered a considered speculation. He suggested, parenthetically and with appropriate tentativeness, that a possible explanation might be that the figure was wearing some kind of protective mask, and that the sequence of ear, eye, mouth was not theatrical, but functional. A form of analysis, a scanning of the berry for toxicity before allowing it to be ingested. This speculation appears in the 1978 article as an editorial note within Oliver's own account, and it is the earliest interpretive frame applied to the detail. It does not appear in the children's reported description itself, which gave only the physical sequence. The interpretation is Oliver's, not theirs. The speculation has a certain coherence if one accepts the premise that the face was masked. If the features were not biological but prosthetic, then the ear, the eye socket, and the mouth opening might each serve as sensor points rather than anatomical organs. The jerking forward of the head would pass it to the second. A further motion would carry it to the third, and from there to whatever mechanism of ingestion existed beneath the surface. Oliver's language, wearing some kind of protective mask and analysing the berry to check it wasn't poisonous, is speculative, as he acknowledged, but it is not incoherent. It is an attempt to bring the sequence into a frame of purpose, to suggest that what looked like a conjuring trick might have been a practical operation carried out by something whose relationship to food and to safety was different from anything the children would have known. One can also hold the alternative plainly. The children may simply have seen something they could not find a category for and described it as accurately as they were able. A figure that puts a berry in its ear and then moves in such a way that the berry appears at its eye and then at its mouth is a figure that is doing something outside the range of what a child watching it could explain. Whether the explanation is a scanning mechanism beneath a mask, or a physical anatomy radically different from a human one, or something else entirely, is not resolved in the primary source. Well, ghost, spaceman, imagination, hoax, or hallucination, take your pick. Quote, that is the final evaluative sentence of his article, and it serves as a reminder that the 1978 account was not, at the time of its publication, a conclusion. It was a document. There is one more element of the figure's diet worth noting, because it sits oddly against the simplicity of berries and river water. The figure said it could clean the river water before drinking it. It did not explain the method. The brook near the wooden footbridge where the children first saw it was not, by any ordinary measure, clean water. The area was swampy, the meadow marshy, and the brook ran alongside the golf links and the airfield. The statement that the water could be made drinkable implies a process, a capacity, something the figure could do that an ordinary person sheltering in a meadow could not. Whether that capacity was technological, physiological, or something else is not something the sources address. The statement stands in the record, small and matter of fact, offered by the figure as simple information about its way of living. The clothing deserves its own attention here, because when the children were inside the hut, and the figure had removed its hat to show round white ears and sparse brown hair beneath, the conversation did touch on the state of what it wore. The children had asked about the ripped and tattered state of its clothing, and the figure's reply was simple. These were the only clothes it had. One set. Worn and torn, as the account describes them. The green tunic with its red collar, the white trousers, the yellow pointed hat with the round black knob at its top, and the wooden antennae at its sides, all of it ripped, and all of it the only set available. There is something in the combination of details that is worth allowing to settle. A figure nearly 7 feet tall. No discernible neck, the head appearing wedged directly onto the shoulders. Blue gloves on hands with only 3 fingers. White bare feet with only 3 toes. Wooden slat-like protrusions from the sleeves and from below the white trousers. Wearing clothes that were ripped and could not be replaced. Eating berries gathered in the late afternoon from an unspecified location. Cleaned river water, living in a hut it said it had just made, in a marshy field next to a barely functioning airfield on a small island off the southern coast of England in May of 1973. The figure told the children it was frightened of people. It said that if attacked it would not fight back. It said there were others like it, and it drew a rough sketch of one of them. It said it had a camp on the mainland, though it did not say where. It answered the children's questions in a voice that did not move its lips, unclear in the way, Oliver notes in the original article, of a person who does not open his mouth properly. Quote, when the children asked if it was a man, it chuckled and said no. When asked if it was a ghost, it replied, in Oliver's transcription of the reported conversation, well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way. These are the words of an entity that appears to have been comfortable with ambiguity about its own nature, or at least comfortable with leaving that ambiguity intact in the presence of 2 small children in a swampy field in May. Whether the phrase, you know, was an affirmation directed at the children's instincts, an evasion, or something that does not translate straightforwardly into human categories of meaning is not resolved in any source. It stands as it was recorded. The eating of the berry and the conjuring trick take on a slightly different quality when placed back into this context. The figure was, for half an hour or more, engaged with 2 children in something that, by the primary source's account, resembled conversation. It answered questions. It asked some. It showed them its hut. It drew a picture of another entity like itself. And then, at some point, during or after this conversation, it ate a berry in a way that bore no resemblance to how a human eats. The children observed this. Oliver described it. And the only interpretive comment offered in the primary source is the parenthetical speculation about the protective mask and the analysis of toxins. What the children made of it in the moment is not recorded in a way that separates their reaction to the berry trick from their reaction to everything else they saw that afternoon. The primary source does not quote Faye directly at any point. The account passed through her father, who compiled what the BUFORA article calls a very complete dossier of events, and then through Norman Oliver, who shaped that dossier into the published piece. By the time the berry trick appears in print, it is already at some remove from the child who watched it. Whether she was startled or simply watched as she had watched everything else is not something the record tells us. What it tells us is the sequence, ear, eye, mouth, and the editorial note that this was perhaps not a trick at all, but a form of analysis. The hair presents a small complication in the sources, and it is worth noting here because it arises in the moment when the hat came off. The BUFORA article, the primary source, describes a fringe of red hair falling onto the forehead as part of the figure's external appearance before the hat was removed, and separately describes sparse brown hair revealed when the hat was removed inside the hut. These are two distinct observations, a red fringe at the forehead and brown hair atop the head. The second visible only once the hat was no longer in place. Some secondary sources do not distinguish between these two descriptions, treating the hair as a single detail rather than two. The original article is the most precise account on this point, and it is the one on which this narration relies. So the hat came off, and beneath it were round white ears and sparse brown hair. And then, at some point in the time, the children spent inside the two-level hut, with its blue-green wallpaper patterned with dials, its electric heater, and its simple wooden furniture on the lower level, and its metallic floor above. The figure produced berries and performed the sequence. Ear. Eye. Mouth. 3 stages, accomplished through movements of a necklace head in a torn green tunic, in a windowless metal hut in a swampy meadow on an island off the south coast of England, in the company of 2 children aged approximately 7. Faye's father, Mr. Y, when he compiled his dossier for BUFORA and when he reflected on what his daughter had described, framed the encounter in terms of a bubble of reality created by the figure, one that the 2 workmen apparently nearby, repairing a post, could not enter or perceive. The 2 workmen were present during the encounter. They paid no attention to what was taking place, as though, in the words Oliver quotes from Mr. I's letter, they could not see it. Whether this means the workmen were simply incurious, or whether it means something more than that, is one of the details in the case that sits without resolution. Mr. I's interpretation was his own. He was not present. He received his daughter's account 3 weeks after the encounter took place, on the 2nd of June, 1973. The question of what the figure was eating the berries for, and what the sequence meant, belongs to the same open space as all the other details of the encounter. Oliver's speculation about the mask and the toxin scanning is the only analytical frame the primary source offers. It is a frame built by a BUFORA editor in 1978 from a dossier compiled by a father who had not been present, from the account of a 7-year-old girl who waited 3 weeks before she told anyone at all. The detail of the berry trick is real, in the sense that it appears in the only contemporaneous published record we have. What it represents is a different kind of question, and one the record is content to leave unanswered. There is a quality to the figure's situation, as assembled from the details scattered across the encounter, that is difficult to place in any clean category. It was wearing torn clothes because those were the only clothes it had. It was eating berries gathered in the afternoon. It was cleaning its drinking water by some unspecified method. It said it was frightened of people. It said it would not fight back if attacked. It said there were others like it, but it was alone in this meadow, in this hut it had just made, in this particular place on this particular island. It had a camp elsewhere on the mainland. Whether that adds up to vulnerability or to something else is not something the sources resolve. The figure said it was frightened of people and would not defend itself. It communicated with children and answered their questions and showed them how it ate. It did not harm them. It said goodbye, and the children ran back across the golf links to find the first adult they met and told him they had seen a ghost. He laughed. When Mr. I later visited the site, there was no hut, no metal structure, no indication that any had been there. The ground offered nothing. The meadow continued to be what it was, swampy, adjacent to the golf links, close to the small and quietly declining airfield, reachable through a hedge. The wooden footbridge over the brook was there, presumably. The brook was there, but the hut that had contained 2 levels, blue-green wallpaper, an electric heater, wooden furniture, a metallic upper floor, and a figure eating berries through a sequence that moved from ear to eye to mouth. The BUFORA article appeared in January or February of 1978, the only contemporaneous published account of the case. Norman Oliver died in July of 2022. The article itself is preserved, scanned by the Archives for the Unexplained in Sweden, and accessible via the Internet Archive. In it, the berry trick takes up a single short paragraph. It is followed immediately by the parenthetical speculation about the mask, and then the account moves on. The economy of Oliver's writing makes it easy to pass over. A single paragraph, 4 sentences, and a conjuring trick that nothing in ordinary experience explains. What is left in the end is the image the account produces if you allow it to sit. A very tall figure in torn clothing, alone in a swamp, with only the clothes it was wearing and a hut it had just made. Eating berries one at a time, each one passing through a 3-stage ritual before it reached whatever served as the figure's mouth. A fringe of red hair at the forehead, brown hair, sparse, once the hat came off, round white ears, a voice that did not move its lips, wooden protrusions from the sleeves and the trouser legs, 3 fingers per hand, 3 toes per foot, bare and white in the marsh, and in the same meadow, close enough to have been addressed or to have looked over, 2 workmen repairing a post, paying no attention to what was happening beside them. The case rests. He wrote those words in 1978 and did not add to them. The case had landed where it landed, and he left it there, open, in the form of a question that was also an acknowledgement that some things do not resolve into answers, only into the particular shape of what was reported. The berry, the ear, the eye, the torn green tunic, the water, cleaned by a method not described. These are the coordinates of that half hour or more in May 1973, on a Tuesday afternoon at around 4 o'clock in a swampy meadow near Lake Common, Sandown, Isle of Wight. The workmen who did not look up. There is a detail near the end of Mr. I's letter to the British UFO Research Association that arrives quietly, almost as an aside, and yet it may be the most unsettling sentence in the entire account. It comes after he has already described the figure's appearance, its hopping gait, its microphone, its hut, its notebook, its strange manner of consuming a berry. It comes after he has relayed his daughter's conversation with the figure, her questions about what it was and whether it was a ghost, and the figure's careful, incomplete answers. It comes, in other words, after the encounter has been laid out in all its particular strangeness, and its placement there, at the end, gives it a quality the earlier details do not quite possess. The sentence reads, in Mr. I's own words, 2 workmen nearby were repairing a post. They paid no attention to the weird charade, as though they could not see it. Two men, occupied with ordinary physical work, present in the same open ground, where a 7-foot figure in a yellow pointed hat was moving with a high-stepping hop, speaking through a microphone, beckoning 2 children into a windowless metal hut, and those 2 men, for the duration of the encounter, apparently did not react at all. Not once did they look up, according to the account as Mr. Y recorded it. Not once did they approach, or call out, or appear to notice. Faye told her father about the workmen after telling him about everything else, and the detail entered the dossier he compiled, and from the dossier it entered Norman Oliver's article in the BUFORA journal, published in January or February of 1978 under the title Ghost or Spaceman 73, and there it has remained, available to anyone who has since read the account, sitting in its place near the end of the story, quiet and unresolved. This chapter is devoted to it. It is worth pausing, before anything else, to be precise about what the account actually claims. The encounter, by the time it reached Norman Oliver, had passed through at least 2 stages of transmission, from Faye to her father, and from her father's dossier to Oliver's published article. This is a fact the sources are clear about, and it is a fact that bears keeping in mind throughout. Mr. Y was not himself present at the encounter. He received Faye's account roughly 3 weeks after the event, on the 2nd of June 1973, a date the BUFORA article records specifically. He then compiled a dossier and transmitted it to Oliver, having been advised to do so by Isle of Wight-based UFO researcher Leonard G. Cramp. Oliver described the dossier as very complete. What we have, then, is Oliver's encapsulation of Mr. I's account of what Faye told him. The detail about the workmen exists within that chain, and that chain is the only one available. The encounter itself is described as having taken place on a Tuesday afternoon in May 1973 at around 4 o'clock in a swampy meadow adjacent to Sandown Airport, accessible from the Shanklin and Sandown Golf Club by crossing the golf links and passing through a hedge. The specific Tuesday has not been established with certainty. The BUFORA article states only that the encounter was on a Tuesday afternoon in May, and that Faye told her father about it 3 weeks later, on the 2nd of June 1973. One secondary source, working from those two data points, has calculated that if the 2nd of June 1973 was a Saturday and the encounter was on a Tuesday, approximately 3 weeks prior, then either the 15th or the 8th of May are the most likely candidates, with the 15th of May being the closer of the two at 18 days prior. The 8th of May would place the encounter 25 days before the 2nd of June. Neither date has been confirmed in the sources, and the BUFORA article itself gives no specific date for the encounter. Whatever the date, the setting was open ground. The meadow was reached by crossing a golf course, and both the footbridge where the figure first appeared and the hut it retreated to would have been visible across relatively flat, swampy terrain. This matters when one considers the workmen. These were not men inside a building, or around a corner, or at any great distance. They were nearby, engaged in the straightforward task of repairing a post. The figure that the children encountered was described as nearly 7 feet tall, wearing a yellow pointed hat with a round black knob at the top, wooden antennae attached at the sides, a green tunic with a red collar, white trousers and blue gloves, with wooden slat-like protrusions extending from its sleeves and from below the trouser legs, and with a head that appeared to be wedged directly onto its shoulders with no discernible neck. It had moved with a high-stepping hop across open ground. It had produced a microphone through which its voice carried clearly to children more than 50 yards away. It had invited those children into a metal hut. The encounter, according to the account, lasted approximately half an hour or more. And the workmen, throughout all of this, apparently did nothing. There is, as far as the sources record, no explanation for this offered by Faye beyond the observation itself. She told her father that the workmen were nearby and that they paid no attention. Mr. Y then interpreted this detail in his letter to BUFORA, and his interpretation, quoted verbatim in Oliver's article, was that the encounter may have taken place within something he called a bubble of alien reality. He wrote that he had the impression that Faye was somehow taken into this bubble created by the figure, and that the workman's apparent inability to perceive the encounter was consistent with that framing. The hut, he noted, had already vanished when he later visited the site. When Mr. Y went to the location, after hearing Faye's account, he found no metal hut and no indication that one had been there. This absence, in his view, was of a piece with the workman's non-response. Both pointed toward an encounter that had not left the kind of trace in the shared world that ordinary events leave. It should be said that Mr. Y was not, by the time he wrote this letter, someone encountering the idea of anomalous experience for the first time. His dossier to BUFORA included not only Faye's account, but also his own prior encounters on the Isle of Wight, which he had kept to himself and had never disclosed to his daughter. On the 20th of October 1970, driving from Shanklin to Ryde via Seaview, he had observed a large, multi-lit object hovering over the swampy margins of the River Yar near Bembridge Downs. The object bore a wide ring of 7 or more lights, each one a large and clearly defined sphere, which he described as like a bright red cherry, QT, interspersed with turquoise and white lights. The object had followed his car, and when he arrived at his destination, a friend observed it as well, playing, in Mr. I's own phrase, as preserved in the BUFORA article. On the 1st of March 1972, between 9 and 10 in the evening, he had been on the cliffside at Compton Bay, having been driven there by an unexpected tidal surge. From his position on the cliff, he observed 2 yellow points of light approximately 40 feet away, just below the surface of the sea, which he described as peering up at me like the eyes of some horrible sea monster. The tide subsided and he was able to leave. Mr. I stated explicitly to BUFORA that he had never told his daughter about any of these experiences before she came to him with her account. 2 bodies of experience, his own, accumulating over several years from 1970 onward, and Faye's single afternoon encounter in May 1973, developed entirely separately, without cross-contamination, at least according to his account. It was precisely because he had his own frame of reference that he did not immediately dismiss what his daughter told him. And it was within that frame that he interpreted the workmen. The sources that engage analytically with the Sandown Clown case tend to treat the Workmen detail as one of its most resistant elements. There is, broadly speaking, no available explanation that dissolves the problem cleanly, regardless of one's starting position on the nature of the encounter. Consider the positions in turn. If one begins from the position that the encounter was straightforwardly real in the ordinary physical sense, that is, that a very tall figure in unusual clothing was genuinely present in that meadow, made of matter, moving through the same space as the children, then the workman's non-response is puzzling in a way that is difficult to dismiss. A 7-foot figure is an unusual thing to encounter in a field. Its clothing, as described, is not the clothing of anyone who would blend into an ordinary May afternoon on the Isle of Wight. The microphone and its sound, described as loud enough to frighten one of the children into running, would have been audible at short range. And yet the account records no alarm, no curiosity, no disruption of the workman's task. The claim that they were simply too absorbed in their work to notice strains credulity when one holds the full physical description of the figure in mind. If one moves to the position that the encounter was invented, that it was, as Norman Oliver himself listed as one of his options at the close of his article, a child's make-believe, then the workmen become a different kind of problem. A child inventing an encounter or elaborating on something much more mundane would typically omit details that complicate rather than enhance the story. The workmen are a complicating detail. They do not add excitement or colour in the way that the figure's appearance does, or the berry trick, or the interior of the hut. They add a problem, a gap, a failure of the story to behave as stories are supposed to. If Faye was confabulating or constructing a narrative from something that had not occurred, the workmen and their inattention are a strange inclusion, precisely because they are so easy to simply not include. One analytical perspective has noted that the detail is, in a sense, too strange to be worth the effort of making up. Others may draw a different conclusion, but the point is not without weight. If one considers the shared hallucination hypothesis, which Mr. Y himself raised as a possibility before settling on his own interpretation, the workmen create a different kind of difficulty. A shared hallucination experienced by two children would not, by its nature, leave a gap in the perceptual field of two adults in close proximity. The workmen are ordinary people, going about ordinary work who apparently perceive nothing. Their non-perception is not, strictly speaking, what a shared hallucination would predict if one applies the concept in its standard clinical sense. A folie à deux, to use the formal term, is a shared delusion or shared delusional perception between two or more individuals who are in a close social relationship. Their non-response could indicate that they, too, were real ordinary people in a real ordinary field, in which case one returns to the problem of what they did not see. If one takes the position, as some commentators have, that the figure was a person in costume, an eccentric, a hoaxer, a person whose appearance and behaviour were strange but could ultimately be assigned to human agency, the workmen remain. A person in costume moving across open ground is still a person moving across open ground. Two men repairing a post in that same area would, under normal circumstances, be likely to notice a nearly 7-foot figure hopping past in a pointed hat and a green tunic, speaking into a microphone. Ordinary human experience does not provide a ready mechanism by which this would not occur, and so one arrives at the question the account itself poses, and that Mr. I's letter crystallizes. If the encounter was visible to the children, why was it not visible to the workmen? It is worth noting here that the sources are careful to distinguish between what Faye reported and what anyone else observed. The workman's non-response is known only through Faye's account, as relayed by Mr. Y. The workmen themselves were never interviewed, at least not in any way the sources record. We do not know whether they were aware of the children. We do not know whether they were aware of the hut. We do not know whether, from their vantage point and at the distance they occupied, the figure would have been visible at all. The account says they paid no attention to the encounter. It does not specify with any precision how close they were or what their sightlines were. Mr. I's phrasing, as reproduced by Oliver, is suggestive rather than precise, as though they could not see it. The phrase is interpretive. It reflects Mr. I's conclusion about the workmen, not an established fact about their perceptual state. This distinction matters, but it does not resolve the difficulty. The distinction between they could not see it and they did not look up, is real and meaningful, but both interpretations point toward the same uncomfortable situation: two ordinary men doing ordinary work in the vicinity of something that, if physically present, should have been very hard to miss. The writer Tom Quackenbush, whose analytical essay on the case is the most extended single piece of criticism in the secondary literature, paraphrases Mr. I's framing in a way that is worth attending to here. Quackenbush draws attention to the implication of the Workmen passage, that what the children experienced may have occurred in a layer of reality that was, in some sense, adjacent to, but not fully contiguous with the layer in which the workmen were operating. He does not endorse this as a literal description of what happened, but he notes that the detail implies something structural about the encounter, that it was not simply a peculiar event in a public field, visible in principle to anyone who happened to look, but something that the surrounding environment did not register or was not permitted to register. Whether one reads this as a property of the encounter itself or as a property of the account of the encounter is one of the questions the case leaves open. There is a further element of the BUFORA article that bears mention here, and that is Norman Oliver's own framing of the case at its close. Oliver was a careful editor, and the article he produced is measured in its language. At the end of the Sandown Clown section, having presented Mr. I's account in full, Oliver did not reach a conclusion. He listed the possibilities: ghost, spaceman, imagination, hoax, hallucination, and then wrote, "Take your pick." Quiu. The article does not endorse any one explanation. What Oliver emphasized in the closing paragraphs was the density of detail in the account, the corroboration obtained by Mr. I from the unnamed boy, and one final fact, that when Mr. I visited the site, no metal hut could be found. The hut was gone. No trace of it remained, and no indication that it had been there. Oliver drew a careful parallel with reported UFO landings, where traces are similarly often absent, and noted that the absence was consistent with several of the possible explanatory frames, not only the paranormal one. And then, in the final phrase of the article, he wrote, "The case rests." Quote, "The trailing ellipsis is Oliver's own punctuation. It signals that the case does not, in fact, entirely rest. It remains open in the way that unresolved things remain open. The absent hut and the inattentive workman are, in a sense, mirror images of each other. One is a negative, the thing that should have been there afterward, but wasn't. The other is also a negative, the attention that should have been directed toward the encounter, but wasn't. Both are absences. Both are things the account notes and does not explain. And both are, in their way, more unsettling than the positive details, the figure's appearance, its voice, its notebook, its berry trick, precisely because they resist the kind of explanatory framing that the positive details, strange as they are, one can, with effort, construct a theory about a figure in unusual clothing carrying a microphone. It is much harder to construct a theory about two men who should have looked up but didn't, and a hut that should have left marks in the ground but didn't. The workmen's names are not recorded in the sources. Their relationship to the site is not recorded. It is not known whether Mr. Y or Norman Oliver ever attempted to identify or contact them. The BUFORA article does not mention any such attempt. These are men who appear in a single sentence, in a letter from a father to a UFO research journal, as a detail that complicates everything that came before it, and then they are gone. They are as absent from the record as the hut in their own way. The case knows them only as the men who did not look up. There is something to be said about what their presence in the account does for the children. If the encounter had taken place in total isolation, with no other human beings anywhere in the vicinity, the account would be entirely self-contained. Two children, alone in a field, seeing something no one else could later corroborate, the workmen, paradoxically, make the account less self-contained, not more, by introducing a second register of experience into the same space. Their presence makes the encounter more verifiable in principle, because they were there, and it makes it less verifiable in practice, because they apparently perceive nothing. They are witnesses of a kind, witnesses to the field, the afternoon, the ordinary world, but not witnesses to the encounter. Their presence is, in this sense, an intensifier rather than a resolution. Faye told her father about them in the same matter-of-fact way. She told him about the rest of the encounter. She did not appear, from Mr. I's account, to have been troubled by their inattention as something requiring explanation. It was simply part of what had happened. The workmen were there, and they did not look up. She observed this, told her father, and moved on. The interpretive weight was added by Mr. Y in his letter, and by Oliver in his presentation of that letter, and by the readers and writers who have returned to the account in the years since. The BUFORA Journal article, the sole contemporaneous published account of the case, appeared in January or February of 1978, several years after the encounter itself. Norman Oliver, who presented the article, died in July 2022. Mr. Y, whose dossier was the foundation of the report, requested anonymity and has not been publicly identified. Faye has not publicly identified herself, though researcher Paul A.T. Wilson has reported making contact in later decades with a woman believed to be Faye, who reportedly disclosed that she met the figure on 4 additional occasions beyond the initial 1973 encounter. The unnamed boy has never spoken publicly about the encounter in any way the sources record. His corroboration, as Mr. Y described it to Oliver, was brief and obtained with difficulty. Mr. Y visited him, found him hard to communicate with, and received from him a statement confirming that he had seen what Faye described. That is the extent of the boy's contribution to the record. The Sandown Clown case has, in the decades since the BUFORA article, attracted a modest but persistent community of attention. The figure has been rendered as a 3-dimensional printed model, available for purchase, and as a pendant in a jewellery collection, and as the subject of an exhibition as part of an Arts Council-supported project in Sandown itself. One of the co-founders of the jewellery company Tatty Divine, Rosie Wolfenden, described her discovery of the BUFORA Journal issue featuring the Sandown Clown as the inspiration for a pendant in the company's Spring-Summer 2025 collection. An interactive evidence board was created by Boojum and Snark as part of the Sandown Rocks project, inviting members of the public to review the known details of the case and draw their own conclusions. Paul A.T. Wilson, described by that same source as the country's leading authority on the sighting, presented a detailed examination of the case at Bembridge Fort. The interest that surrounds the case now is different in character from the interest of 1978, when Oliver published his article with no particular expectation of a resolution, but it converges on the same body of detail. And among those details, the workmen keep their position near the end of the story, as Mr. Y placed them in his letter. It is a question about the nature of the encounter itself, about what kind of event it was, about what layer of reality it occupied. If the encounter was visible in the ordinary sense, the workman's non-response is inexplicable. If the encounter was not visible in the ordinary sense, then something about the account is more radical than a simple report of a strange figure in a field. Mr. Y chose, in his letter to BUFORA, to reach for an image, a bubble of alien reality created by the figure, within which his daughter and her companion spent half an hour or more, and from which the workmen, without being aware of it, were excluded. The bubble enclosed the figure, the hut, the notebook, the microphone, the berry, the wooden furniture, the blue-green wallpaper with its pattern of dials. It enclosed Faye and the boy, and the half-hour of conversation that has never been fully recovered. It did not enclose the workmen. When Faye and the boy ran back across the golf links and told the first adult they met that they had seen a ghost, he merely laughed. We do not know whether that adult was one of the workmen. It may have been someone else entirely, someone who had not been in the meadow at all. But the response is consistent with the workman's non-response, a complete absence of the recognition that something unusual had occurred. The children had been somewhere. The adults, in different ways, had not. Mr. I's phrase, as Oliver preserved it, was this: I get the impression that Faye was somehow taken into a bubble of alien reality created by this strange personage. Quote, a frame that would account for the detail about the workman, for the absence of the hut when he later visited the site, for the figure's own strange responses to direct questions about what it was. The figure had said, when asked if it was a ghost, "Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way." The figure itself, in Mr. I's reading, was pointing towards something that human categories did not quite fit. Not a ghost, not a man, not quite any of the available words. It is not drawn from any framework the sources identify. It is simply one man's way of trying to say that his daughter had been somewhere the workmen could not follow. Whether she had, and what that would mean, and whether any framework available to us can account for it, are questions the sources do not answer. Norman Oliver knew this when he wrote the final words of his article. He listed the options and declined to choose. He noted that a percentage of UFO reports come from children, that the account was detailed, that the detail about the creature's three-fingered hands and three-toed feet made a deliberate hoax, in his assessment, somewhat difficult to explain. And then he noted the absent hut and wrote the words that closed the record. The case rests. The workmen do not look up. The bubble holds its shape, or it doesn't, and either way, Faye ran back across the golf links and told the first man she found, and he laughed. And the meadow on a Tuesday afternoon in May was quiet again, and the workmen repaired their post, and if the hut had ever been there, it was there no longer. And this is where the account, in all its particulars, sets us down. 3 weeks of silence. The encounter, by all accounts in the record, took place on a Tuesday afternoon in May 1973. The children ran back across the golf links afterward, and they told the first adult they met that they had seen a ghost. He merely laughed and did not believe them. And then, for approximately 3 weeks, the child known to us as Faye said nothing more about it. What we know of those 3 weeks is this: nothing, formally. The BUFORA record does not describe them. What the record does preserve is the date on which the silence ended. Faye told her father of her experience on the 2nd of June 1973. The primary source, the article titled Ghost or Spaceman 73, presented by Norman Oliver in the BUFORA Journal, Volume 6, Number 5, in January or February of 1978, states this plainly: she came to her father some 3 weeks after the event. The article was the sole contemporaneous published account of the case, and it remains the document from which almost everything else that has been written on the subject flows. The gap between the encounter and the telling deserves to be held with some care, because the documents we have do not explain it, and this program will not supply an explanation where none exists. She told an adult, and the adult laughed. And then approximately 3 weeks passed before she told a person who might have been expected to hear it first. The writer Tom Quackenbush, examining the case, observes that Faye may have been made cautious by the laughter of the adult she initially encountered. Quackenbush notes that her father was not at first willing to accept the account as truthful, and suggests that this initial resistance may have further shaped the way she eventually told the story. These are careful observations. They are not in the BUFORA original. They belong to the category of reasonable inference, drawn many years later by someone thinking carefully about what the documents do and do not tell us. What the BUFORA record does tell us is how Mr. Y received the account when it finally came. He found it quite unbelievable at first. Norman Oliver, presenting the material in 1978, notes that Mr. Y was nonetheless struck by the degree of detail his daughter's account contained, and by her certainty about what she had seen. She was upset, Oliver reports, when her father suggested she had invented it. That detail is worth dwelling on for a moment. Not the upset itself, which belongs to Faye and cannot be fully recovered from a document, but the fact that Mr. Rye registered it and later passed it on as part of the record. In the dossier he eventually compiled and sent to Norman Oliver, this response, a child's distress at being disbelieved, was preserved. It remained part of the case. Mr. Y is described in the BUFORA record as having provided Oliver with what the editor called, in his prefatory note, a very complete dossier of events. Q-Wote. Cramp, an Isle of Wight-based UFO researcher who advised Mr. Y to write to the journal. Between Faye's encounter in May 1973 and the article's publication in early 1978, some years passed. The dossier was the bridge across those years, and it was Mr. Y who built it. He was not a passive recipient of his daughter's story. He did not simply write down what she said and post it. He went as Oliver's article records, to speak with the second child, the boy who had been with Faye that afternoon. This part of the story tends to be passed over quickly in later accounts, but it deserves fuller attention because what Mr. Y found when he looked for the boy was not straightforward. Oliver writes that Mr. Y saw the boy but found him not easy to communicate with, though he did get a statement from him verifying that he'd seen it too. Quote, "It is a small passage, but it carries some weight. The boy was there. The boy had seen what Faye described. He confirmed it, and he was difficult to communicate with, for reasons the article does not explain. The secondary sources that have addressed this case have described the boy in ways that are not entirely consistent with one another, and the discrepancies are worth noting carefully. The BUFORA original states that the boy was approximately the same age as Faye, and states that Faye was 7 years old at the time of the encounter, at the beginning of May 1973. One secondary source, writing later, describes the boy as of similar age to Faye, consistent with the primary document. Another places Faye's age at the time at 10 rather than 7, and describes the boy as slightly younger than her. This program follows the primary source in understanding Faye to have been 7 years old, while noting that the alternative account exists and that the question has not been resolved. The BUFORA article is explicit, she was 7. What is not disputed is that the boy corroborated the encounter. Whatever difficulty arose in the communication between Mr. Y and the child, a statement was obtained. The experience was not Faye's alone, in the sense that another witness was present. The boy was there, and he said so. Beyond that statement, he did not speak further about what happened, at least not in any way the public record has captured. Quackenbush's analysis of the case raises the point that Norman Oliver appears to have worked primarily from Mr. I's dossier, and that Faye is never directly quoted in the BUFORA article, whereas Mr. I is quoted at length. Some accounts of the case have described Oliver as having interviewed the children, but Quackenbush characterizes this as authorial confusion, noting that the article does not support it, and that Faye's voice reaches us only through her father's transmission of it. Whether Oliver met the children directly or relied entirely on the dossier remains unresolved in the sources. These layerings of transmission, a child's experience, a father's account, a dossier, an editor's prose, are not reasons to dismiss what happened. They are simply the conditions under which this case has come to us. Almost all accounts of anomalous experience in the historical and Fortean record arrive through chains of this kind. The question is not whether the chain was perfect, but what it managed to preserve. What it preserved, in this case, was a particular child's insistence. Faye's certainty, her upset at being doubted, her willingness to give a detailed account to a father who initially disbelieved her, these things are part of the record, because Mr. Y chose to include them in the dossier, and Oliver chose to include them in the article. The question of whether Faye maintained her account through later life is one the sources handle differently. Some later treatments of the case state that the children persisted in their account throughout their lives, but Quackenbush notes that this may be an exaggeration for effect, since neither child has publicly identified themselves, and neither has given any public statement. What can be said with more confidence is that from the time of the encounter in May 1973 through at least the period of the BUFORA article in 1978, Faye remained insistent about what she had seen. In later decades, according to the researcher Paul A.T., Wilson, the woman believed to be Faye, was contacted and agreed to speak about her experiences. Wilson, who has been described as the country's leading authority on the sighting, disclosed in a podcast interview with Marek Larwood that the woman had spoken at length about her initial encounter and had also disclosed 4 further encounters with the figure beyond the original meeting in 1973. This program nudged these disclosures, as they have been reported, while recognizing that they come through a single secondary account and have not been independently corroborated in the sources available to this production. But all of that came later. In the summer of 1973, what existed was this: a father who had listened to his daughter, had not fully believed her, had gone to find the other child, had obtained a statement, had visited the site of the encounter, and had found, where a metal hut should have been, nothing at all. The absence of the hut is one of the more quietly unsettling details in the record. The figure had told the children he had just made it himself. would eventually write, in the letter that became part of the dossier sent to Norman Oliver, that he had formed the impression his daughter had been taken into what he called a bubble of alien reality created by the strange figure she had encountered. He had reached for unusual language because ordinary language had not been equal to the situation. Oliver's article preserves Mr. I's words. In the account as published, Mr. Y is quoted as saying, "I get the impression that Faye was somehow taken into a bubble of alien reality created by this strange personage. He told them he had just made the hut. Also, Faye told me that while they were talking to this ghost, 2 workmen nearby were repairing a post. They paid no attention to the weird charade, as though they could not see it." Quote, 2 men repairing a post, close enough to be noticed by the children, apparently unable to see what the children saw. Their presence in the account is strange in a particular way, because it implies a kind of boundary. On one side, 2 children in conversation with a nearly 7-foot figure carrying a microphone and wearing a yellow pointed hat, and on the other side, 2 workmen who repaired their post and apparently saw nothing unusual at all. What to make of that boundary is not something the documents resolve. Mr. I's language, a bubble of alien reality, was his own attempt at a frame. The documents leave the workmen where they are, present, unseeing, unreached. Now we must turn to Mr. I himself, because to understand why he came to take his daughter's account as seriously as he did, it is necessary to know something about his own prior experience on the island, and on the particular kind of attention he had already been bringing to the night sky and the sea. The BUFORA article opens not with Faye's encounter in 1973, but with Mr. I's own earlier experiences. Norman Oliver's structure is deliberate. Before we hear what the child saw, we are given the father's context. The dossier Mr. I compiled moved in this sequence, and Oliver preserved it. The father's testimony frames the daughter's, and the case as we have it cannot properly be understood without that order. On the evening of the 20th of October 1970, Mr. Y was driving from Shanklin to Ryde via Seaview, heading to see a friend. He was passing through Brading, had turned right towards St. Helens, when he became aware of something to his right, a large, multi-lit object, flying low over swampy terrain partway between the road and Bembridge Downs. The object hovered over the swampy margins of the River Yar. Oliver's article renders Mr. I's description with particular attention to the lights. A wide ring of 7 or more lights could be seen, each of them a large and clearly defined sphere, like a bright red cherries, and interspersed with a turquoise and a white light. No sound could be heard. Mr. I drove on, and the object flew parallel with his car. Once he was outside St. Helens, it moved across to approximately 300 yards behind him, appearing smaller now, the number of visible red lights reduced to 4, rotating slowly. He got out and used a torch to signal toward the object for approximately 10 minutes, during which time it moved back and forth without settling into any fixed position. He continued on to his destination. When he arrived, the lights were still visible. He left his own rear lights on facing the object. When his friend came out of the house, the friend saw it too, the object appearing to play, in Mr. I's phrasing as preserved by Oliver, hide and seek, quote, between the treetops. By the time Mr. Y continued toward Ryde, the lights had passed from view. On subsequent occasions, Oliver's article records, Mr. Y noticed single balls of red light in the sky that would hang stationary above him or follow his movement along the road. These repeated sightings are noted in the record without dates attached, presented as part of a pattern that had developed in Mr. I's experience of the island after October 1970. Then came the night of the 1st of March 1972. It was between 9 and 10 in the evening, and Mr. Y was on the cliffside at Compton Bay. The article gives a specific cause for his being there in that exposed position at night. He had been driven there by what it describes as an unexpected tidal surge, apparently caused in part by some form of droning underwater craft. From his position on the cliff, he observed 2 points of light in the water below him, and he described them in the words Oliver preserved as peering up at me like the eyes of some horrible sea monster. Q. He estimated the lights to be approximately 40 feet away from him, just below the surface of the sea, like a kind of periscope. The lights disappeared. The tide gradually subsided. Mr. Y was able to make his way back to his car and drive home. These are not small experiences. Multi-lit object that follows a car, performs apparent evasive maneuvers and is witnessed by a second person. Pair of lights below the surface of the sea, visible from a cliff at night, their disappearance apparently coinciding with the withdrawal of a surge that had trapped the observer. Whatever their explanation, they are the experiences of a man who had been paying close attention to things that did not have obvious ordinary explanations across a period of several years, in the same island landscape where his daughter would later spend a Tuesday afternoon in a swampy meadow near a golf course. Whether there is any connection between Mr. I's experiences and Faye's has not been determined, and the sources do not resolve it. Mr. I himself appears to have believed there might be a connection, or at least to have held open the possibility of one. But the connection, if it exists, is not something the record demonstrates. What the record demonstrates is that when his daughter came to him in June 1973 with a story that strained ordinary credibility, she was bringing it to a man who had already spent several years sitting with his own experiences that strained ordinary credibility, alone, at night, on roads and cliff sides, on the Isle of Wight. He had not told her about any of it. This is stated explicitly and plainly in the primary source. At no time, Norman Oliver's article records, had Mr. Y shared anything of what he had experienced with his young daughter. The two bodies of experience, his and hers, arrived at him separately, and remained separate in that sense. She could not have been shaping her account to match things her father had told her, because he had told her nothing. Quackenbush examines this carefully and notes its significance, whatever else one might say about the filtering and transmission of the case through Mr. Y to Norman Oliver. The one form of contamination that can be most directly addressed is the possibility that Mr. I's prior experience shaped Faye's account of hers. His explicit statement that he never told her forms a meaningful, if not conclusive, barrier to that inference. Quackenbush also notes, with some care, that the two accounts could hardly be more different in character. Mr. Y saw lights in the sky and beneath the sea, following objects, hovering presences, things that remained at a distance and communicated nothing directly. Faye encountered a figure that spoke to her, invited her into a hut, wrote words in a notebook, and spent half an hour or more in her company. The texture of the two experiences is almost entirely unlike. Their proximity is a matter of family and geography rather than of content, and yet Mr. Y brought them together in his own mind, or at least allowed for the possibility that they were connected. The fact that he had seen strange things on this island made it less difficult, perhaps, to believe that his daughter had also seen something strange on this island. Whether this was a form of openness or a form of credulity, or whether the distinction between those two things is always as clear as we might wish, is not something the documents settle. What the documents settle is the sequence. The encounter occurred on a Tuesday afternoon in May of 1973. The children ran across the golf links. An adult laughed at them. 3 weeks of silence followed. Faye told her father on the 2nd of June, 1973. Mr. Y did not believe her at first, but was struck by the detail and by her distress. He went to find the other child and with difficulty obtained a statement. He visited the site and found no hut. He compiled a dossier. At the suggestion of Leonard G. Cramp, he sent it to Norman Oliver at the BUFORA Journal. Oliver published the account in January or February of 1978 under the title Ghost or Spaceman 73 in Volume 6, Number 5 of the journal, on pages 9 through 13. Oliver's own closing words in the article are measured in a way that feels, across the decades, almost like patience. Having laid out the account, the details, the father's testimony, the second child's corroboration, the absent hut, he ends with a question and then lets it rest. Well, ghost, spaceman, imagination, hoax or hallucination, take your pick. Quote. At the close of the final paragraph, after noting that Mr. Y visited the spot and could find no metal hut anywhere in sight nor any indication of one, Oliver writes, "The case rests." It was the last thing he wrote in the article. It is not a conclusion. It is, if anything, the opposite of a conclusion. It is a door left open. Norman Oliver died in July 2022. He had presented the case to the world in 1978. He had not resolved it. He had not pretended to resolve it. The case, as he understood it, rested in precisely the condition he described: unverifiable, detailed, strange, and quietly insistent on remaining so. Faye's 3 weeks of silence before she spoke to her father are the part of this story that no document can fully illuminate. The silence belongs to her. What we have is what emerged from it, a detailed account that passed through a parent's uncertainty, a reluctant second witness, an absent hut, a father's own years of careful watching, and finally a journal article that offered no definitive answer, and offered that absence honestly. The article described a child who was convinced she had seen either a ghost or someone dressed up. The first adult she told laughed at her. Her father was initially disbelieving. The second child confirmed the experience but would not be drawn further. The hut was nowhere to be found. And what remained after all of that was the account itself. A figure nearly 7 feet tall with no discernible neck, in a yellow pointed hat, writing words in a notebook in non-sequential order, eating berries through its ear, standing in a swampy meadow near a golf course and a small airport on the Isle of Wight, on a Tuesday afternoon in May 1973, while 2 workmen nearby repaired a post and paid no attention to the strange charade at all, as though they could not see it. Sources disagree on there is a particular quality to stories that travel far from their origin. They are carried first by memory, then by language, then by the imperfect relay from one person to the next, and with each stage of that journey some small thing shifts. A detail sharpens into false certainty. A qualification drops away. A colour changes. An age migrates by a few years. None of this is necessarily the product of deception. It is simply what happens when experience moves through time and through people, acquiring the texture of each medium through which it passes. The story of the encounter near Lake Common, Sandown, Isle of Wight, in May of 1973, is a story that has made exactly this kind of journey. The primary witness was a child. Her father then compiled what Norman Oliver, the editor of the BUFORA journal, would describe as a very complete dossier of events. That dossier was transmitted to Oliver, who condensed it into a published article in the January and February 1978 issue of the BUFORA journal under the title Ghost or Spaceman 73. That article was the sole contemporaneous published account of the case. From that article, over the following decades, the story spread further, passing through websites and podcasts and magazine columns and jewelry collections, each retelling working from the one before it, and each one carrying the possibility of further drift. This chapter is concerned with the places where the accounts do not agree. It does not set out to resolve those disagreements. In most cases, resolution is not available. What is available, and what seems worth offering, is an honest account of where the ground becomes uncertain, so that the listener can hold the case with an appropriate sense of its actual texture. The transmission chain itself deserves a moment of attention before the specific disagreements are examined, because it shapes everything that follows. Norman Oliver noted in his prefatory remarks to the article that he was indebted to Leonard G. Cramp for advising Mr. Y to write to him, and to Mr. Y himself for providing the dossier. Leonard G. Cramp was an Isle of Wight-based UFO researcher who had been in contact with Mr. Y and who directed him toward Oliver and the BUFORA journal. Mr. I was the father of Faye, the primary child witness. He was not present at the encounter. What he knew about it he knew from his daughter's account, delivered to him some 3 weeks after the event, and from a subsequent conversation he had with the boy, which he found difficult to conduct. One researcher and writer, Tom Quackenbush, has reflected on this chain of transmission with some care. Writing in an analytical essay on the case, Quackenbush observed that the account, by the time it reached publication, had passed through at least 2 adult intermediaries between the child witness and the reader, and noted that each of those intermediaries may have unconsciously omitted or added detail without intending to do so. Quackenbush further observed that the dossier Mr. I compiled appears no longer to exist and cannot be consulted independently. So the article itself, published in 1978, is not only the sole contemporaneous published account, but also, in practical terms, the closest surviving approximation of the original testimony. It is, however, worth stating plainly, because it means that many of the disagreements between sources are not disagreements between independent witnesses who saw different things. They are disagreements that have arisen within the retelling process itself, as secondary accounts have worked from the primary source with varying degrees of accuracy. With that context established, it is possible to move through the specific contested elements. The question of Faye's age at the time of the encounter is perhaps the most straightforward of the disagreements, in the sense that the primary source is clear. Norman Oliver's article states explicitly that the encounter took place at the beginning of May 1973, when Faye was 7 years old. The Ghost in My Machine 2002 account also gives Faye's age as 7 at the time of the encounter. The Curious Archive 2022 account similarly states that Faye was aged 7. There is, however, at least one account that gives a different age. The Vice column, written by Tom Oldham, describes Faye as playing with a boy who was slightly younger than her 10 years of age, which would place Faye at 10 rather than 7. A 7-year-old and a 10-year-old are in meaningfully different developmental stages, and the question of which age is correct bears on how one reads the testimony and its plausibility. The primary source, the 1978 BUFORA Journal article, is unambiguous on the point, but the discrepancy exists in the published record, and it would be inaccurate to pretend otherwise. The source of this discrepancy is not apparent from the available materials. It may represent a misreading of the original article. It may reflect information that reached the Vice account through a different route. What can be said is that the primary source gives the age as 7, that most secondary accounts follow the primary source on this point, and that at least one secondary account gives a different figure. The disagreement is noted. It is not resolved here. The question of the boy's age relative to Faye is closely related and similarly unresolved. The primary BU4 source states that the boy was about Faye's own age, which, if Faye was 7, would place the boy at approximately 7 as well. The Curious Archive 2022 account describes the boy as of similar age to Faye, which is consistent with the primary source. The Ghost in My Machine 2022 account describes the boy as approximately the same age. The Vice account, having placed Faye's age at 10, describes the boy as slightly younger than her 10 years, which would place him at perhaps 8 or 9. If one accepts the Vice account's age for Faye, the boy's age follows accordingly. If one accepts the primary source's age for Faye, the same logic applies. The two versions are internally consistent with themselves, but they are inconsistent with each other, and they cannot both be correct. What can be said with reasonable confidence is that the boy was a child of approximately the same age as Faye, whatever age that was, and that he was present throughout the encounter. What cannot be said with certainty is what specific age either child was at the time. The question of the colour and description of Sam's hair is more complicated because it involves a detail in the primary source that is itself carefully differentiated in a way that secondary accounts have handled inconsistently. Norman Oliver's article describes, in its account of the figure's external appearance as observed before the children entered the hut, a fringe of red hair that fell onto the figure's forehead. Later, when the figure removed its hat inside the hut, the article states that it revealed round white ears and sparse brown hair. The primary source therefore distinguishes two separate observations: red hair visible at the forehead when the hat was in place, and brown hair visible on top of the head when the hat was removed. Several secondary sources handle this distinction differently. The Ghost in My Machine 2022 account notes both descriptions, referring to the hair as identified as both a fringe of red falling onto the forehead and sparse brown atop the head proper, which is consistent with the primary source's differentiation. Quackenbush's analytical essay, however, describes the hair as sparse reddish strands without making the distinction between the forehead fringe and the hair revealed under the hat. This treatment merges what the primary source presents as two separate observations made at different points in the encounter. The Vice account introduces a further variant. Oldham's column describes a few wisps of brown hair as part of the figure's external appearance before entering the hut. This description drops the red fringe entirely from the external appearance and substitutes brown. The brown hair is a detail from the inside, the hut observation in the primary source, where it is noted after the hat is removed. Applied to the external description, it appears to represent a conflation of the two separate moments in the original account. None of this amounts to a fundamental challenge to the case. Hair color is a detail, not a load-bearing element, but it is illustrative of exactly how secondary retelling can work. A distinction in the primary source is not noticed or not preserved, and what arrives in the reader's hands is a slightly simplified version of what the original account contained. The primary source is taken here as the most precise record available. The description of the hat is a simpler matter, though it too carries a small degree of variation across the sources. The primary BUFORA article describes a yellow pointed hat with a round black knob at the top and wooden antennae attached at the sides. The Curious Archive 2022 account uses the same description. The Vice account describes a yellow pointed hat with a black spherical knob at the tip and wooden antennae. The Clark 2022 account describes a yellow pointed hat. The On the Wight 2022 account calls it a pointy yellow hat. The Wolfenden 2023 account, published in connection with a jewellery collection inspired by the case, refers to a pointed hat without specifying the colour. This is an omission rather than a contradiction. The Quackenbush 2021 essay describes a tall pointed hat with a black knob, but does not specify the colour yellow. No source directly contradicts the description of the hat as yellow. The omission of the colour in one or two accounts is noted, but the weight of the sources, including the primary source, is consistent on this point. The question of whether Norman Oliver interviewed the children directly, or whether he worked solely from Mr. I's dossier, is a more consequential disagreement, because it bears on how close the published account is to the original testimony. Oliver's own prefatory note to the article states that he received a very complete dossier of events from Mr. Y. The article quotes Mr. Y directly on several occasions. Faye herself is never quoted directly in the article. The boy is not quoted directly. The article describes Mr. Y as having seen the boy himself and found him not easy to communicate with, but as having obtained a statement from him confirming that he had seen what Faye had described. The article does not describe Oliver meeting either child. Quackenbush has noted that some articles and summaries of the case state that Oliver interviewed the children directly, but characterizes this as authorial confusion. Observing that the structure of the article does not support this reading, and that Faye is never directly quoted in the piece. Quackenbush's position, as expressed in the essay, is that Oliver worked from Mr. I's dossier and took Mr. I at his word, rather than conducting independent interviews with the children. It is worth being careful about what follows from this. Even if Oliver did not meet the children personally, the article he produced is still based on Mr. I's dossier, and that dossier was compiled by a father who spoke at length with his daughter about what she had experienced and who also made contact with the boy. The account in the article is not therefore invented or groundless. What it is at least 2 removes from the primary witness in the most optimistic reading, and potentially 3 or more in the sequence from experience to memory to telling to dossier to condensation to publication. This matters not because it proves the encounter did not happen, but because it explains why the published account reads the way it does. Details that a direct interview with Faye might have clarified, including the order in which the words in the notebook were written, the precise quality of the figure's voice, the specific nature of what was discussed during the half-hour inside the hut, are absent or under-described. The gaps in the record are consistent with an account that passed through several hands before reaching print. Secondary sources that claim he did may be working from assumption or from another intermediate source, not available for review here. The question of whether the children maintained their account throughout their lives is the most difficult of the contested matters, because it involves a claim that, in the absence of any public statement from either witness, cannot be independently verified. Secondary accounts of the case frequently state that the children persisted in maintaining the truth of their experience through their adult lives. Quackenbush has noted this pattern in the secondary literature, but has characterized the claim as a potential exaggeration for effect, observing that neither child has given any public report or identified themselves publicly. What can be said with confidence, Quackenbush suggests, is that from the time of the encounter in 1973 to the time of the BUFORA article in 1978, at least Faye remained insistent about her account, which is what the primary source records. The picture is somewhat complicated and perhaps somewhat enriched by later research attributed to Paul A.T. Wilson. According to the Some Other Sphere podcast episode hosted by Marek Larwood, Wilson made contact with the woman believed to be Faye in later decades and was permitted to meet with her and discuss her experiences. In the course of those conversations, she reportedly disclosed not only her recollections of the original 1973 encounter, but also the existence of 4 additional encounters with the figure beyond that initial meeting. The Clark 2020 account, produced in connection with an Arts Council-supported public investigation event in Sandown, describes Wilson as presenting at Bembridge Fort and as the country's leading authority on the sighting. If the woman Wilson contacted is indeed Faye, and if her disclosures are accurately reported, then the claim that she persisted in her account has at least some evidentiary basis beyond repetition in secondary literature. But the chain of verification here is long. The woman's identity has not been publicly confirmed. The contents of Wilson's conversations with her are known only through his own account of them. The nature of the 4 additional encounters she reportedly described is not detailed in the available sources. Both versions of this question exist in the record. There are sources that assert persistence, and there are analytical grounds for treating that assertion cautiously in the absence of public testimony. Neither position can be fully settled from what is currently available. There is also a smaller, but worth noting, uncertainty about the precise date of the encounter within May 1973. The primary source states only that it occurred on a Tuesday afternoon about 4 o'clock in May 1973, and that Faye told her father approximately 3 weeks later on the 2nd of June 1973. The Ghost in My Machine 2022 account has worked through the calendar implications of this, noting that if the 2nd of June 1973 was a Saturday and the encounter occurred on a Tuesday approximately 3 weeks earlier, then the 15th of May 1973, which would have been 18 days before the 2nd of June, is the most likely candidate, with the 8th of May 1973, which would have been 25 days before, as an alternative. No specific date for the encounter is given in the primary source itself. Taken together, these disagreements form a particular kind of portrait of the case. They are not evidence of fabrication. They are not, in most instances, the product of bad faith. They are the natural consequence of a story that began with a child's experience and made its way through decades of retelling. They are the residue of each transmission, each stage of distance from the original event. What they suggest, among other things, is that the primary source, the 1978 BUFORA Journal article, deserves careful reading on its own terms, rather than through the accumulated lens of subsequent summaries. When the primary source is read directly, it contains details that secondary accounts have tended to drop or alter, including the careful distinction between the red hair visible at the forehead and the brown hair revealed under the hat, the explicit statement that the figure had 3 toes on bare white feet, as well as 3 fingers on the blue-gloved hands, and the careful framing of Norman Oliver's own uncertainty, expressed in the article's closing line, which does not endorse a single explanation but instead presents the full range of possibilities. Oliver's own approach to the case, as recorded in the article, was one of genuine open-endedness. His closing gesture in the article was not a conclusion, but a set of options placed before the reader, and the ellipsis with which he ended the piece suggests a deliberate suspension rather than a resolution. The secondary literature, in various ways, has tended to settle the case more firmly into particular explanatory categories than Oliver himself did, and in doing so, has sometimes carried forward a version of the story that is smoother and more certain than the original record warranted. Norman Oliver died in July 2022. He left no public statements about the case beyond the 1978 article itself, as far as the available sources record. He took Mr. I's dossier, condensed it into 5 pages of a quarterly journal, published in an era when such journals circulated among small communities of researchers, and in doing so, he preserved something that might otherwise have remained entirely private. Whatever one makes of the encounter itself, that act of preservation is what has made the case available for examination at all. The disagreements traced in this chapter do not diminish that. They are part of the honest record of how cases like this survive. The ground beneath them is uncertain, and it is better to know that than to proceed as though it were otherwise. The encounter itself, whatever it was, occurred once. It was witnessed by 2 children. It was not witnessed by the adults who were reportedly nearby. It left no physical trace that could be found afterward, and it arrived in the published record after passing through a chain of memory and mediation that introduced, at each stage, the small incremental possibilities of change. That is the honest summary of where there is a particular quality to the transmission of a strange account. Before it becomes a case, before it has a name or a number or a file reference, it is simply a story held by 1 person, or 2, or 3, and the question of whether it will survive into the record depends almost entirely on chance. Someone must know someone. Someone must think to write a letter. Someone at the other end must think it worth preserving. The account of what happened near Lake Common in May 1973 survived because of a chain of exactly that kind. A father who had seen strange things of his own, a researcher on the same island who pointed him toward the right address, an editor in London who thought the material warranted publication. The chain was short. Each link was a single person. Had any one of them been absent or uninterested or simply busy that season, there would be no case to speak of. What follows is an account of the investigators in the order in which they entered the record. The first name in the chain is Leonard G. Cramp. Cramp was an Isle of Wight-based UFO researcher. The sources record very little about him beyond his function in this particular case. He was the person to whom Mr. Y first brought his account, and he was the person who advised Mr. Y to write directly to Norman Oliver at the British UFO Research Association. That is the entirety of what the sources say about his role here. He appears at the opening of Norman Oliver's prefatory note and does not appear again. But his function was pivotal in a quiet way. The Isle of Wight is a small place. If Mr. I had not known someone with existing connections to the world of UFO research, the account might have circulated only within a family or been discussed with neighbours who may or may not have taken it seriously and then gradually faded. What Cramp provided was a direction, a name, an address, the simple and specific advice that this was a matter worth formalizing and that Norman Oliver was the person to receive it. For this, Cramp is acknowledged at the very beginning of the published article. Norman Oliver wrote in his prefatory note, "I am indebted to Leonard Cramp for advising Mr. I to write to me concerning his own and his daughter's experiences, and to Mr. I himself for providing me with a very complete dossier of events." But without the action behind that sentence, the rest of the document would not exist. We know a great deal more about the man who received the letter. Norman Oliver was the editor of the BUFORA Journal, the publication of the British UFO Research Association. The account of what happened near Sandown reached him in written form, assembled by Mr. Y into what Oliver described as a very complete dossier of events. This dossier is, as far as the sources indicate, no longer accessible. What survives is what Oliver made of it, the article he wrote, the decisions he made about which details to include, the speculations he allowed himself in print, and the question he chose to use as a title. That title was Ghost or Spaceman 73. Quote, "The title is worth pausing over. It holds 2 possibilities in a single frame and chooses between them not at all. A ghost or a spaceman?" The question mark at the end is not rhetorical decoration, it is the article's actual epistemic position. Oliver was a careful editor and a measured one, and the title of his piece says something about how he held the material. He did not publish it as a confirmed alien encounter. He did not publish it as a debunked fancy. He published it as a question. The article appeared in BUFORA Journal Volume 6, Number 5, in the January and February issue of 1978, on pages 9 through 13. This was the sole contemporaneous published account of the case. There were no newspaper reports at the time, no television coverage, no immediate public interest. The case entered the record only through this journal, in this issue, in Oliver's careful prose. The question of what Oliver actually did in assembling the article is worth examining carefully, because it bears on everything else. His prefatory note states that Mr. Y provided him with a very complete dossier of events. The article quotes Mr. Y directly on several occasions. It does not quote Faye directly at any point. Oliver's own description of what Mr. Y told him makes clear that Mr. Y was himself working from a second-hand account. His daughter had described the encounter to him 3 weeks after it occurred, on the 2nd of June 1973, and Mr. Y had then compiled his dossier at some further interval and sent it to Oliver. Some accounts of the case state that Oliver interviewed the children directly. The question of whether this occurred is contested in the sources. One analytical account notes that this claim appears to be authorial confusion, observing that Faye is never directly quoted in Oliver's article, and that on the evidence of the text itself, Oliver appears to have worked entirely from Mr. Y's dossier, rather than from any direct contact with the witnesses. The BUFORA article itself does not describe any interview Oliver conducted with Faye or with the boy. This remains an open question, and the sources do not resolve it. What Oliver did with the dossier was produce a 4-page article that is remarkably precise in its descriptive detail, even as it maintains throughout a tone of careful agnosticism. He described the figure. He preserved Mr. I's own interpretive commentary. He noted the specific details that Mr. I found persuasive, including the matter of the 3 fingers and 3 toes, which Mr. I felt made a deliberate hoax somewhat difficult to execute. Oliver recorded all of this without endorsing any particular explanation. His closing line was equally precise in its openness. Well, ghost spaceman, imagination, hoax or hallucination, take your pick, AQ caputut. And then, a few lines further on, having noted that when Mr. Y visited the site, he could find no metal hut anywhere in sight, nor any indication of one, the case rests. Quote, "The trailing ellipsis is Oliver's own. The case does not close, it simply rests." Within the article, Oliver allowed himself 2 small editorial speculations. Both are worth noting because they are the only places in the published record where an investigator's interpretive voice is present. The first concerns the manner in which the figure ate berries. Oliver described the process in his article. The figure placed a berry in its ear, thrust its head forward, caused the berry to disappear from the ear and reappear at one of its eyes, repeated the motion, and caused the berry to travel to its mouth. Having described this process, Oliver inserted a parenthetical note of his own, suggesting that a possible explanation could be that the figure was wearing some kind of protective mask and analyzing the berry to check it was not poisonous. This speculation was not presented as a conclusion. It was presented as a possible explanation, one offered in parentheses, in the qualified register of a careful editor who is aware he is extrapolating. But it is the only moment in the article where Oliver reached toward a mechanical interpretation of what the children had observed. The rest of the account is descriptive. Only here did he speculate about function. The second moment of editorial voice is subtler. It occurs in the closing paragraph, when Oliver compared the Sandown case to what he called the Welsh flap, specifically to the box-dropping incident and the humanoid report from Broadhaven School, which he had covered in Volume 6, Number 1 of the same journal. The comparison placed the Sandown encounter within a broader pattern. Oliver was actively documenting a wave of British cases in the 1970s in which children were the primary witnesses to anomalous entities. He did not argue for a connection. He noted a resemblance and left the reader to consider it. These 2 editorial moments, the berry speculation and the Broadhaven comparison, are the closest thing we have to Oliver's own interpretive position on the case. Neither constitutes a conclusion. Together they suggest a mind that was genuinely curious, methodologically cautious, and willing to hold the material as open rather than forcing it toward resolution. There is one further aspect of Oliver's process that deserves attention, and it concerns the route the information had travelled before it reached him. Mr. I compiled his dossier at the request of Leonard Cramp's advice, writing to Oliver some time after the encounter itself. The encounter had occurred in May 1973. Between the encounter and the publication, somewhere between 4 and 5 years passed. This interval matters because memory does not simply store events. Over 4 or 5 years, the details of any reported encounter will be subject to natural processes of consolidation, revision, and interpretation. Faye had been 7 years old at the time of the encounter, according to the BUFORA article itself. By the time her father wrote to Oliver, she was approaching her teenage years. The account as Oliver received it was not a fresh report. It was a dossier assembled years after the event by a parent, describing what a child had told him, with the child's subsequent insistence on its truth noted, but with the child herself never directly quoted. It does, however, shape what kind of document the BUFORA article actually is. It is not a contemporaneous field report. It is a carefully assembled retrospective, filtered through Mr. I's perspective and then through Oliver's editorial judgment. As one analytical account of the case notes, Mr. Y found the boy, but found him not easy to communicate with, though he did obtain a statement from him confirming that the encounter had occurred as Faye had described. Beyond that confirmation, the boy does not speak in the record. He has no name in the published account. He contributed corroboration, and then the sources fall silent about him. The BUFORA article is, in this sense, a document assembled at several removes from the original experience. What it preserves is extraordinary in its specificity, but it is worth being clear about what it is: the record of a father's account of his daughter's experience, processed through an editor's judgment, published 5 years after the event. Oliver acknowledged indirection himself in his prefatory note. He did not present the article as something it was not. The article was published in early 1978, and for some years it remained essentially static in the record. The case was noted in various Fortean compilations and UFO survey texts, mentioned in passing by writers including Jenny Randalls, though none of these later treatments offered a confident interpretive position. The Sandown encounter existed in the literature as a curiosity, detailed enough to be memorable, unresolved enough to resist classification. And then, some decades later, a second investigator entered the record. Wilson is described in the sources as the country's leading authority on the sighting. He is a writer and researcher who presents under the Bluesky handle Tales of Whitlaw. The sources do not specify when Wilson first became interested in the case, or precisely how many years he had been researching it before the development that makes his contribution to the record significant. What the sources do record is the following: Wilson made contact, at some point in later decades, with the woman believed to be Faye. He was allowed to meet with her and to speak with her about her experiences. The sources do not specify the circumstances of this contact, or how it was established, or when precisely it occurred. What she disclosed in the course of those conversations is briefly noted in the sources. According to Wilson's later research, the woman identified as Faye revealed that her 1973 encounter near Lake Common had not been her only encounter with the figure. She disclosed that she had met him on 4 additional occasions beyond the initial meeting. This is a significant statement, and the sources preserve it only in outline. The nature of those 4 subsequent encounters, their dates, their locations, their content, and what the woman remembered of them is not described in the sources available to this account. What is recorded is the fact of their existence, as she disclosed them to Wilson, and their significance as a continuation of a story that the 1978 BUFORA article had presented as a single, isolated event. Whether these additional encounters alter the interpretation of the original 1973 meeting, or what light they might cast on the nature of the figure, is not something the sources allow this account to address. The sources name him as the person who has come closest to the witness in recent years, and as the person whose conversations with her have extended the known record of the case beyond what Norman Oliver published in 1978. Beyond that, the sources do not go. There is a question, preserved carefully in the sources, about the persistence of the witness's accounts. One analytical treatment notes that, while it is sometimes stated that the children persisted in their account throughout their lives, this may be an exaggeration for effect, since the children have given no public reports and have never publicly identified themselves. At the same time, the sources also note that Wilson's contact with the woman believed to be Faye, and her willingness to speak at length about her experiences, including the disclosure of 4 further encounters, is consistent with a witness who has maintained the truth of what she experienced. These 2 positions are not fully reconcilable, and the sources do not reconcile them. They are presented here as what they are: 2 distinct assessments of the evidence, arrived at from different directions. The more recent years have brought a third kind of engagement with the case, one that is neither strictly investigative nor strictly archival. The figure now known as All Colours, Sam or the Sandown Clown, has been adopted in the Isle of Wight as something of a cultural presence. The Boojum and Snark Collective, as part of an Arts Council-supported project called Sandown Rocks, produced an exhibition in 2022 framing the encounter as an open case for public investigation. Three-dimensional printed figures of the Sandown Clown became available through the marketplace Etsy. The jewellery brand Tatty Divine produced a Sandown Clown pendant as part of a collection inspired in part by co-founder Rosie Wolfenden's chance discovery of the relevant issue of the BUFORA journal. Wilson himself presented a talk at Bembridge Fort in the summer of 2022, described in the Boojum and Snark materials as an in-depth examination of the case from the country's leading authority on the sighting. This cultural adoption of the figure is not the same thing as investigation, but it has served a function that investigation alone might not have achieved. It has kept the case visible. It has brought new people to the primary source. It has created the conditions in which contact between Wilson and the woman believed to be Faye became possible. Whether the popularity of the case has in some sense helped preserve what would otherwise have been lost to time is not something the sources address directly, but the trajectory of the record suggests it is worth noting. And then there is the silence that fell in July 2022. Norman Oliver, who had edited the BUFORA journal and who had received Mr. I's dossier and assembled the only contemporaneous published account of what happened near Lake Common, died in July 2022. The sources note his death and do not elaborate on it at length. They note it the way one notes the closing of a door that cannot now be opened again. Oliver was the last person known to have worked directly with the original dossier that Mr. Y compiled. He was the last person who could have described, from his own recollection, what that document contained, how it was worded, what it was like to read, and whether there were details in it that he chose not to include in the published article. Whether the original dossier still exists somewhere is not established by the sources. One analytical account notes that it is assumed not to be in existence, and therefore cannot be consulted. But the sources do not confirm its destruction. They simply record its absence from the accessible record. What this means for anyone trying to understand the case now is that the BUFORA article is not merely the foundational document. It is, in practice, the only document. The dossier from which it was drawn is gone or inaccessible. The editor who made decisions about it is gone. The transmission chain, which was already short, has been shortened further. There is a particular kind of silence that comes from this. It is not the silence of a case that was never documented. It is the silence that comes when the documentation has survived, but the people who could have illuminated its edges are no longer present to speak. What Oliver knew about the dossier, beyond what he published, is now unavailable. What he thought privately about the case, beyond the careful agnosticism of his published prose, is unavailable. What he made of the specific phrasing of Mr. Y's letter, the tone of it, the degree of certainty or uncertainty that Mr. Y conveyed in his original writing is unavailable. The article remains. The case rests, as Oliver wrote, with a trailing ellipsis and no full stop. Norman Oliver, who received that letter, read a complete dossier and published the account that would become the single contemporaneous record of the encounter. Wilson, who came to the case in later decades, made contact with the woman believed to be Faye and learned from her of 4 further meetings with the figure that the 1978 article had no way of knowing. 3 different points of entry into a case that resists the kind of resolution that investigation normally seeks. Cramp's contribution was a single piece of advice delivered to the right person at the right moment. Oliver's contribution was an article, 4 pages long, published in a quarterly journal with a limited readership, that nonetheless preserved the specificity and the strangeness of what Mr. Y had compiled and sent to him. Wilson's contribution is ongoing, concerned with a continuation of the story that had not yet entered the record when Oliver sat down to write. What none of them could do was resolve the case. The figure near Lake Common gave its name as something that was not a name, described itself as something that was not quite a ghost and not quite a man, and told 2 children that there were others like it, and that it had a camp on the mainland, and that it would not fight back if attacked. None of these disclosures point toward resolution. They point, if anywhere, toward a larger mystery that the investigators inherited from the witnesses and could not close. Oliver did not try to close it. He wrote his title as a question and his last paragraph as an open assessment. He listed the possibilities, ghost and spaceman and imagination and hoax and hallucination, and told his readers to take their pick. And then he set down his pen, and the case rested, in that particular way of cases that had been given a record but not an answer. It rests still. Said it was. There is a moment near the center of the encounter that everything else orbits around. Two children have crossed a golf course, pushed through a hedge, followed a sound they could not name into a swampy meadow, watched a figure emerge from beneath a footbridge, and then retreat into a windowless metal hut. And then, drawn by a voice coming to them across 50 yards as though it was standing directly beside them, they have approached this figure closely enough to speak to it. The wailing has stopped. The figure is near enough now that the microphone is no longer needed, though its lips do not move when it speaks, and its speech is not always easy to follow. The children have a question. They ask whether it is a ghost. Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way. Quat. They press on. They ask what it is then. You know, these three exchanges, preserved in the 1978 BUFORA Journal article presented by Norman Oliver, are the closest thing we have to a self-portrait. They are brief. They are in some ways deeply unsatisfying, but they have held researchers and readers for decades because they are the kind of answers that stay with you, the kind that resist absorption into any single explanatory framework, the kind that feel, even at a distance of more than 50 years. This chapter will stay with those answers for a long time. The full set of things the figure communicated, taken together, forms a portrait that is worth assembling carefully before we begin to interpret it. The figure said it was not a man. It said it was in some sense a ghost, but not precisely. It said it did not know, or could not say, what it was. It said it had no name, this despite the fact that, moments earlier, it had written or pointed out the word Sam in a notebook in what may or may not have been an introduction. It said there were others like it, and it drew a rough sketch of one of them. It said it had a camp on the mainland, though it did not disclose the location. It said it was frightened of people, and that if attacked it would not fight back. It said it had just made the hut. It said it ate berries. It collected in the late afternoon, and that the water from the nearby river could be drunk once it had cleaned it. A solitary figure in a swamp, frightened, non-aggressive, self-sufficient in modest ways, capable of communication but struggling with it, knowing something about itself that it either could not or would not put into words, telling two children who had wandered off a golf course that they already knew what it was. We will return to that last point more than once. The name question, or the not name question, is where it is most useful to begin, because it is the most demonstrably strange thing in a report full of strange things. The figure writes, in a notebook, a message that Faye reads out word by non-sequential word as each is pointed to. Hello, and I am all colours, Sam. Q, Hutty. The fact sheet for this case is explicit that whether Sam was a name, a species identifier, or something else remains unresolved in the sources. Norman Oliver himself, in writing the 1978 article, does not resolve it. He presents both pieces of information and lets them sit alongside each other. The writer Tom Quackenbush, in his analysis of the case, notes the tension explicitly. The figure pointed at the word in the notebook but said it had no real name, and raises the possibility that Sam may have been an address to the girl, a species designation, or something else entirely outside the ordinary function of proper nouns. None of this is resolved. It is worth sitting with that non-resolution rather than hurrying past it. A being that writes a message containing a word that looks like a name, and then says it has no name, is either confused or communicating in a mode we do not fully have access to, or doing something with language that is adjacent to but not identical with the way two children in 1973 would have understood introduction and identity. All three possibilities are genuinely interesting. None of them forecloses the others. The phrase, I am all colours, is perhaps more opaque still and receives less analytical attention in the literature than it deserves. Quackenbush observes that there is no obvious way to rearrange or reinterpret the words to make them yield a cleaner meaning, and suggests that the actual message may be more significant than idle speculation has managed to establish. He is right that it is a phrase too strange to be a casual fabrication and too specific to be a filler. Whatever all colours means to the figure, it was important enough to include in what appears to be its first written communication with the children the opening line of an introduction it had gone to some effort to produce. That is not a failure of analysis. It may simply be that the phrase belongs to a frame of self-description that does not have a counterpart in the frame within which the children, or Norman Oliver, or any of us subsequently, receive it. Let us move now to the ghost question, because it is the one that has the most explicit answer, and the answer itself is the most telling. The children's first hypothesis, when they encountered this figure, was not that it was an alien. It was not that it was a robot, or a cryptid, or a dimensional intruder. Their first hypothesis was that it was a ghost. This is perhaps the most natural frame available to a 7-year-old child in rural England in 1973, encountering something that does not look like any person they have seen, that moves strangely, that speaks without moving its lips, whose face appears painted on, or perhaps masked. When they eventually ran back across the golf links and told the first adult they met what they had seen, they said they had seen a ghost. This was the children's own categorization, arrived at on their own terms, without parental prompting. The figure's answer to the ghost question is the most carefully qualified thing it says. It does not say yes, it does not say no. It says, not really, but in an odd sort of way. This is not a deflection. It is a precision. The figure is distinguishing between what ghost means in common usage and something adjacent to that meaning that does apply to it. It is marking the limits of the available vocabulary while still reaching toward the most honest available answer. Quackenbush, in his extended analysis, reads this answer as confirming that the figure is some kind of spirit, but one that cannot be contained within the ordinary definition of the word. He is careful to note that this is interpretive, but the shape of the answer itself is consistent with an entity that has some of the qualities associated with ghosts, perhaps imperceptibility to certain witnesses, perhaps a kind of non-material or conditionally material existence, perhaps simply a relationship to the physical world that is not fully continuous with ordinary presence, while not being a ghost in any straightforward sense. What gives this particular reading some purchase is the detail of the workman. Mr. Y, writing to BUFORA in the letter that Norman Oliver quoted in the 1978 article, included the following observation: I get the impression that Faye was somehow taken into a bubble of alien reality created by this strange personage. He told them he had just made the hut. Also, Faye told me that while they were talking to this ghost, 2 workmen nearby were repairing a post. They paid no attention to the weird charade, as though they could not see it. 2 workmen were present during the encounter. They were near enough to notice. They apparently did not notice, or, more precisely, they apparently could not see what the children could see. If this detail is taken at face value, then the figures in an odd sort of way begins to carry more weight. Ghosts, in the popular conception, are precisely entities that are visible to some and not to others, present within a location in a way that is conditional rather than universal, accessible only to those who are, for whatever reason, admitted to the particular mode of perception required. The children were apparently admitted, the workmen were not. The figure, when asked directly whether this was approximately what it was, gave an answer that amounts to, broadly, but the word is not quite right. We should be careful here. The detail of the workman is Faye's observation, reported to her father, recorded in his letter to BUFORA, and transmitted to us through Norman Oliver's article. It has passed through several stages of reportage before it arrives at us, and we have no independent account of the workman's experience, or indeed of whether they registered the children at all. Quackenbush notes the layered transmission of almost every element of this case, from Faye to her father, to his dossier, to Oliver's article, and the possibilities for omission, drift, and unconscious editing at each stage. This applies to the workman as much as to anything else, but it applies equally to all of the figure's self-descriptions. Every piece of testimony about what the figure said or did not say arrived by the same route. If we are prepared to work with the detail that it chuckled and said no when asked if it was a man, we should be prepared to work with the detail that the workmen paid no attention to the encounter as though they could not see it. Both are filtered through the same transmission chain. Now to the claim about others like it and the camp on the mainland. This is the most grounding thing the figure says, if we take it literally. It is asserting membership of a population, a species, or a community, a category of which it is not the only instance, and it is asserting that this population has a mainland presence, a camp in a location it declines to identify. It draws a rough sketch of one of the others. Quackenbush is struck by this. In a world of anomalous encounters and alleged contact, he observes, it is notable that no one else ever came forward to report meeting a being like the one described at Sandown. The figure asserted its population, but the population, if it exists, has remained entirely invisible to everyone else. Whether this undermines the claim, or whether it is simply consistent with whatever mode of existence allows the workman to be present without perceiving the encounter, depends on which interpretive frame you are already standing inside. Norman Oliver's article describes the act of drawing. He drew a rough sketch of one of them, quote, but no image of that sketch appears to have survived in a form accessible to subsequent researchers. What the sketch showed, how closely it resembled the figure making it, whether it depicted the same hat and tunic and three-fingered hands, we do not know. It is one of the small specific losses of this case. The claim about the mainland camp is similarly tantalizing and similarly terminal. The figure did not say where. Norman Oliver does not speculate about where. Mr. Y, in his letter, does not appear to have pursued it. The camp is mentioned, and then the case moves on. What remains is only the suggestion of a geography of habitation, a distribution of this figure and its kin across the landscape of Britain, existing in a way that has left no other footprint in any record we have access to. The vulnerability, though, the fear of people, the statement about not fighting back, is perhaps the most unexpected element of all of this, and it is the one that various researchers return to with the most persistent attention. This is not the phenomenology of a threat, it is the phenomenology of prey. The figure is, by several measures, physically imposing, nearly 7 feet tall, apparently strong enough to hoist itself from beneath a footbridge, capable of producing sound at volumes that frightened a child from 50 yards. And yet its self-description is of a being that is frightened of the species it is speaking to, and that would not defend itself if that species attacked. Quackenbush asks what experiences the figure might have had with humans before this encounter, given that no other encounter with its kind has ever been reported. He notes that the figure's caution is sensible in the face of 2 children, who might easily have led adults back to the site, and that where 2 humans are, there are likely to be others. This is a practical reading, but Quackenbush also observes something more unsettling. A figure of this size and apparent capability, alone in a swamp, identifying itself as unwilling to defend itself, is making itself deeply vulnerable to the 2 small witnesses in front of it. That vulnerability seems genuine, or at least is represented as genuine. It is not a performance of power, it is a disclosure of weakness. There is something about this combination, the size, the strange capabilities, the self-described fear, the non-violence, that sits at the center of what makes this case resist ordinary categorization. A hoaxer in a costume would presumably not build their performance around a statement of existential vulnerability. An alien emissary from a species capable of interstellar travel might be expected to carry some form of defense, or at least not to advertise its absence. A ghost is typically defined by its inability to act on the physical world, not by its choice not to. None of these frames quite account for a being that is nearly 7 feet tall and says it is frightened and will not fight back. Now let us consider the interpretive frameworks that various researchers have brought to the case, and what each of them can and cannot account for. The extraterrestrial hypothesis is the most well-worn path through this material, partly because the case was first published in a UFO research journal, and partly because Norman Oliver's framing, while carefully non-committal, gave it that context. The title of the article, Ghost or Spaceman 73, presents the ghost hypothesis and the spaceman hypothesis as the two poles of a spectrum, and the journal's readership would have come to the material already oriented toward the latter. The extraterrestrial reading has real difficulty with the self-description. If the figure is an extraterrestrial, one might expect its presentation to be at least faintly legible within the frame of the alien encounter as it existed in 1973, a craft, or the suggestion of a craft, a technological repertoire, suggesting interstellar capability, a communicative agenda that makes some reference to origins or purposes. None of these are present. What is present is a small metal hut. The figure says it made itself. A microphone device, an electric heater, wooden furniture, berries, and the water of a nearby river, once cleaned. Technology is strikingly modest, arguably pre-technological in several respects. The figure is, in material terms, living at a level of subsistence that would not have appeared advanced to the children in front of it, or to anyone reading the account in 1978. The Vice article by Tom Oldham, paraphrasing Norman Oliver's original, notes that the BUFORA journal's speculation about the berry trick, that the figure might be wearing a protective mask analyzing food for toxicity, represents an attempt to import real-world technological logic into a situation that resists it. The speculation is Norman Oliver's, and it is presented in the original article as a possible explanation rather than a conclusion. But the observation that this kind of interpretive move imports assumptions about what the figure must be, rather than working from what it presented, is a useful caution for any of the interpretive frameworks we might use. The folkloric or fairy framework is the one that Quackenbush reaches for, with acknowledged uncertainty. He invokes the fae and the long tradition in British folklore of encounter with entities that are not human and not dead, that inhabit a reality adjacent to ordinary reality, that may be visible to some and not to others, that operate by rules different from the ones that govern human experience. He is careful to say that he uses the word as a convenience, a pointer towards something that he cannot name with greater precision. He also notes that the pseudonym BUFORA assigned to the witness child Faye sits very close to the word Faye, and that Mr. I's designation means the girl's full pseudonymous name is Faye Y, which sounds like a question. He presents this as a synchronicity rather than a conclusion. It may be nothing, but the trickster quality of the story, the way it keeps producing these small, improbable echoes, is part of what Quackenbush is drawing attention to, and it is not nothing. The folkloric frame accounts for more of the specific texture of the encounter than the extraterrestrial frame does. An entity that is visible only to certain witnesses, that inhabits a swampy marginal land between two kinds of cultivated ground, that communicates in laborious and non-standard ways, that presents a gift-like interaction to children rather than a gender-driven one, that says it has no name, and in the same breath points at a word that might be a name. All of this fits more easily within the folklore of encounter with the non-human, but not alien, than within the contact narrative as it was understood in UFO research of the 1970s. But the folkloric frame also has its difficulties. The metal hut, the electric heater, the microphone device with its white flecks, these are not the furnishings of fairy. They are the furnishings of a particular moment in British material culture, recognizably of the 1970s, even if they are strange in their arrangement. The figure's clothing is described as ripped and tattered, and when asked about this, it says, "These are the only clothes it has." This is not the clothing of the supernatural, it is the clothing of poverty, or of a particular relationship to material existence that does not include the ability to acquire new clothes. These two textures, the modestly technological hut and the worn clothing, sit oddly alongside each other within the folkloric frame, just as they sit oddly alongside each other within the extraterrestrial frame. The psychological hypothesis, in its various forms, deserves careful rather than dismissive treatment here. The curious archive analysis by Ashley considers the possibility of a shared hallucination, a folie à deux between two children who may have experienced something else in that swampy meadow, and generated the figure of Sam as a way of making sense of it. Ashley is measured about this possibility, noting its limits. We know very little about the two children, their relationship to each other, or the circumstances of their play that afternoon. Quackenbush's analysis also engages the shared hallucination frame, pointing out that even if the encounter was a hallucinated reality, rather than a consensus one, this does not make it simple or unimportant. He notes that there are religious visions with less detail that have been enshrined as holy sites, and that the specificity of what Faye reported, the non-sequential notebook message, the 3 fingers and 3 toes, the 2-level hut, the bury in the ear trick, is of a kind that makes casual fabrication or embellishment at least somewhat less plausible than if the details had been vague or generically anomalous. Mr. Y himself, it is worth noting, initially considered a shared hallucination among the possible explanations for what his daughter described. This is often overlooked in treatments of the case that present Mr. Y as having been straightforwardly credulous from the start. Norman Oliver's article is clear that Mr. I's initial response was one of disbelief and that he considered several hypotheses: make-believe, shared hallucination, and deliberate hoax by a costume person, before arriving at his bubble of alien reality interpretation. The detail he found hardest to account for within those frames was the 3 fingers and 3 toes, which he felt made a deliberate hoax, in particular, difficult to construct convincingly. The hoax hypothesis faces the same difficulty Mr. Y identified, as well as the structural problem that it requires the hoaxer to have prepared an elaborate and physically demanding presentation for an audience they could not have anticipated. A costumed figure nearly 7 feet tall with simulated 3-fingered hands and 3-toed feet, carrying a functioning microphone device producing a wailing sound, inhabiting a 2-level metal hut in a swampy meadow behind a golf course, prepared to spend 30 minutes or more in conversation with 2 children who happened to wander past. The logistical burden of this scenario, assembled for no obvious purpose, with no subsequent claim of authorship and no evidence of preparation, is very large. Norman Oliver's own closing words in the article carry his characteristic dry precision, and, indeed, why go to all that trouble? Quote, "There is also the possibility, considered by Curious Archive among others, that the figure was simply a human being, unusual in appearance or behavior, living in or passing through the area, and that the children's account was a genuine report of a genuine person that has been elaborated by the transmission process and the context in which it was eventually published. This is perhaps the most grounding hypothesis available, and it is worth taking seriously. But it requires accepting that a human being was barefoot in a swamp, nearly 7 feet tall, carrying 3 fingers and 3 toes, speaking without moving their lips at distances of over 50 yards, and living in a windowless, 2-level metal hut they told 2 children they had just made. Even if some of these details are the product of a child's memory shaping an ambiguous experience toward coherence, the number and specificity of them make the mundane human reading nearly as demanding as the supernatural one. What none of these frameworks individually quite accounts for is the answer, you know. The children have asked what the figure is. It has already said it is not a man. It has already said it is something like a ghost, but not exactly. Now, asked to be more specific, to name its category or its nature, it says, you know. Quackenbush's reading of this is that the children did know, or that there is a level at which humans know, and that what the figure was pointing to is a recognition that exists somewhere below or beyond the ordinary vocabulary for categorizing the non-human. He places this within his broader argument that the figure belonged to a tradition of encounter with entities that humans have always had words for, but have been taught to stop using. This is a deliberately Mysterian position, and it is honest about being so. But there are other readings. Tom Oldham's Vice piece notes the interpretive difficulty of tone in an account that was at least third-hand by the time it reached publication, years after the event. Whether you know was playful, evasive, genuinely inviting the children to consult their own experience, or simply the best the figure could do in a language it was clearly managing with difficulty, all of these possibilities remain open. The figure's speech was described as unclear, as though issued from a mouth that could not move properly. It had resorted to writing in a notebook for its first communication. Its mastery of English, whatever its other capabilities, was not complete. You know may have been the best available answer in the language available to it. That does not make it less resonant. It may make it more honest. There is also the possibility that it was accurate. Not accurate in the mystical sense, not you carry in your blood an ancient recognition of what I am. Accurate in the simple sense that 2 children in 1973 encountered something that did not fit their available categories. And the most precise answer to what are you was that the category did not exist cleanly in their vocabulary, but that on some level the question was its own answer. that the experience of encountering something genuinely outside ordinary categorization is itself a form of knowing. You know, because you are standing in front of it. The same answer is available to us now, more than 50 years later, still sitting with a case that has no resolution. We know something. We know the shape of what the encounter was. We know the texture of the testimony. We know what it offered and what it withheld. We know that what it said it was, not a man, something like a ghost, but not exactly. Something you know does not resolve into any available category cleanly. Norman Oliver ended his article with a phrase that has the quality of a considered pause rather than a conclusion. Having presented the case without adjudicating it, having offered the range of possibilities without selecting among them, ghost, spaceman, imagination, hoax, hallucination, he wrote, simply, the case rests. The case has not moved much since. What it said it was remains approximately what it said, not a man. In some sense a ghost, but not exactly, with others like it somewhere on the mainland in a location it did not disclose. Frightened of the people it was speaking to, willing to spend time with them anyway, answering the deepest question with a phrase that turns the question back toward the questioner, not to avoid it, but because the questioner and the question and the not quite answer may, in the end. According to later research by Paul A.T. Wilson, the woman believed to be Faye disclosed that she had met the figure on 4 further occasions beyond the 1973 encounter. The Lantern and Bone channel notes this with care. Wilson's research, discussed in a podcast interview with Merrick Larwood, implies that the 1973 encounter was not the end of what Faye knew about the figure. It was, perhaps, a beginning. What the subsequent encounters contained, what further self-descriptions the figure may have offered, what it said it was on those later occasions, these are not within the primary documentation of the case as it exists in the 1978 BUFORA journal. They belong to a layer of the record that is still being assembled. What we have, and what we have been staying with in this chapter, is the original encounter and the figure's original self-account. A rough sketch of one of the others, a camp somewhere on the mainland, a fear of people and a declaration of non-violence, and, in answer to the final question, 2 words that may have been exactly as honest as anything else it said. You know. The island remembers. There is a particular kind of survival that belongs to stories. No one was quite sure to believe. They do not travel the way confirmed facts travel, through citation and official record and the steady accumulation of corroboration. They travel instead through the willingness of one person to pass something on to another, through the decision, made sometimes consciously and sometimes not, that a thing is worth repeating. The account of what 2 children encountered on a Tuesday afternoon in May 1973 near the swampy margins of Lake Common on the Isle of Wight survived in exactly this fashion. It survived first as a private story, told by a 7-year-old girl to her father 3 weeks after the fact. It survived as a dossier compiled by that father and sent, on the advice of a local researcher, to the editor of a small circulation journal. It survived as a 5-page article in the January or February 1978 issue of the BUFORA journal, under the title Ghost or Spaceman 73, presented by the journal's editor Norman Oliver. And then, for a while, it survived only barely. The BUFORA journal was not a mass circulation publication. It reached the community of researchers and enthusiasts who subscribed to it, and it did not reach many others. The case it documented was, by the standards of the field, unusual in several respects. There were no physical traces, no photographs, no further witnesses beyond the 2 children. The figure it described did not resemble any other reported entity from the same period in any straightforward way. The article's own author had closed his account with a line that held all possible interpretations open simultaneously, declining to nominate any single explanation. The case, in short, was not the kind that lent itself easily to resolution, and cases that resist resolution have a complicated relationship with longevity. They are sometimes remembered for exactly the same reason. Norman Oliver, who had gathered this material and placed it in the record, died in July 2022. By that point, the case he had documented more than 4 decades earlier had already begun to travel in ways he could not have fully anticipated when he wrote it up. The article had been digitized and made available through the Internet Archive by the Archives for the Unexplained in Sweden, which meant that anyone who thought to search for it could find it, read it, and carry something of it away. The figure that article described, with its yellow pointed hat and wooden antennae and paper-white face, had begun to accumulate the kind of attention that the Internet makes possible for odd and particular things. Not widespread attention, not the attention of mass culture, but the sustained and often passionate attention of people who find in strangeness a kind of companionship. It is worth pausing on what exactly was being remembered. The article in the BUFORA journal documented a figure that was nearly 7 feet tall with no discernible neck, wearing a yellow pointed hat with a round black knob at its apex and wooden antennae fixed to its sides. The hat interlocked with the red collar of a green tunic, white trousers, blue gloves, bare white feet with only 3 toes. Triangular markings for eyes, a brown square of a nose, motionless yellow lips and additional round markings on paper white cheeks. A fringe of red hair falling onto the forehead, wooden slat-like protrusions from the sleeves and from below the trousers. The figure carried a black knob microphone with a white flex. It moved with a strange hopping motion, knees raised high. This is, taken as a description, something that lodges in the memory. It is specific enough to be visualized and strange enough to resist being resolved into anything familiar. A person encountering this description for the first time tends to find that some part of it stays with them. The triangular eyes, perhaps, the wooden slats, the 3 toes, the berry placed in the ear. These details do not behave the way ordinary remembered details behave. They remain precise, as though they had been looked at rather than imagined. Whatever one makes of the underlying account, the description itself has a quality that makes it, in the most literal sense, memorable. And it is this quality, perhaps more than any other factor, that allowed the case to persist through the decades when almost no one was writing about it, and then to emerge, blinking in particular, into the fuller light of early 21st century attention. The Isle of Wight is not a place that tends to need external mythology. It has its own landscape, its own history, its own texture of accumulated stories, and the gentle self-containment that comes from being an island. But the story of the Sandown Clown, as the figure came to be called, is an Isle of Wight story in a quite specific sense. The swampy meadow adjacent to Sandown Airport, the wooden footbridge over the narrow brook, the golf links they ran across afterward, these are real places, places that still exist, or whose memory persists even where the physical landscape has changed. Lake Common and the nearby Blackpan Common, which were used as grazing land in earlier centuries, were later absorbed into the Shanklin and Sandown Golf Club. But the geography of the encounter remains, in outline, traceable, and the combination of a specific, traceable landscape with a story that cannot be explained has a particular hold on the imagination of the people who live within that landscape. By 2022, that hold had become visible in a formal and organized way. The figure of the Sandown Clown became the subject of a public engagement project mounted by Boojum and Snark as part of the Arts Council supported Sandown Rocks program. The Sandown Rocks project was a 12-month program exploring myths, local phenomena, and what it described as utopian versions of Sandown. Within that program, the Boojum and Snark contribution used the Sandown Clown incident as the basis for an investigation event that invited members of the public to review an evidence board, examine the known details of the case, and weigh their own conclusions. The event was framed in the language of a cold case investigation, presenting the various details of the encounter alongside the multiple explanatory frames that researchers over the years had proposed. The evidence board, as the project described it, presented details that had been drawn from the BUFORA journal article and from the body of secondary commentary that had accumulated around it in the years since. The strange hopping motion, the notebook with its non-sequential message, the berry trick, elaborate and unexplained, the 2 workmen nearby who appeared to notice nothing, the hut that had vanished without trace when the father visited the site. The project invited its participants to hold all of this, to sit with the strangeness of it, to offer their own assessments. The questions it posed were not rhetorical gestures toward a predetermined answer. They were genuinely open. The project was not asking people to believe in the Sandown Clown. It was asking them to think about him and to notice what that thinking felt like. Alongside the evidence board, the project featured a public lecture presented at Bembridge Fort by Paul A.T. Wilson, described in relation to the project as the leading authority on the sighting. Wilson had spent years researching the case and had made contact, in the course of that research, with the woman believed to be the girl known in the BUFORA account as Faye. According to Wilson's account of that contact, the woman had disclosed that her encounter with the figure in 1973 had not been her only one. She had, she said, met the figure on 4 additional occasions beyond the initial meeting in May 1973. Wilson has continued to discuss this material and to present it to audiences interested in the case, most recently on the Some Other Sphere podcast and through presentations associated with the Sandown Rocks project. He presents under the Bluesky handle Tales of Whitlaw, a name that places his work within the tradition of Isle of Wight lore more broadly. The Sandown Rocks project gave the figure a kind of civic recognition. It placed the Sandown Clown within the public life of the island, not as an embarrassment or a curiosity to be apologised for, but as something worth examining carefully and worth celebrating in its strangeness. Many paranormal cases exist in a condition of semi-suppressed local awareness, known to those who seek them out, but kept at a certain distance by official or semi-official culture. The Sandown Rocks project did something different. It opened the investigation to anyone who wanted to participate, and it did so under the auspices of Arts Council support, which placed the figure, at least temporarily, within the broader frame of cultural production. The Sandown Clown was being treated as an object worthy of artistic and communal attention, not merely as a claim to be verified or dismissed. The project also reflected something that had already been happening more quietly, in the dispersed and largely uncoordinated space of online attention. The case had been covered in considerable depth by a number of writers and researchers who had encountered it, been arrested by it, and decided to write about it. The Ghost in My Machine, a website focused on preternatural entities and strange stories, published a detailed encyclopedia-style entry on the figure in May 2022. Curious Archive, whose author is herself based on the Isle of Wight, had published an extensive analytical article examining the case in August 2021, exploring the question of what the figure might have been, while also attending carefully to the details of the BUFORA account. Vice had published a column piece as part of a series called The Woo, which described the figure in a spirit that was genuinely engaged with the case's strangeness, even as it acknowledged that strangeness, plainly and without mystification. Tom Quackenbush had published an extended essay that sat with the case in a way that was part analysis and part something harder to name, reading the encounter as a kind of visitation and the figure as something adjacent to what older traditions might have called the Fae, while maintaining throughout the essay that this framing was itself a convenience rather than a conclusion. The On the Wight local news site published an overview of the case that was read by people who might never have gone looking for it. Each of these accounts reached a different audience, and together they made possible a kind of distributed memory. Someone in another country, with no connection to the Isle of Wight, could encounter the description of the figure through any one of these pieces and carry something of it away. The image of the yellow hat, the triangular eyes, the microphone with its white flecks, the berry placed in the ear, these details were becoming, through repetition and circulation, something with more than local reach. The figure was acquiring the quality of a character, in the literary sense, something with a shape that persists across different tellings. This quality was recognized and responded to by makers as well as writers. Among those who encountered the case in this period was Rosie Wolfenden, co-founder of the jewellery company Tatty Divine. Wolfenden came across the original BUFORA journal issue that had first published the case, and in encountering it found something that stayed with her. The figure she read about there, described in the journal's pages with its pointed hat and microphone and pale face, became the inspiration for a piece in Tatty Divine's SS25 jewellery collection, the Sandown Clown pendant. The piece was described by Wolfenden in terms that held the case with both warmth and appropriate lightness, acknowledging the figure as otherworldly, as part of the unexplained history of the Isle of Wight, and as something with a claim on the imagination even for someone who had not been there and could not verify what had or had not occurred. The pendant became, in this way, a wearable object, carrying within it a trace of something that had happened or been reported to have happened in a swampy meadow near Sandown more than 50 years earlier. Separately, three-dimensional printed figures of the Sandown Clown became available through the Etsy platform, produced by a maker trading as a random shopper. These small objects brought the figure into domestic space, making it possible to own a representation of something that had existed, in the original account, only as the testimony of two children and the memory of one of them. It implies that the thing being made is worth the effort of fabrication and the investment of material, that it has a form worth preserving in 3 dimensions. The existence of these objects said something about the status of the figure in the culture. It had achieved a presence substantial enough to warrant being made real. What does it mean for a paranormal case to become a cultural object? The process of becoming a cultural object involves a certain distance from the original event. The encounter in May 1973, whatever it was experienced by 2 children in a field, at close quarters, with no mediation. It was immediate and specific and, by all accounts, bewildering. The pendant and the printed figure and the evidence board are not that. They are representations of something that has already been processed through many layers of transmission, from the children's experience, to the father's memory, to the BUFORA dossier, to the Oliver article, and then outward through subsequent decades of reading and retelling. By the time a figure stands on a shelf or a pendant rests around a neck, it is many removes from the moment it is meant to recall. And yet this distance is not only loss, there is a sense in which the cultural life of a case preserves something that strict evidential attention cannot preserve. Evidential attention asks whether the thing happened. Cultural attention asks what the thing has meant and what it continues to mean to the people who carry it. These are different questions, and they are not in competition with each other. A story can be remembered with affection without being confirmed. A figure can become a mascot without the underlying account being resolved. The Sandown Clown has become, as several commentators have noted, something of a Fortean mascot for Sandown, an emblem of the island's willingness to hold its own strangeness without either insisting on it or disowning it. This willingness is itself a kind of generosity. The encounter that gave rise to this case was reported by a 7-year-old girl who was initially laughed at by the first adult she told. She kept the account to herself for 3 weeks before telling her father. Her father initially found it difficult to believe. The boy who had been present was difficult to communicate with, though he did confirm, in his own limited way, that something had been seen. The account reached the public record 4 or 5 years after the encounter, filtered through the father's dossier and the editor's article. Norman Oliver himself closed his account without adjudication, leaving the question open, offering the various possibilities and standing back. The subsequent culture around the case has largely followed Oliver's example in this respect, even if it has done so in forms he could not have imagined. The evidence board, the pendant, the podcasts, the online essays, none of these insist on a resolution. They inhabit the space of the open question and invite the audience to inhabit it with them. This is a different mode from the one that governs most paranormal commentary, which tends either toward credulous endorsement or toward dismissive debunking. The Sandown Clown has attracted very little of either. Instead, it has attracted something more like curious affection, a willingness to sit with something strange and find it worthwhile without needing to collapse its strangeness into a verdict. Wilson's ongoing research adds another dimension to this picture. His contact with the woman identified as Faye, and her disclosure of 4 additional encounters beyond the 1973 meeting, means that the case is not fully static. There is material that has not been fully aired publicly, and there is a witness who has not publicly identified herself. Whether that material will eventually be shared more widely, and in what form, is not yet known. What is known is that Wilson has continued to present and discuss the case, most recently in association with the Sandown Rocks Project and in a conversation with the Some Other Sphere podcast. The figure of the Sandown Clown, in other words, has not reached a terminus. Its story, such as it is, continues to develop, and the people who have been closest to that development continue to be interested in it. The figure's image has circulated through the internet in ways that are difficult to trace comprehensively. It appears in thumbnail images and in article headers, in forum threads, and in podcast cover art. The drawing that appeared in the original BUFORA journal article, the loose-lined pen and ink depiction of a figure standing in long grass with a microphone, has been reproduced and referenced many times. The figure's visual distinctiveness has made it well suited to this kind of circulation. There are not many described entities from the history of paranormal encounter that are as immediately recognizable in outline as the Sandown Clown, the pointed hat, the antennae, the gloves, the protruding slats, the posture of a figure holding a microphone. These elements compose an image that is, in the most basic graphic sense, communicative. It reads clearly at a small size. It reproduces well. It is, in the vocabulary of visual communication, legible. The name also helps. It identifies the location, the island, and something of the figure's quality all at once. The fuller name, all colours, Sam, which is the name that came from the figure's own written introduction in the notebook, is stranger and harder to paraphrase. It raises questions that cannot be answered. What does it mean to be all colours? The figure stated it had no name, yet had just written one. Whether Sam was a name, a species identifier, or something else entirely remains unresolved in all the sources. The phrase all colours has attracted speculation without resolution. It is the kind of phrase that, in a work of literature, would be read as symbolic, but there is no authoritative reading available here, and perhaps that is appropriate. The Sandown Clown is not a text with an author who can be consulted. It is a report, filtered through memory and compilation and editorial judgment, about something that may or may not have occurred in a field beside a golf course on an island off the south coast of England more than 50 years ago. What has grown up around it is, in a sense, the community of people for whom that report has been worth something. Writers who spent hours with it and came away unable to let it go entirely. A jeweller who found the original journal and felt moved to make something in response to it. A researcher who spent years tracking down the woman who had been at the centre of it and listening to what she had to say. An arts organisation that made it the focus of a public investigation. A maker who printed the figure in plastic and offered it to people who wanted to own a piece of the story. All of these people have, in their different ways, continued the transmission that began when a 7-year-old girl told her father, 3 weeks after the fact, about an afternoon in a field. Norman Oliver's article closed with a line that is, in its way, a kind of monument to the open question. Having recounted the case and offered the available explanatory frames without committing to any of them, having noted that Mr. Y visited the site and found no metal hut anywhere in sight, having observed that this absence of physical trace was perhaps not surprising no matter how one viewed the story, he ended with 3 words and an ellipsis, QOT, BUFORA 1978. The case rests. Quote, "It is the conclusion of a man who has done what he can with limited material and has the honesty to say that the material does not close. The case rests, not in the sense of being finished, but in the sense that it lies there, still, available for whoever chooses to sit with it. The people who have chosen to sit with it in the decades since that article was published have not resolved it. They have, however, given it a kind of life that a resolved case would not have. A resolved case becomes a fact, and facts, once established, require no further attention. An open case remains available, remains inviting, remains a place where the imagination can still move. The Sandown Clown has been, in this sense, generative. It has generated writing, art, research, conversation, community. It has given the Isle of Wight something that belongs specifically to it, an image and a story that are not found anywhere else, that are attached to a particular field and a particular afternoon and a particular child's account of something she could not explain. The island remembers it. That is not a small thing. Most encounters of this kind are never written down at all, or are written down and then lost, or are preserved in forms that no one later finds. The encounter near Lake Common in May 1973 was written down, and the writing has survived, and people have found it. Whether the figure that the writing describes was real, in the way that the footbridge and the golf links and the swampy meadow were real, is a question that cannot now be answered and may never be. But the story is real. The account is real. The people who have carried it forward are real. And the figure, with its yellow hat and its three-fingered gloves and its notebook of non-sequential words, persists in the imagination of everyone who has encountered it, which is a kind of reality that paranormal cases do not always achieve and cannot be guaranteed. That persistence is what this chapter has been tracing. Not the persistence of evidence, which is thin, but the persistence of a story that something in people has found worth keeping. The BUFORA Journal article that gave the story its public form was not designed to achieve this. It was a 5-page piece in a specialist publication, closing without verdict, leaving the case open. What happened after that was not planned by anyone. It was the accumulated result of many individual decisions made by many people across many decades, each of them choosing to pass something on rather than let it go. And they have remembered it, perhaps, because there is something in the image of a figure standing in a field holding a microphone, asking two children in a friendly tone whether they are still there, that is easier to carry forward than to set down more meetings. There is one thing the published record does not contain, and it is perhaps the most significant thing of all. The 1978 article in the BUFORA Journal, presented by Norman Oliver under the title Ghost or Spaceman 73, was for many years the entirety of what was documented about the events near Lake Common, Sandown, in May of 1973. It was the sole contemporaneous published account of the case, a 5-page article in a quarterly journal with a modest circulation, filed and largely forgotten. The girl, the article called Faye, 7 years old, when she first encountered the figure, had told her father about it some 3 weeks after the fact, on the 2nd of June 1973. Oliver had distilled the dossier into the article, and there the record rested. For decades the case was what the article said it was, a single Tuesday afternoon encounter, approximately half an hour or more in duration, involving 2 young children, a figure of unusual appearance, a small metal hut in a swampy meadow, a notebook, a black-knobbed microphone, and a berry consumed in a way that neither child had ever seen anything consume a berry before. When the encounter was over, the children ran back across the golf links. The first adult they told laughed and did not believe them. When Mr. Y later visited the site, there was no metal hut and no indication that there had ever been one. The figure had not been seen again, as far as anyone knew. It was the completeness of that boundary that gave the case much of its peculiar quality. One encounter. One afternoon. A beginning, a middle, and a goodbye across a marshy field. The figure said goodbye, in fact, though the record does not quote the word in full context, and the children had said goodbye in return before rushing away. It had the shape of a finished thing. And then, in later years, a researcher named Paul A.T. Wilson made contact with the woman believed to be Faye. What she reportedly told him changed the shape of the case entirely. According to what researcher Paul A.T. Wilson has disclosed in a podcast interview with Marek Larwood, the woman he spoke with, the woman he believed to be the girl called Faye in the BUFORA article, told him that she had met the figure on 4 additional occasions beyond the initial 1973 encounter. Not once more, not twice, 4 more times. The afternoon by the brook, it appears, was not an end, it was a beginning. This is the sum of what is in the public record. The detail that there were 4 further encounters is what Wilson disclosed, and it is what the source records. The content of those encounters, their dates, their locations, their circumstances, what was said and what was shown and what was eaten or demonstrated or drawn in a notebook, none of that has been made available in any source that exists in the public domain. The researcher has not published a full account. The woman herself has not come forward publicly. She has not identified herself, and she has not narrated her own story for any published record that the sources here can confirm. We are left then with an outline, 4 more meetings. That is the shape of it. And the shape is significant even if the interior remains closed to us. It is worth staying with that for a moment, because it would be easy to treat this information as a footnote to the primary case, an addendum that enriches the 1973 encounter without substantially altering it. If the woman who was Faye did indeed meet this figure again, and again after that, and again across what we can only assume were years rather than days, then the figure was not a singular event. It was not a passing anomaly. It was something that returned, or something that she returned to, or some combination of those two things that the language we have does not quite fit. The questions this raises are numerous, and the answers to them are not available in any source consulted for this account. We do not know, for instance, whether the figure was consistent across the encounters, whether it was the same height in the second meeting as in the first, whether the yellow pointed hat was still there, the round black knob at its tip, the wooden antennae attached at the sides, whether the hat still interlocked with the red collar of the green tunic, whether the wooden slat-like protrusions still extended from the sleeves and from below the white trousers, whether the triangular markings for eyes were unchanged, the brown square of a nose, the motionless yellow lips, the round markings on the paper white cheeks. Whether the figure still moved with that strange hopping motion with knees raised high, as secondary sources describe it, something like an astronaut moving on the moon, something like an animal that lifts its feet too far from the ground. We do not know whether, in the later encounters, the figure still carried the black-knobbed microphone with its white flex attached, the device through which its voice could be heard clearly at a distance of over 50 yards, as though it was standing directly beside the listener. We do not know whether the voice was still unclear in that particular way, the way of a person who does not open their mouth properly, the lips not moving when the words came. We do not know whether the figure still wrote in a notebook in large letters, words not laid out in any conventional sequence, requiring the reader to follow a pointed finger from word to scattered word across the page. We do not know whether the metal hut was present in subsequent meetings, or whether the encounters took place in the open air or in some other location entirely. We do not know whether the figure was still eating berries in the later encounters, still performing the multi-stage trick of placing a berry in an ear before transferring it through some motion of the head, the berry disappearing from the ear and appearing at the eye, then repeating so that the berry travelled from the eye toward the mouth, that strange conjuring that Norman Oliver speculated might indicate the presence of a protective mask designed to analyze food for toxicity before consumption. We do not know whether the water from a nearby river still required cleaning before the figure would drink it. We do not know whether the figure still said it had no name, and whether the phrase on the first page of the notebook, that introduction of uncertain grammar and uncertain intent, still held whatever meaning it had carried in 1973. We do not know whether the figure, in the later encounters, still said it was frightened of people, still said that if attacked, it would not fight back. We do not know whether it still said there were others like it, whether it still spoke of the camp on the mainland, the location of which it had declined to disclose in 1973. We do not know whether its clothing was still ripped and tattered across the subsequent meetings, whether it was still wearing the only set of clothes it had, whether nothing had been repaired or replaced in the intervening time. These are not rhetorical absences. They are genuine gaps in the record, and they matter because each of them, if answered, would tell us something about the nature of the figure that the 1973 encounter alone cannot settle. If the appearance was consistent across all 5 meetings, across years of intervening time, that consistency would itself be a kind of evidence about what the figure was. Costumes deteriorate. But the figure in 1973 was already wearing clothing it described as its only set, clothing that was already ripped and tattered. If subsequent encounters showed the same ripped clothing, neither worse nor replaced, that would be strange. If they showed new clothing, that would be strange in a different way. If the figure had aged in the interval between encounters, had changed in some visible manner that the woman who was Fey would have noticed and perhaps remarked upon, that would tell us something about its relationship to time. If it had not aged at all, that too would be a datum of a kind the primary record does not and cannot contain. What he apparently received from the woman he believes to be Fey was not merely confirmation that the 1973 encounter had occurred as reported. It was the disclosure of 4 further meetings, a disclosure that presumably included some account of their content, their character, their meaning to the woman who had experienced them. That account has not been made fully public. We do not know whether the woman asked that it not be made public, whether the researcher has chosen to hold it back pending further work, whether there are plans for its eventual publication in some form. What we know is that the information exists, that someone holds it, and that the public record does not yet contain it. This is not an unusual situation in cases of this kind. The gap between what was experienced and what was recorded has always been a feature of the Sandown Clown case, built into its foundations. The encounter itself occurred on a Tuesday afternoon in May of 1973, a specific date that the primary source does not give and that secondary calculations place most probably around the 15th of that month, though the 8th remains a possibility given the arithmetic of the 3-week interval. Faye did not tell her father for approximately 3 weeks after the event. Her father did not write to Norman Oliver until years later, prompted to do so by Isle of Wight-based UFO researcher Leonard G. Cramp. The article Oliver published in the BUFORA journal appeared in January or February of 1978, some 4 or 5 years after the encounter took place. Norman Oliver himself died in July of 2022. Whatever dossier Mr. Y sent him, whatever notes Oliver made in preparing the article, none of that has been confirmed as surviving in any accessible archive. The case has always been mediated. The girl's experience passed through her own memory, then through her father's interpretive framing, then through Oliver's editorial hand, and arrived in the public record as a document that is complete in its way, but acknowledges its own incompleteness. There is a reason Oliver ended his article with those 3 trailing dots. The case rests, he wrote. Not, the case is closed. Not, the case is explained. The case rests, and the resting is provisional, and the dots after it are an invitation to the future. Whether Oliver knew there would be a future for the case is impossible to say. He may have considered it a curiosity he had done his duty by recording, one entry among many in the catalogue of British encounter reports that the journal was maintaining through the 1970s. He referenced the Welsh flap in his closing remarks, mentioned the humanoid report from Broadhaven School, placed the Sandown case within a wider pattern of children, as witnesses that BUFORA was actively documenting at the time. He did not single the case out as exceptional. He offered his 5 possible explanations, ghost or spaceman or imagination or hoax or hallucination, and invited the reader to take their pick. His tone was measured. It returned, as the figure itself reportedly returned. The question of what it means that the figure returned is one. The available sources do not answer directly. One framing, the framing that Mr. Y himself seemed drawn toward, is that his daughter had been admitted into some kind of parallel reality created by or around the figure, a bubble of experience that the nearby workmen could not see or enter. If that framing has any utility, then the subsequent encounters might be understood as further admissions, further moments, in which the ordinary and the anomalous opened toward each other, and the woman who was Faye crossed the threshold again. Whether she sought these meetings, whether they found her without her seeking them, whether there was any element of choice or control on her side, we do not know. Another framing, one that several secondary analysts have entertained, is that the figure was in some sense of the traditional kind, something from the older vocabulary of encounter, something that folklore cultures had developed extensive terminology for before the 20th century provided new categories. Those older vocabularies carry their own implications about the nature of repeated contact. In some traditions, the second meeting was more significant than the first. The first meeting might be accidental, a stumbling across. The subsequent meetings implied that something had been established, that a relationship of some kind had been opened, that the entity on the other side would continue to use. In that framing, the figure's response in 1973, when asked what it was, carries additional weight. It said, "You know." Not, "I will tell you." Not, "I am beyond your comprehension." You know, as though the child already carried the recognition inside her and needed only to locate it. Whether that is a meaningful observation or an attractive piece of overreading is a question this account cannot resolve and should not pretend to resolve. What is worth holding on to is the detail that the figure, in 1973, told the children it was frightened of people. It said that if attacked, it would not fight back. It invited the children into the hut, showed them its round white ears and sparse brown hair when it removed the hat, demonstrated the berry trick, spoke about its diet and its drinking water, and its camp on the mainland. It was, in the primary account, shy and friendly and communicative in its unusual way. It trusted 2 children in a way that, as one analyst observed, a 7-foot-tall figure of its description perhaps did not need to. Whatever it was not aggressive. It did not pursue the children when they left. It said goodbye. If it then returned, in the years following, to meet again with the woman who had once been that 7-year-old girl. The quality of those returns would tell us a great deal about whether the figure's original account of itself was consistent with what it then demonstrated across time, a figure that had said it was frightened of people and yet returned repeatedly to the same person. That would suggest that this particular person was an exception to the general rule. A figure that had said there were others like it and had a camp on the mainland, that had drawn a rough sketch of one of its kind in the notebook, might have more to say about all of that in subsequent encounters. Whether it did say more, whether the later meetings contained further disclosures, further sketches, further demonstrations of the multi-stage berry trick, we do not know. The silence around the 4 subsequent encounters is not, it should be said, suspicious in itself. It is simply private. The woman who is Fae has chosen, as of the period covered by the available sources, not to make herself publicly known. She has apparently spoken at length with Paul A.T. Wilson, and through him some outline of what she shared has entered the public record, the single fact of 4 more meetings and the implication that these were substantive enough to discuss. But the full account remains hers. There is something that deserves acknowledgement here, something that discussions of anomalous encounter cases sometimes pass over too quickly in the drive toward documentation and analysis. A person who has had a strange experience, a persistent and repeated experience rather than a single incident, a person who has lived with that experience across years and possibly decades, does not owe anyone a public account of it. The interest of researchers, the interest of the audience that has gathered around this case as it has grown into something of a cultural presence on the Isle of Wight and beyond, the interest of the various podcasters and journalists and analysts and jewelry designers who have found the case compelling in their different ways, none of that interest creates an obligation. The case as it stands in the public record is already unusual in the degree to which it depends on the child's account, mediated through her father, mediated again through an editor, arrived at after a gap of years. The woman who was that child now holds information about her own life that is both relevant to a long-running question and entirely personal to her. She apparently reached a point, or a series of points, at which she was willing to share some of that information with a researcher she had come to trust. That trust is a gift, and it has its own appropriate limits. What has been given is not nothing. The number alone is significant. It tells us that whatever happened in 1973 was not finished in 1973. It tells us that the woman who was Fae did not grow up and leave the encounter behind in the way that one leaves behind a childhood misunderstanding or a single vivid dream. Something continued. Something was ongoing enough, across enough years, to be worth disclosing to a researcher who had earned the trust required to hear it. It also, perhaps, tells us something about the figure itself. The figure in 1973 said there were others like it. It said it had a camp on the mainland. It implied, through the language it used and the sketch it drew, that it existed within some larger context that the afternoon by the brook could only partially illuminate. If the figure returned 4 more times to someone it had met as a child, then the relationship was not, from its side, a casual or incidental one. It came back, whatever drew it back, whether it was the specific person, whether it was the place, whether it was something else entirely that we have no framework for describing, the return happened. Multiple times. Norman Oliver, writing in 1978, placed the case among a category of reports he was documenting in that period. Encounter claims involving children as primary witnesses, cases whose evidential status was complicated by the age of the witnesses and the time elapsed before documentation. He was careful not to resolve the case, careful to hold open the full range of explanations, and careful to note the detail that when Mr. Y visited the site of the encounter, the metal hut was gone, and there was no indication of it anywhere. He ended with the observation that this was, in that respect, not unlike the situation with reported UFO landing traces, which were also rarely found after the fact. The comparison was not an endorsement of the UFO hypothesis. It was an observation about the general absence of physical residue in cases of this kind. But physical residue is only one kind of evidence. Testimony is another kind. The persistence of a witness across time in a version of events is another kind. The willingness of that witness, years later, to disclose additional information about additional encounters to a researcher who had sought her out, That too is a kind of evidence, though of what exactly it is, evidence remains genuinely uncertain. The case that Norman Oliver presented in January or February of 1978 was already layered. It was the case of an afternoon encounter, yes, but it was also the case of a father whose own history of anomalous experiences on the Isle of Wight made him take his daughter's account seriously in a way he might not otherwise have done. It was the case of a boy who could not easily be communicated with, but who gave a statement confirming he had witnessed the encounter. It was the case of two workmen who, according to Faye's account as relayed through Mr. Y's letter, had been present nearby and had paid no attention to what was happening, as though they could not see it. All of that layering was already present in the single article, the single published account, before anyone knew that there were 4 more meetings to be eventually disclosed. The layers that the disclosure of 4 further encounters adds are ones we cannot yet examine in detail, because the detail is not in the public record. What we can say is that the shape of the case changed when Paul A.T. Wilson spoke to the woman he believed to be Faye, and that the shape changed in the direction of greater depth and greater duration. The single afternoon became the beginning of a longer engagement. The figure that said goodbye across a marshy field apparently returned, and was apparently received, and whatever passed between them across the subsequent meetings is information that exists and is held by at least 2 people and has not yet been fully shared with the world. That information may eventually become public. Paul A.T. Wilson continues to research the case. There is an ongoing conversation, it appears, between the scholarly and enthusiast communities that have gathered around the case, and the case has found a wider cultural presence in recent years through a variety of channels, from the Arts Council-supported exhibition by Boojum and Snark that formed part of the Sandown Rocks project, to the 3-dimensional printed figures available through small creative enterprises, to the jewellery made by Tatty Devine, whose co-founder came across the BUFORA journal, and was moved by it to produce a pendant that carries the figure's image into the contemporary world. All of this activity keeps the case present, keeps it circulating, keeps it available to be encountered by new people who might find it meaningful or relevant in ways that cannot be predicted in advance. Whether that activity, that cultural persistence, makes it more or less likely that the fuller account of the subsequent encounters will eventually emerge is not something this account can assess. What is clear is that the primary record, the Oliver article, ends with the observation that the case rests. And what the 4 further meetings tell us is that the case was not, in fact, resting. It was continuing. It may be continuing still. The woman who was Faye is presumably living her life on or near the Isle of Wight, or perhaps elsewhere, carrying within her a knowledge of 5 encounters with a figure that the rest of the world knows only from a 5-page article in a defunct quarterly journal. A scanned copy, accessible through an archive in Sweden. She has spoken to one researcher. She has not spoken publicly. The record reflects her in the way that records often reflect the people at their centres, partially at a remove, through the language and the frameworks of others. She has not, as far as the available sources confirm, told her own story in her own words for any audience that is accessible to us here. The encounter near Lake Common, Sandown, on a Tuesday afternoon in May of 1973 remains, in the public record, an open question. Norman Oliver opened it, and in doing so he did something that outlasted him, something that grew in the decades following his death in July of 2022 into a small but persistent element of the cultural landscape of the Isle of Wight and of British anomalous encounter research. He opened it because he found it interesting, because Mr. I's letter was detailed, and the details were strange, because the case did not fit comfortably into any of the available categories, because the creature was neither ghost, nor spaceman, nor hallucination, nor hoax, in any way that could be easily argued and stuck to. The 4 further meetings that Faye apparently disclosed to Paul A.T. Wilson do not close the question, they deepen it. They extend the 1973 encounter across time, out of its tidy afternoon boundaries, into something that had duration and return and presumably development, if development is a word that can be applied to encounters of this nature. We do not know what the figure said in the 2nd meeting, or the 3rd, or the 4th, or the 5th. We do not know whether it still introduced itself with the same words, the same non-sequential arrangement on the same kind of notebook page, requiring a reader to follow a pointed 3-fingered blue-gloved hand from word to scattered word. Do not know whether, in any of the subsequent meetings, the figure ever answered the question, It had declined to answer in 1973 the question of what it was, whether, over the course of 5 encounters and presumably some accumulation of whatever passed for trust between them, it ever went beyond the 2 words it had offered the first time. You know. That is all it said the first time. And perhaps the woman who was Faye does know, by now, in some way that cannot be transmitted through the available channels, through journal articles and podcast interviews and evidence boards in gallery spaces and jewellery and 3-dimensional printed figures. Perhaps knowing, in this context, is precisely the kind of thing that cannot be made fully public, not because it is being withheld, but because the form it takes is not one that public documentation can carry. What can be carried is what is here. The figure's height, approximately 7 feet, its head apparently wedged directly onto its shoulders, its face with its triangular markings for eyes and its motionless yellow lips, its 3 fingers and 3 toes, its ripped, tattered clothing in green and white and yellow, its notebook and its microphone and its small metal hut that was there and then was gone. The article in the BUFORA journal, the dossier that preceded it, now lost or inaccessible. The boy who confirmed the encounter, but would not speak further, Mr. Y, with his own history of strange lights over the river Yar and the cliffs at Compton Bay, who believed his daughter because he had been given reasons to believe things that could not be easily explained, and Faye herself, who kept her experience private for 3 weeks before telling her father, who grew up and apparently continued, and was eventually found by a researcher who was patient enough and careful enough that she was willing to say 4 more times. A number, a fact. The content of those meetings sits in private, held by the woman who had them and by the researcher who heard about them, and the rest of us wait beside the record with what was given to us, which is almost everything and not quite enough, which is the condition of every case like this, and perhaps the condition of knowing anything about the stranger parts of the world. The case rests. Until it does not. Ground at dusk. There is a place on the Isle of Wight, a few minutes' walk from the sea, where a narrow brook crosses beneath a wooden footbridge, and the ground on either side is soft enough, even in a dry May, to hold the impression of a boot. The meadow is flat and low, the kind of flat that belongs to land reclaimed from marsh rather than land that was always open. Reeds grow at the margins of the water. The airport that stood nearby, small and intermittently used even in 1973, is still there in some form, and on a still afternoon the sound of a light aircraft can be heard from somewhere behind the tree line. The golf club, the Shanklin and Sandown Golf Club, has absorbed what was once Lake Common and the adjacent Blackpan Common, and the fairways and greens now extend across ground that was, in the Middle Ages, common grazing land, and was, in May of 1973, a swampy meadow, accessible by crossing the links and pressing through a hedge. This is the place. There is no metal hut here. There has been no metal hut here since the day after the encounter, or perhaps the day of it, or perhaps since no particular day at all, since no particular day is when it ceased to be present. When Mr. I, the father of the girl known as Faye, visited the site, he found no hut and no indication that one had stood there. Whatever had been present in that flat, damp field on a Tuesday afternoon in May of 1973 had left no mark that a man looking carefully at the earth could find. It is worth sitting with that absence for a moment before returning to what was reported to have been present. The encounter occurred in the early evening. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday in May 1973. The primary published record is an article titled Ghost or Spaceman 73, presented by Norman Oliver, editor of the BUFORA Journal, the publication of the British UFO Research Association. That article appeared in the journal's Volume 6, Number 5, the January and February issue of 1978, pages 9 through 13. It is the sole contemporaneous published account of the case. In his prefatory note, Oliver acknowledged that he was indebted to a man he called Mr. Y for a very complete dossier of events, and to Leonard G. Cramp, an Isle of Wight-based UFO researcher, for having advised Mr. Y to write to him in the first instance. Mr. Y had requested anonymity because of his daughter's involvement. Norman Oliver died in July of 2022. The 1978 article survives, scanned by the archives for the unexplained in Sweden and made available through the Internet Archive, where anyone may read it in its original 4 pages, with its pen and ink illustrations of the metal hut standing in long marsh grass and of 2 yellow circular shapes peering from beneath dark water. The article is what we have. It is where the case begins, publicly, and in certain respects it is where the case remains. The children were 2. One was a girl who is referred to in the BUFORA article as Faye, a pseudonym assigned at her father's request. The BUFORA source and the Ghost in My Machine account both state that Faye was 7 years old at the time of the encounter. The Curious Archive account also gives her age as 7. The Vice account, by contrast, describes Faye as 10 years of age at the time. That discrepancy is not resolved in the sources, and this account does not attempt to resolve it. The second child was a boy. He was not given a pseudonym in the original article. Whether he was approximately the same age as Faye, as the BUFORA source states, or slightly younger than her, as the Vice account suggests, is similarly unclear. He has never spoken publicly about what happened. What is preserved of his account is Mr. I's observation that he found the boy not easy to communicate with, but did obtain from him a statement confirming that he had witnessed the encounter as Faye described it. They were playing near Lake Common, near the golf links, near the airport, in the particular way that children in that era and in that kind of seaside town played on open ground in the late afternoon. The sound that reached them was described by Faye as a weird wailing noise, not unlike an ambulance siren. They followed it. They crossed the golf links. They passed through a hedge into the swampy meadow on the other side. When they reached the meadow, the noise stopped. They continued toward the footbridge over the brook. What appeared from under the bridge was a hand wearing a blue glove. The figure that followed the hand was carrying a book. It fumbled with the book, dropped it into the water, and splashed about in the brook to retrieve it. It then moved away from the bridge toward a small, windowless metallic hut, moving with what the BUFORA account describes as a strange hopping motion with knees raised high. Secondary sources have described this gait as rabbit-like, or as resembling the movement of an astronaut walking on the moon. The figure entered the hut and was not visible. The children had moved some 50 yards away when the figure reappeared. This time it was carrying a black knob microphone with a white flex attached. The wailing noise returned, louder this time, and the boy began to run. Then the noise stopped, and the figure spoke into the microphone, and the children heard its voice as clearly as though it was standing directly beside them, though it was far across the field. "Hello, are you still there?" The tone was friendly, or at least not threatening. The children stayed. When they drew close enough to see the figure plainly, what they saw was this. It was nearly 7 feet tall. It had no neck, or no discernible neck. Its head sat directly upon its shoulders, as though wedged there. It wore a yellow pointed hat. A round black knob sat on the top of the hat, and wooden antennae were attached at its sides. The hat interlocked with the red collar of a green tunic. Below the tunic were white trousers, also ripped. Wooden slat-like protrusions extended from the sleeves and from below the trousers. The feet were bare and white, and each bore 3 toes. The hands, inside the blue gloves, each bore 3 fingers. The eyes were triangular markings. The nose was a brown square. The lips were yellow and did not move. There were additional round markings on the paper-white cheeks. The hair at the front of the head was a fringe of red falling onto the forehead, visible beneath the brim of the hat. The Vice account, by contrast, describes a few wisps of brown hair in the external description rather than red. The Quackenbush account describes sparse reddish strands without distinguishing what was visible outside from what was later revealed indoors. The BUFORA original distinguishes the two, and its account is taken here as the most precise available, with the caveat that secondary sources do not all agree. When the figure spoke without the microphone, its speech was unclear, resembling that of a person who does not open their mouth properly. The lips did not move. It opened the notebook it was carrying and wrote in a large hand. The words it wrote were not laid out in conventional sequence. Faye read each word as the figure pointed to it, 1 word at a time. The message, assembled in the order the figure indicated, was, "Hello, and I am all colours, Sam." Quote, what that phrase meant, and whether Sam was a name or a species identifier or something else entirely, was not explained and remains unresolved. The figure later stated that it had no name. Whether the word Sam in the notebook was its name, or the name of its kind, or a greeting directed at one of the children, or something that does not map onto any of those categories, the sources do not say, and this account does not speculate. The children asked whether the figure was a man. It chuckled and said no. They asked whether it was a ghost. The answer was, "Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way." The figure said that it was frightened of people, and that if it were attacked it would not fight back. It said there were others like it, and drew a rough sketch of one of them. It said it had a camp on the mainland, but did not disclose where. It said it had just made the hut itself. The clothing, ripped as it was described by the figure as the only set it had. The children accepted an invitation to crawl through a flap into the hut. Inside, the hut had 2 levels. The lower level had ample headroom and walls described as wallpapered in blue-green and covered with a pattern of dials. There was an electric heater and simple wooden furniture. Once inside, the figure removed its hat, revealing round white ears and sparse brown hair. This differs from the fringe of red hair visible at the forehead before the hat was removed, and the BUFORA original treats them as distinct details. The figure ate berries, or performed the act of eating a berry, in the following manner. It placed a berry in its ear. It then thrust its head forward sharply, causing the berry to disappear from the ear and reappear at one of its eyes. It repeated this motion, and the berry moved from the eye to the mouth. Norman Oliver, in the original article, offered a speculation that the figure might be wearing a protective mask and using the motion to analyze the berry for toxicity before consuming it. He was clear in framing this as his own speculation rather than as an established fact. The figure said it collected berries in the late afternoon, and that water from the nearby river could be drunk once it had cleaned it. The encounter lasted approximately half an hour or more. Nearby, during the course of this encounter, 2 workmen were repairing a post. They paid no attention to what was happening and, according to the account Faye later gave her father, appeared unable to see the figure or the hut. Mr. Y, in his letter to BUFORA, described this detail in his own words, noting that the workmen paid no attention to the weird charade as though they could not see it. When the encounter ended, the children said goodbye and left the hut. They ran back across the golf links. They found the first adult they met and told him they had seen a ghost. He laughed and did not believe them. The figure, as far as the record shows, remained in whatever space it was occupying when the children left it. Faye told her father about the encounter on the 2nd of June 1973, approximately 3 weeks after it had taken place. The Buffer article states that the encounter occurred on the Tuesday afternoon in May. The exact date is not specified in the original article, which notes only that it was a Tuesday afternoon about 4 o'clock in May 1973, and that Faye reported it to her father approximately 3 weeks later on the 2nd of June. The Ghost in My Machine account calculates that if the 2nd of June was a Saturday and the encounter was roughly 3 weeks earlier on a Tuesday, then May 15 is the most probable date, with May 8 also a possibility. Neither date is confirmed by the primary source and neither is treated as certain here. Mr. Y, when he heard the account, was at first disbelieving. He was struck by the amount of detail. Faye was upset when he suggested she might have invented it. He located the boy and found him reluctant to communicate, but obtained from him a statement that confirmed he had witnessed the encounter. Mr. I then considered various explanations. Make-believe, a shared hallucination, a deliberate hoax. He found the detail of 3 fingers and 3 toes particularly difficult to account for under the hoax hypothesis, since it was not the kind of thing a hoaxer would be likely to prepare for or a child likely to invent. He wrote to BUFORA at Leonard G.G., Cramp's suggestion, and Norman Oliver assembled the dossier into the article that was published 5 years after the encounter took place. Whether Norman Oliver interviewed the children directly or relied entirely on Mr. I's written account is a question the sources do not fully settle. The writer, Tom Quackenbush, examining the article closely, has observed that Faye is never directly quoted in Oliver's text, and that the article appears to rest on Mr. I's account rather than on any direct conversation with the children, suggesting that claims in some later accounts that Oliver interviewed the children may reflect a confusion in the retelling. The BUFORA article itself states that Oliver received a very complete dossier from Mr. I, and that Mr. I was the one who located the boy and obtained his corroborating statement. This account does not resolve whether Oliver spoke with the children, and does not present either position as confirmed. The question of what Faye and the boy maintained throughout their later lives is similarly unsettled. The boy has never spoken publicly about the encounter and has not been publicly identified. Faye has also not identified herself publicly. Quackenbush has noted that claims in some secondary accounts that the children maintained the truth of their experience throughout their lives may be an exaggeration, given that neither child has made any public statement, and that what can be asserted with reasonable confidence is only that Faye persisted in her account from the time of the encounter through at least the period of the BUFORA article's writing. A different picture is offered by researcher Paul A.T. Wilson, who has described making contact in later decades with the woman he believes to be Faye and speaking with her at length. According to Wilson's account of those conversations, as described in a podcast interview for Some Other Sphere, Faye disclosed not only the 1973 encounter, but 4 additional encounters with the figure beyond the initial one. These later encounters are not part of the original record and were not known at the time of the BUFORA article. The encounter that is the subject of this account, then, is the first of what may have been 5, depending on whose account one follows. Or it may be the only one, depending on whose account one follows. These 2 positions stand in the record without resolution. The ground near the footbridge over the brook, a few minutes from Sandown, a few minutes from the sea, absorbs whatever the May light offers it each year, and gives nothing back that was not there before. The golf club has its fairways. The brook moves over its stones. Mr. Y, writing to BUFORA, offered his own reading of what had happened in this place, in this flat field, on this particular afternoon. He wrote that he had the impression that his daughter had been taken into a bubble of alien reality created by the strange figure, a bubble that the nearby workmen had apparently been unable to enter or perceive. He noted that the figure had told the children it had just made the hut, and observed that when he himself visited the site, the hut was gone without any trace. Mr. I had his own prior encounters with anomalous phenomena on the Isle of Wight. On the 20th of October 1970, driving from Shanklin to Ryde via Seaview, he had observed a large, multi-lit object hovering over the swampy margins of the River Yar near Bembridge Downs, its ring of 7 or more lights, each described as like a bright red cherry, interspersed with turquoise and white lights, making no sound, following his car. The object was still present when he reached his destination, and a friend saw it playing hide-and-seek between the treetops. On the 1st of March 1972, between 9 and 10 at night, he had stood on the cliffside at Compton Bay, caught there by an unexpected tidal surge, and watched 2 yellow points of light below the surface of the sea, approximately 40 feet away, peering up at him, in his own description, like the eyes of some horrible sea monster. Quat. When those lights disappeared, the tide subsided and he was able to leave. He stated that he had never told his daughter anything about his own anomalous experiences before she came to him with her account, whether these experiences are connected, whether they constitute a pattern, whether the figure in the swampy meadow and the lights above the River Yar and the lights below the surface at Compton Bay are different aspects of the same phenomenon or entirely separate events that accumulated around one family on one island, the BUFORA article does not say. Norman Oliver, at the close of his 1978 piece, did not settle on any single explanation. He offered the full range: ghost, spaceman, imagination, hoax, hallucination. He concluded not with a verdict, but with a trailing ellipsis. The case, he wrote, the case rests. Quat. The case has continued, in the decades since, to find new readers. The figure known as All Colours Sam has become something of a Fortean mascot for Sandown, and a part of the island's recent folklore. The Boojum and Snark Arts Collective presented an exhibition as part of the Arts Council supported Sandown Rocks project in 2022 that framed the case as a cold case investigation for visitors to consider, with an evidence board and multiple competing hypotheses, laid out for examination. Three-dimensional printed figures of the Sandown Clown have been made available through the Etsy marketplace. The jewellery company Tatty Divine included a Sandown Clown pendant in its spring and summer 2025 collection, following co-founder Rosie Wolfenden's chance discovery of the BUFORA journal issue featuring the case. Wilson, who has described himself as having made contact with Faye and who presents under the Bluesky handle Tales of Whitlaw, has been described as the country's leading authority on the sighting and has presented publicly on the case, including a lecture at Bembridge Fort. The Vice columnist Tom Oldham, writing about the case, observed that the further one gets from 1973, the more the encounter seems to fit the atmosphere of that particular era, and that nobody has come forward claiming to be Faye, despite the case's recent surge in popularity. None of these things resolve what happened in the swampy meadow near the footbridge in May of 1973. They are the life the case has developed for itself in the years since, the way certain stories accumulate attention and attachment, while the central facts they rest on remain exactly as uncertain as they were at the start. The figure said it was frightened of people. It said it would not fight back if attacked. It wore a tattered green tunic that was the only set of clothing it had. It had made a hut from metal with 2 levels, wallpapered in blue and green, with a pattern of dials on the lower walls and a metallic floor above. It had carried a black knob microphone with a white flex. It had written words in non-sequential order in a notebook and pointed to them one by one so that a 7-year-old girl could read them in the right order. It had eaten a berry in the manner of a magic trick or of something that needed to analyze what it was putting into its body. It had drawn a sketch of one of the others like it in a rough notebook somewhere in a flat marshy field on the Isle of Wight, in the particular quality of light that a May afternoon holds over low ground near water. The field is there in whatever form the golf course has allowed it to remain. The brook is there and the footbridge over it, or a footbridge over it. The sound of a small aircraft comes and goes from the direction of the airport, as it does, and somewhere in the middle distance of this place, if one is to hold the image that the account provides, 2 children are running back across the grass. They are running toward the first adult they will find, who will be standing somewhere on the golf links in the last of the afternoon light, and they will tell him, when they reach him, that they have seen a ghost, and he will laugh and not believe them, and the afternoon will continue on its ordinary course, the way afternoons do. Behind them, in the meadow, in whatever passes for stillness in a place where reeds grow and a brook moves over stones and the ground is soft enough to hold the impression of something having stood on it, the figure is there for a little while longer. Its microphone is perhaps in its hand. The notebook with the words written in non-sequential order is somewhere in the hut, behind the flap that the children have crawled out of for the last time today, or perhaps for the last time. The dusk comes in from the sea, as it does on this island, crossing flat ground quickly. The airport is quiet. The workmen, if they were ever really there, or if they were there in the same way the children were there, have gone home. The brook makes whatever sound a narrow brook makes in a swampy field at the end of a May afternoon, which is a sound that has no name because no one has needed to give it one. The figure remains in that sound for as long as the remaining light holds. Then the ground shows nothing, as grounds do, and the case rests.